end up after a 5-hour stream that just got cut down to 4. Wait a minute. It wasn't, hold on. In LARP World, it wasn't a 5-hour stream. It was a 4-hour stream. But in Mr. Jones' world, they're happy, and Anton, it's happy. It's only 27 seconds. All right, so check this out. We'll just reset and start another direction, huh? Okay, so we've got Brian here. I think his name's Brian. Over here on the left, only dude. And you see he's got a patch on his neck. All right, okay. And they talk about it. Now, Mr. Cox thinks that he went and got kissy lips tattooed on his neck, and he's gonna say he's hurt. Well, I mean, why would you need to put, lidocaine patch right on your test juncular there on your neck, your jugular vein? Now, let's see. There's something else I was gonna say. Right? We're gonna play on this. We're gonna play it for an hour. This panel, okay? Now, what you need to do right now, since we've got a few participants watching, only a few. Well, see, here's the thing. I doubt that it's rendering, because you usually able to just play a stream right when it ends, right? You say there's a little button there that says replay. Watch replay at the end of a stream. There's a reason why there's a button there for that. Okay, just an FYI. Anyways, oh man, we got to reset here. All right, so we got Brian of the Whatever Network. Okay, here, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna watch this for an hour. It's gonna be a little bit of cringe, but we're watching Saturday morning TrollTunes episode of Spot the Fed Operation. Now, here's the thing, okay? One of these women admits to being an actual working. I think she says she works for the government. Okay, just to go there, but to take it a little bit further, she also says that she's part of a task force, which totally cool, right? That's a good thing. Task force. Catching sickos, all right? And once again, that's a good thing that the government would be involved in with catching sickos, correct? But there's something going on here where Brian, the host, doesn't want the P word brought up ever. It's part of his contract. Let's see if we can get our mind out of the gutter and talk about adult issues without having to use the P word. Well, one of these women, okay, blows off, uses the P word, and actually admits she is a government operative, is part of a task force, and starts using the P word. And then rage quits. And it was one of the most graceful rage quits I've seen yet, okay? And she's all, call me Brian, I want a date, all right? Now, you don't have to wait very long, okay, to know who the operative is here, right? And I don't know about that guy, right? What if they all are? And if you listen to the last stream, they talk about a girl with pink hair. That's what made me think of this. On the Trevor Edson podcast, number 6, I believe, they talk about a girl in Colorado Springs with pink hair. That, oops, all of a sudden she's a who and a what? A CI. Now, some people in the chat actually think that this girl is trans, maybe? Trans boy to girl or something. I don't know. I really don't care. She's not the one that rage quits, I'll tell you that much. But do they leave one behind? Right? Is that the way it kind of works, maybe? Do they leave one behind? Anyways, what I'm going to do is kick this off. We get the rage quit in an hour. In an hour, the rage quit happens. And it's graceful. Take notes, ladies, if you ever need to rage quit, right? This is a graceful way to bow out, right? And anyways, especially being from maybe, well, I don't want to give up too much. Okay? Start it here in a minute. I'm gonna be in Studio C, trolling from the chat. Saturday morning TrollTunes. Thanks for joining in. I mean, if you're gonna rage quit, you gotta rage quit like one of these ladies in an hour. Okay? So like I said, there's some cringe value to this. It's happening. Right? Let's see if I can do some creative. I mean, the chat's really not worth trying to pull up. But we're gonna do some CC just in case.
And we are live. Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me.
Saturday morning TrollTunes. Thanks for joining.
We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's somewhere back there. She's a bit shy. Guys, a few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer supported. Heavy YouTube demonetization, so we make nearly nothing from ad revenue. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a 30% cut, Eric. Scuffed. Okay, so yeah, if you go to Streamlabs, basically the difference is if you super chat 100 through YouTube, YouTube takes $30. If you donate 100 through Streamlabs, they only
all about
take
them donos,
$3. Donations and super chats $5 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. And Eric, if you can switch it over, all super chats $50 and up will be read. $100 and up triggers instant TTS, that's text to speech. However, guys, for this episode, keep this in mind, please. TTS is going to be through Streamlabs only. There was a bit too much interruption last show. You can still do TTS, but it has to be.
Okay, some people actually in the chat think that this whole thing is a Operawation. Some people in the chat there, but anyway.
Be through Streamlabs,
might not even be able to see.
Maybe that might mitigate it a little bit. So yeah, and then please see the description for full details. TTS triggers only Streamlabs, like I said. Other triggers, we got air horn, fireworks, muted microphone, and making me put on a World War I uniform. Yeah, so one thing, guys, please keep the super chats and donations TTS respectful. Playful roasting is okay, but if you just outright insult the girls, we reserve the right to not show or read it. Guys, we also have channel memberships. To become a channel member, hit that join button below. You get a cool badge next to your name in chat. We have 6 different tiers of support. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships, 50 gifted for a fit check. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, do me a favor. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. We got merch too. shop.whatever.com. Oh, look at that. It's loading. Or not. Scuffed. Hello? Typical. Well, you'll have to take my word for it that we have merchandise. Arcada? Thank you, I appreciate it. There we go. There it is. Look at those run-of-the-mill t-shirts we have. Okay. Also, guys, go follow us on Instagram at whatever. Yeah. By the way, we were at last show, we were at 95K followers, and then I don't know what happened, but you guys blew it up. So thank you guys so much. At whatever on Instagram, go follow us. And same with Twitter, at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. My Instagram is linked below, women under 5 feet and or those with outies. My DMs are open. Okay, don't worry about that, BD_Atlas. If you guys can't catch the full shows, we have a clips channel. Link for that is in the description. Go subscribe. Last thing here, I don't know if you guys noticed, I got this goofy thing on my neck. I've been having some ongoing neck and back issues for a couple years now. You've maybe noticed the ice packs and shit I have during the shows. Tweaked my neck pretty bad about 10 days ago. Powered through the last 2 shows, but pretty bad flare-up, so might be worse than my initial neck injury. So Yeah, it's been a little rough, haven't slept much in the past 10 days, some muscle spasms. So I'm going to try to get through this show and the Tuesday show. I don't know if you guys can hear my voice. It's kind of scuffed, but yeah, so, and then I'm going, after the Tuesday show, I'm probably going to take 2-3 weeks off. Maybe I'll try to, maybe I can bring in someone to host in my absence, but yeah, I'm probably going to take at least 2 to 3 weeks off while I try to recover from that. But yeah, if I could build a team around me to kind of handle everything and then get a host to come in, that could be cool. But yeah, but we will be back, guys. Anyways, without further ado, after that thoroughly long-winded introduction, I'm going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation. Go ahead.
My name is Avery, I'm 28, and I do social media and OnlyFans.
When you say, okay, you do social media, okay.
Yes.
OnlyFans, any other kind of adult content or strictly OnlyFans?
Just OnlyFans.
Okay, cool.
My name is Missy. I'm 30. I do a lot, actually. I bartend, I do OnlyFans, and I also do tattoo modeling for clothing brands.
Rock and roll.
Hi, I'm Hannah Jo. I'm college aged and I do OnlyFans.
College age?
Yes.
Okay. All right, fine with her. Okay, what about you?
My name is Kenny. I'm 32 and I work for the government.
The government?
I'm an investigator for the government.
You're an investigator?
Yeah, you didn't know that yet.
I'm terrified. What, like, are you, when you say investigator, what are we talking about here?
I investigate, there's some words I can't use, but internet crimes against children.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Okay. And so are you, is it like a state agency, local Santa Barbara agency, or?
It's a government agency.
Okay, you want to keep it maybe a bit.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I can't say too
FBI?
much. I work closely with the FBI, but I am not
Wow.
FBI. But I know
Okay.
a lot of special agents, so be careful. No, I'm
Oh,
just
fuck. Okay. Already regretting it. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Violet. I'm 24, and I do social media marketing and brand building.
All right, welcome.
Hi, I'm Gabby. I'm an actress and model, and I'm also a full-time college student studying journalism.
Age?
Oh, I'm 29.
29. Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Marie. I am not nearly as interesting as all these other beautiful women, but I'm an HR manager here in Goleta. Yeah,
Did you say your age? Sorry.
I'm 32.
32. Yo, Eric, this pen is scuffed. Can you go grab me, keep it center, and just grab me a different pen? It's under the island. What about you?
Hi, I'm Curia. I'm 19. I'm an admin in investment banking, a full-time college student pursuing economics, and I create home content on TikTok.
Home content on TikTok, what do you mean by that?
Like cleaning and household tips, home decor, etc.
Did you say your age?
19.
19, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Edie. I'm 23 and I'm a tattoo artist.
You said 23, yeah? Holy shit, all these pens are scuffed. Okay. Cool. Guys, everyone's Instagram is in the description. Go check them out, give them a follow. Okay, so we're gonna go around the table one more time. What is your current relationship status? Are you single? You got friends with benefits, talking stage, situationship, relationship, engaged, married, etc. And what is your longest relationship you've ever had? Go ahead.
Okay, I'm single. I was in a situationship like last week, but trying to stay away. So we're gonna go with single.
What, you're trying to stay away.
Yeah, he keeps texting me trying to reel me back in, but I'm resisting. So
How long was this situationship going on for?
it was like 3 months, and I was like, all right, this is about the time when you start dating. But he didn't want to put a label on it, so I was like, I don't just want to be a situationship.
So you wanted to put a label on it.
Yeah.
Okay. And you actually talked to him.
Yeah, I was like, because I've just been in so many situationships, and I feel like 3 months, maybe, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have these time limits, but I feel like 3 months is about the time when it should start turning into something. And if it's still like these once a week nightly hangouts, that's when I think, yeah, this is not going anywhere.
So you brought up a conversation about wanting more,
Yeah.
and he said no.
He's like, no, I'd like to just keep it what it's at.
Okay.
But he's still sliding back, and he's like, you know, if you want to like come over and watch Marvel movies and do our usual thing, like,
Sure.
I'm down.
Okay.
And I'm like, no, I really want to finish the Marvel series, but I can't do it.
Okay, so single, freshly out of a
Yeah.
3-month situationship. What's your longest relationship you've had?
4 years.
4 years. Okay. Got it. Okay. What about you?
I am talking to somebody.
How would you classify it? Situationship, talking stage?
We're on the talking stages.
Okay.
He doesn't live in the same state.
Yikes. Okay. What state? Montana?
More like the Mormon state.
Oh, what?
The Mormon state.
Utah. Okay. So is he Mormon?
No, he's definitely not Mormon. No.
Okay.
He gets asked that question a lot.
How long have you been talking to this guy?
I'd say like a month.
A month. Okay. And then your longest relationship?
My longest relationship was about 4 years.
4 years.
On and off, yes.
Okay. Rock and roll. How did you guys meet? Was it here?
Instagram.
Through Instagram? He slid into your DMs or
I slid into his.
you slid into his? Does he have a blue check mark?
He does, yes.
Athlete?
I don't know.
Musician?
No. Like bodybuilding.
Bodybuilding. Okay. So like natty or like is he on some like trend?
I don't think so. I think it's all natural.
All natty? Okay.
All natty.
All right. Well, you've narrowed it down. He lives in Utah, natty bodybuilder. I think the chat's probably going to figure out who he is, but- Okay. And you said you've been talking to for a month.
Yeah,
You slid into his DMs, correct?
correct.
Okay. How did you just stumble on his thing? Were you stalking him for months? What was the...
Somehow I found him on the Explore page, and I follow like every hot tattooed guy that I see on my Explore page, and just started.
Okay. I have a question for you.
Okay.
Would that stop if you were in a relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right, moving on. Go ahead.
I am in a relationship.
Okay. How long have you been in said relationship?
4 years.
4 years. So is that your longest
So far, yeah.
relationship? Okay. Are you guys gonna get married, you think, or
I hope so.
you want to?
Yeah, I
Okay.
do, but he wants me to propose to him.
He wants you to propose to him.
Yeah,
Okay.
because he's already been engaged once before, and he doesn't want to do it again. And
Mm.
I also think it would be adorable to propose to him.
You think it'd be adorable
it'd be
to propose
cute,
to
yeah.
him? Okay. Here, can you use this ring here
Mm-hmm.
to do it?
To do
To propose to him?
it? To propose to
Yeah.
him? Do I
I'll
have
give it to you after the show. How about that?
to- Oh, sure.
Okay.
I thought you meant right now.
Oh,
Okay.
do you think he's watching? Does he?
I don't know if he's
Here,
watching.
I want
right
you to
now.
look into this camera right here. Stare deeply into the camera, deep. And I want you to say, Cornelio. That's his name, right?
We'll say it's Cornelia.
Okay,
just
yeah.
to keep his identity
Or,
safe.
Bert. How about Bert?
I don't like that. I like Cornelia.
Okay, fine. We'll propose to your...
Can I have the ring?
Sure. Can you pass that along? What am I doing?
Cornelio, love of my life. Will you marry me? I'll make you cookies
Oh,
if you
hold on.
say
Right. I think we actually have him tuned in here to the. He's in via Discord. That's his response. I'm sorry. He rejected your proposal.
That's
okay.
fine.
Cool.
He gets
You
no
can send
cookies.
it back this time. Okay, cool. What about you?
I am single, yes. And my longest relationship was about 4 years.
Okay, y'all? Everyone's been in 4-year relationships so far. Okay. How long have you been single?
Oh, gosh, a couple months?
Couple months. Okay. Got it. All right. What about you?
I'm single. My longest relationship was 7 years.
All right.
Oh, I'm single, and my longest relationship was 6 years.
I'm in a relationship, a little less than a year. I know I'm going to marry this man.
Oh,
And yeah, before this, I was in a 10-year relationship.
wow. Okay. So you know you're going to marry him. Have you guys had that conversation?
Yes. We've had that conversation. He didn't want kids before me, but now we've decided we want kids. I want kids, so it's the healthiest relationship I've ever been in, and yeah.
So he didn't want kids, but you convinced him, or just you're so
No,
fantastic
he realized that
he...
No, not to sound like that, but he didn't realize he didn't want to seek someone out, or he didn't want to be with a woman that was just trying to find someone to have a baby with, and
Right,
that was his
okay.
fear. And I think being with someone in a healthy relationship made him realize that he wants my kids.
Got it. What about you?
I'm seeing someone, and my longest relationship was a little over 2 years.
How long have you been seeing this new guy? Is it 2 years?
No. We went on our first date last week, and so I guess
Rip.
since then.
Oh, what?
I
Okay.
guess since then. Sorry.
Okay.
Mhm.
What about you?
I'm
This is Mike.
single. I'm single, and my longest relationship was about 2 years.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people who are single here. So, I guess in today's day and age, what does single actually mean? And I kind of prompted it initially, you know, are you single, friends with benefits, talking stage, situationship? Because a lot of people would categorize themselves as being single, but hooking up with someone, being in a situationship, but because there's no label, you still consider yourself single. So you said you're just got out of a situationship. So have you lined up a rebound, or?
I've been swiping on the dating apps, but haven't found something better yet.
Mhm.
So it's hard.
Okay.
So that's why I keep going back to his text messages.
Okay. So you're in a talking stage, sort of, with a. Have you met in person yet?
Yes, yes.
Did you fly there, or did he fly here?
I forget.
Okay. Wow. You're pretty
Savage.
into this guy.
Savage.
Yeah. Okay. What about you? You got a little hookup thing here?
No,
Friends with benefits there?
no, not really. I'd rather I like to be alone. It's either I have a boyfriend or I'm alone. I don't really like to date. I don't like to hook up. It happens.
It
but-
happens
Yeah,
occasionally,
occasionally,
time
sure.
to time.
Mhm.
Okay. Cool.
Same. Yeah, I like sex.
Same.
Mhm.
So,
As you should.
Mhm.
really? Really though? Okay.
Yes.
Do you not enjoy sex?
I don't follow the logic on that one, but what do you mean?
But she said she enjoys sex, and you asked
Oh,
really?
no, I meant really as in compartmentalizing. So, in other words, not going on dates, not hooking up outside of a relationship. Because, I mean, it seems to me, I mean, most adult relationships, it's not let's go on 7 dates, wait to have sex, and then get into a relationship. It's typically people hook up fairly early on, and they continue hooking up, having sex, and then they find themselves in a relationship, right?
Yeah, I'd say that's how it goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
I'd
never
say-
done that.
You've never done that?
I'm the
No.
opposite. I'm like, by third date, yeah, we gotta see if we connect in that way.
You've never done that?
No.
Come on.
No cap.
You've
I'm
never
so serious.
You've never had a one night stand.
I didn't say that.
Right, it's the same shit.
But-
Hold on.
I don't really believe in casual sex, so I don't hook up with people. Like,
Didn't you say you had a one night
it's
stand though?
happened
Oh, it's happened. Oh,
one time
One
in my
time.
life. Yeah.
one time.
Yeah, but like on a regular basis, I don't believe in casual sex. Like I don't know.
Multiply it by 3 and that's the real number.
I have a vibrator for that.
I mean, I've only had one boyfriend, and I'm 29. So
You've had one boyfriend and you're 29.
yeah,
It was the 6-year one. What was the
Yep.
from what age to what age was your 6-year relationship?
22 until like I don't know, like last year, a little bit of double backing, but
What's that? What do you mean? Double
like
backing?
okay, so we broke up last year, but you know, kind of went back, got like started talking to each other again, but not really got back together. But I don't know, I'm so like attached, so I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, what were you saying? You said something I wanted to touch on, but it slipped my mind.
Sure. What, should I just repeat myself?
Sure.
Yeah, I said usually I don't have a lot of casual sex, but, 3 dates in, you want to see if you connect with somebody.
Sure. Okay.
I think sex is important in a relationship. It's not number one, but it's top 3. So, yeah, I'd like to know if we can connect, because I've had some bad sex,
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good times. Good times. Yeah. Well, on that note, so you said by date 3.
That's usually mine, yeah.
Yeah. I've definitely heard that. People will
Yeah.
have like a 3-date rule.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't happen by then, I typically hear this more so from the guy's end,
Okay.
where if the sex doesn't happen by the 3rd date, it's like she's just not interested or just like, whatever. But,
I mean,
no.
yeah, we're all different. We're all,
Yeah, of course.
not every single woman is going to be the same, but that's how I view it.
Okay, got it. Got it. Well, on that note, let's go around the table on this. How long do you think you should wait before hooking up with someone, before having sex? Go ahead.
I
Be
don't
honest, too. Be honest.
See, I've made the mistake of hooking up after the first date, and it does not ever go well for me personally. So I'm trying to learn from my mistakes now. I think third date. Yeah,
By the 3rd date.
after the third date. Like if you guys go out to dinner, then maybe afterwards I would.
So you would wait until the 3rd date?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. What about you?
I feel like for me, I don't know. It's hard to say. For me, I'd personally wait maybe like a month. Let's say a month, just to see if I can test myself.
Well, this bodybuilder, right? What about him?
We were talking for a little bit beforehand before I decided to fly out there.
But when you did fly out there,
Oh, it was like, yeah,
yeah.
it happened. Yeah.
Question on that. From the point that you first actually met in person, what was the duration of time that that occurred
An hour.
before y'all got to it?
An hour.
Okay. So long as you've talked online for a period of time, did you guys have any phone conversations?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you wait until the 3rd date. Have you always had that standard?
No, I used to do it right away because I just am a people pleaser, and I used to think that sex would make them fall in love with me. So I was like, yeah, I just wanted to do a really good job. I thought if I did a really good job, then it would make them fall in love with me. Obviously, that did not work out. So.
What about, you said you were just out of a situationship. How long did you wait with this guy?
It was the 3rd date.
3rd date?
But it still
Okay.
didn't work out for me.
Still didn't work out.
So maybe we need to move it to the 5th date now. I don't know.
Yeah,
Wait a month. Wait a
Maybe
month.
we need to, yeah.
Yeah, I think women in some ways are kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't, because on one hand, even if you do wait, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that the relationship's going to work, obviously, but yeah, it's kind of on one hand, you wait too long, and that could be an issue, but if you too quick, some guys might view it negatively, so it is a bit of a difficult position. Okay, so how long do you think you should?
I don't think I can give an answer because I think it's entirely circumstantial. Like, you're not going to have the same connection with everybody. So
Okay.
with one person, you might feel more comfortable waiting, and with one person, you might feel more comfortable just jumping right in. I think there's no rule.
When you say more comfortable just jumping right in, do you mean that you recognize that perhaps, for example, maybe some girls here have had this experience that if you don't hook up with him, maybe he's like really attractive, like a high status or whatever it may be, really attractive. You're concerned that you might lose him or not get him because if you don't sleep with him too quick.
I don't do that, no.
Okay. Because there's definitely guys like if they don't want to wait, so.
If he's worth keeping around, he'll stay around. I won't have to make him with my body.
Okay. Were you about
was-
to do some
I was
snapping?
snapping.
What about you?
Yeah, no, I would say I'm usually about 3 dates in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 2
yeah.
days.
But I agree. I think there's circumstances in which, you might wait longer and or quicker. Yeah, just depends. Say you're friends beforehand, right? I mean,
So
how long
just
does that
jump
run?
in that
Maybe,
situation.
I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It's up to you.
Sure, there's always variables. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, when I go on dates, I tend to have that conversation pretty early on what my partner is comfortable with and what they would desire, and vice versa, what I'm looking for. And if I don't feel that connection or spark on the first date or second date, I prolong it until I get to know that person and become more comfortable with them.
Okay. What about you?
I think it just depends. Like, I really just go off a vibe. Like, I don't know, but the last relationship I was in, we didn't have sex for like 3 months. I feel like when you feel like a connection with the person, then that's when it happens. I don't know. I don't put like numbers or dates to it. It's like a feeling.
Okay.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's all depending on the situation and like what you want out of it. I mean, if you are connecting with someone and you can really see this like lasting a long time, sex shouldn't make any difference, really. But if you're like, this guy's cool for a hookup, then so be it.
Sure.
I think that you guys are right. It's completely circumstantial, and we all differentiate. However, me personally, 3 to 6 months. Personally,
3 to 6 months?
yes. Oh, did you want me to like say why or elucidate
Sure,
it?
yeah,
Oh,
sure.
okay. Mostly because I did experience what you experienced, and I did think that doing certain things would make whoever fall in love with me until I, figured out, no, this is not how to do it. This is not the way to go about it. Thankfully, it only happened once. So with my last relationship, I made him wait about 3 to 4 months, mostly because that's when the honeymoon, 3 to 4 months after exclusivity. So again, that could also range, but that's when the honeymoon phase ends. So I feel like that's a good time to like lock it in, like this is like the last step before, because I date to marry. So it's like, I don't know if I explained that right, but I feel like you guys understand what I'm trying to say.
But so you said that previously, this is a new rule of yours, waiting 3 to 6 months, correct?
Well, it happened after that one occurrence, yes.
That one occurrence where you hooked up too soon and he ghosted you, or what?
No, it was more like a friends with benefits situation with a guy too old to be doing that with someone my age at the time.
What do you mean? How old were you? How old was he?
I just turned 15 and he was a junior in college.
That's a yikes. Okay.
That's illegal.
Yikes. She.
Yeah, yeah.
What's his name, honey?
Bro. Oh my god. I thought it was gonna be like you're 18 and he's like in his 30s.
No.
19, some shit like that.
You're a
But
victim.
that's
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay. So, what? And besides that one example, were there other situations where you were hooking up with people kind of more quickly, or?
Well, if I'm being perfectly honest, after that occurrence has ended, when it did end, I didn't think that I was worthy of love at all after that, because I guess like she said, I was a victim or whatever. So I didn't really think that I was already scarred. I grew up very religious. My virginity was gone, so I kind of hooked up a little bit, and then I found religion again. And I know this is like, I'm not a born again virgin or anything, but then I found myself again, and I was just like, yeah, this isn't gonna work. So whenever I was in the mindset to date again, that was the rule. So my first and only boyfriend, I did wait, and then now I'm gonna wait with the next one.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Is this solely based on like sex or the control that you want with it? You mentioned that
What do you mean?
mentioned that you made him wait 6 months.
Oh, I didn't I had a conversation with him about it, like once I was comfortable enough. And I was like, okay, I'm not really comfortable having sexual relations with you. I didn't tell him what happened, I just wasn't comfortable with it. And then he was just like, okay. And then whenever I was comfortable with it, we just did it. But he never really initiated
Yeah, he
anything
wasn't
like
like
that.
asking you about it.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I was just curious.
No, that's fine.
What about you?
I typically like to talk to someone for a good amount of time and get to know them before anything happening.
Into the mic, please.
Before anything happening,
So how long?
at least a month of like talking.
At least 1 month.
Yeah, like
Okay.
1 to 2 months, talking, getting to know them. I like to talk to someone for like maybe a few weeks before even meeting up with them, just to like test the waters of like who they are.
But have you had any previous experiences where you just hooked up really quick?
I had, yeah.
Okay. Like, it's sometimes called like a hoe phase, party phase. You don't like that.
Of course I did, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like grimacing at the term hoe phase,
yeah,
but
of course.
guys can have hoe phases too, I guess. So everyone's had hoe phases, I guess. I don't know
wish
about
I had
everybody.
one.
What's that?
I wish I had one.
Oh my! Don't say that. That's
Haram!
okay. Yeah, the audio's kind of seems a bit low. I don't know if you can boost it to 80, Eric. One quick reminder, and I do want to hit on this topic. Guys, TTS is through Streamlabs only. Just a reminder, TTS is through Streamlabs only now. Here, let me just get this one though, just to clarify. James Wilson, thank you for the Canadian 140, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, maybe, sorry if this, you thought it would go through as a TTS, just only through Streamlabs is TTS. Question for Brian, and in know that you've said this before, however, you have a lot of new viewers, subscribers, so can you please explain the 7 on the collar for Everyone Cheers? I might reveal that maybe on episode 77, maybe, we'll see. But yeah, it's kind of a mystery, so don't worry, it's not like some cult shit, but yeah, it's just... Anyways, okay, thank you, James. Merci beaucoup pour le Canadien. C'est vraiment, tu es vraiment génial. C'est bien ça. Okay, so I kind of wanted to come back to what you said, and a couple of you said. So shifting standards on this, which I think is kind of interesting. So my feeling on this is, and it rubs me the wrong way, and I want to make it clear, like, obviously it's totally, if you want to wait until marriage and you previously slept with 100 people, that's your call. However, like, I think a lot of men and a lot of guys are going to look at that and be like, well, you had one standard before and now you've shifted it. And again, 100% your call, it's your call, but men are also free to like feel a certain type of way about this shift, in the same way that, for example, I guess I could give maybe a somewhat equivalent. So let me get your thoughts on this, guys. Let's say you've been in a relationship with a guy for 6 months. Sorry, excuse me, situationship with a guy for 6 months. You really like him, you want him to commit to you, but he says he likes to take things slow. Somehow you find out that the last 3 girls he had a committed relationship with, he initiated the commitment conversation after only 3 weeks of dating. Would that make you feel a certain way?
Yeah.
You'd feel like, well, why don't you want to commit to me, but all these your previous ex-girlfriends?
No, I think by showing growth and change.
Yeah, because maybe
Well,
It obviously didn't work out for him, so maybe he's trying something different now.
It's-
Well, how does that reflect the person that he's dating now?
It's showing growth that he previously had long-term, he got into long-term relationships early, and now he's in a perhaps non-monogamous situationship with you for 6 months. I'm not sure I see how that's growth. I'm not saying that that's a wrong thing
Well,
necessarily.
I guess that's fair. It could be the other way. It could be negative, but at least he's trying something different.
I mean, he's showing habitual patterns that he's not currently interested in. So he's showing a pattern of behavior and it seems to be that he is non-monogamous in this situationship, is what you're stating. Am I wrong?
What's that?
Am I wrong to assume that this individual is not participating in monogamy in the situationship?
Well, it's a situationship, so I mean,
Right,
maybe
so
it's monogamous, maybe it's not.
It's fluid, okay. Yeah, I would consider it a red flag. If you're not sure about how you perceive me or want to be with me 6 months in and you're still wanting to see other people and you have previous record of doing something otherwise, then no, your habit is off and I'm not interested.
Yeah, I would think he's playing games. Like, what's up? Like, what?
Well, being in a situationship for 6 months is ridiculous in itself, not the fact that
Is
it's
it?
passed.
It kind of is, but I feel
Well,
like
if it's,
people
if
find
it's a problem for the
themselves.
girl, then
It depends on the
Yeah.
communication.
Sure.
Right.
Here, I mean, did you guys want to come in on this?
I was in a situationship for 2 years once, so to me, like 6 months it's not okay. It sucks, and then to hear that he was doing something different before, it just seems like she's not the right girl then.
Here's maybe a better example than this. So let's say you've been dating a guy for 6 months. Let's say it's a relationship. He's kind of a homebody. He doesn't really like to go out too much. Maybe occasionally you guys get dinner, but he doesn't really take you out. You like him and he likes you, but doesn't really take you out, doesn't get you gifts, no vacations, anything like that. You find out that the last 3 relationships he had, he treated his girls all the time to fancy dinners. He paid for vacations. He'd get them gifts. All his previous relationships, but with you, he doesn't. Feeling on that?
Yeah, that would make me really sad. That would make me feel like I'm like the least special out of everyone he's dated.
Sure.
You get friend zoned after that.
Yeah.
Like you're just a homie.
The guy who gets friends
Yeah.
in?
Like if you like, yeah, we're just homies then.
Okay. What about you?
I don't know. I feel like it depends on the person.
It depends. You can't. Let's try to avoid it depends.
Okay,
It's
well,
just like everything. It can depend.
I think it's unfair to judge somebody on their past. If he did treat all his past girlfriends like that, then the best thing you can do is just ask him why. If it's an issue with the relationship, then lay your grounds for what you expect from each other. If not, go your separate ways, in my opinion. It could be that he's feeling like hurt still from the last experiences, like he gave too much of himself to those girls, and he's afraid to do it again. If that's the case, he should communicate it, but that won't happen unless you address what's making you uncomfortable. Like, hey, I found out you did all these things for these girls. What's different about me? Do you not see a future with me? And
But-
if he can't answer that.
Is it? I don't know. I was thinking maybe it's a little unhealthy to compare yourself to his past relationships. So maybe just stick to the own standards that you have set. So if you're like, okay, I like these certain things, and he's not doing it, then that's a problem. But if you don't care about that stuff, then why does it matter?
I mean, for me personally, like I'm like a big adventure bug. I love to travel. I love to like get out and do things. And if he's a homebody, like that's not gonna work out as is. And it like aside from the gifts, like I could afford my own stuff. I don't need the gifts, but it's like the big red flag for me would be the homebody aspect. Because I like to get out. I like to go travel, and I want to do fun shit.
Sure. Okay. Then let's perhaps exclude the homebody component.
Okay.
And just he bought all his ex-girlfriend's gifts. He paid for dates. He paid for vacations. But with you, no.
he probably realized he was attracting the wrong women with all of that.
Yeah, I feel like in a relationship it should be like a 50-50 split. Like, I like to spoil my dudes too. Like when I'm dating someone, I genuinely like to pay for dinner. I like to pay for concert tickets. I like to be out and do things that are fun.
Okay.
And I have no problem buying.
I'll have you answer it, but really quick. You mentioned 50-50 relationships. Who here is in favor of 50-50 relationships? Is this?
Actually, can I say I prefer 100-100? Nobody should
I've heard.
be giving
Yeah,
half
I've
of
heard
their
that.
effort.
Yeah, semantics.
Okay.
Semantics, but okay, yeah. But just another show of hands. I didn't see who believes in 50-50, 100-100 relationships.
What does that even mean, though?
Wait, so hold on. Keep your hands
Yeah,
up
do
a
you
second.
mean like money? Like materialistic things?
Well, I mean, I think that's often the paradigm in which it's viewed in. But I mean, it could come down to household labor in that way. I often hear, though, I mean, when it comes to 50-50, usually the protection component is not part of it. So, for example, like the expectation that your male partner protect you in the event of a home invasion, for example, or killing spiders, that typically.
Oh, I need that. I need protection, so.
I can kill spiders.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
There you go. You
Are you
didn't,
talking more about like rules?
into the mic, please.
Are you talking more about like rules in a relationship? Where
I suppose, yeah. So like, I mean, the obvious ones that occur to me is paying for the first date, providing. So, do you want to be 50-50 with the person? Do you want maybe, you know, in a long-term relationship, you know, some arrangements, there's a partner that's stay at home, taking care of the kids, the family, whereas the other person is the breadwinner. So, yeah. I didn't see everyone who was raised their hand for 50-50, but yes, 50-50. No, so you two no on 50-50.
No.
No on 50-50.
I don't agree with equality.
Don't agree. What about you?
No,
No,
absolutely not.
absolutely not. Go into that a little bit. Why?
Sure. I think nowadays, I'm not going to say all men, but a lot of men look to women to be everything, right? We have to have jobs that make a lot of money. We have to, well, most men that I talk to do. I see your face like,
Most men that you talk to.
well, if we're talking about 50-50, if they're paying half the rent, they better have some money under their hands, right? So if we're going 50-50, no, I think that's bullshit. As a woman, I'm coming in there like, okay, I'm literally going to do everything and anything you want, okay? In the bedroom, blowjobs are jobs, honey. So yeah, absolutely. I want you to pay for all of my shit.
Wait, hold on. Let's go.
Feminism.
Feminism.
Oh, you're gonna trigger
That's
Brian.
feminism.
Oh, here we go.
Before I responded, maybe you guys had a response over here.
Okay, sorry. So when you say, I'm just piggybacking off what you
Please,
said.
yes.
So a lot of the men, especially the men who like to watch the show, love to like throw crap onto feminism. And I'm not a feminist myself, so I can see both perspectives. However, men are also victims of feminism or the feminist movement because the feminist movement tells women that, I mean, inadvertently. So because you could be everything, you could be anything you want to be. Now, you know, we're equal with rights and all that fun stuff. We could be anything we want to be, but we're interpreting it as we need to be and do everything. And the men are also now interpreting it like that. So I don't believe in 50-50 relationships, and I personally want to be a stay-at-home mom one day. So it's not going to cut it. It's not going to work out. You know, like what, the woman's supposed to pay half the bills and do all of the housework? That just doesn't make sense. That's like 70-30.
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
more what I'm talking about.
Like,
Yeah.
at least pay maybe 30% of the bills, and she does
Right.
more of the housework. Like, it has to be a certain, you know, just can't be like, you know what I mean?
I feel like kids make a huge difference in this
For
whole
sure.
conversation.
Absolutely.
So,
And
I
we're
mean,
usually the ones
pre-kids.
having kids. So
Yeah. we're the only ones having kids. I mean,
we're spending 9-10 months really in
yeah,
gestation.
but you're going to base your relationship off of that, even if
No,
you don't
not at
plan
all.
to have kids with this person?
No, but I think, feminism isn't a bad thing. Of course, there's always going to be extremists, right, that are like, oh, just hate men, just hate men. I don't
But
believe
isn't
that.
feminism all about equality?
No, it is about equality for sure, but I think there's more to it. We've been completely erased from history, and now,
Erroneous. Erroneous.
and now,
Hold on.
wait, no.
Feminism's about equality. Okay,
Let me
yeah,
wait, just hold
go
on.
ahead.
Just hold on. Even now, there have studies that have been shown that quite literally show that when women start dominating a man's career, the cost of that job goes down. Right? So once women go into the field, how much they're making goes down because it's women now, right? They don't really care about us as much. And,
Erroneous.
I mean, you can see that
Erroneous.
now with just healthcare, you know? I mean, I can't go to every state and have necessary healthcare. That's really scary for me, right? And that's where I'm coming from is like, no, we should have,
You're
the
talking
same.
about abortion laws,
Yeah,
right? Okay.
abortion laws, yes.
Yeah, and also at the same time, it's becoming more dangerous for women because in certain fields, like, I forgot the statistics, but in certain fields, women do make the same amount as men. And I'm from New York, so in New York specifically, women out-earn men. In the age
Absolutely.
group from 20 to 40, women out-earn men.
We're more
And-
educated too.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
So all educated women in Manhattan alone out-earn men. And this is, at least over there,
Right.
it's making it really dangerous for women because men still want to feel dominant, and they will inadvertently try to dominate the woman in another way, like a domestic violence
Sure.
thing,
Okay.
you know, or emotional abuse to try to be like, you know, I'm the man, even if you're making them more money, because even if you're not emasculating him, If you're making more than him and you're still like splitting it 50-50, you'll have more saved, you'll have more invested, and he'll feel bad. Depending on the man, but
I
I'm pretty
respect
sure
that.
this is most.
I definitely
you know?
respect that, but what you have to understand is globally, men hold far more money than
That's
women
true,
ever will. So, well, maybe not
80,
will,
80,
but right
80%,
now.
Right now, yeah.
80% of consumer spending is done by women. Women hold
Correct.
the majority of debt.
Yes.
So,
But I mean, the most billionaires, millionaires are men.
I mean, that's the apex fallacy.
Tell me about that.
The apex fallacy, you're looking at the top percentage of men, which happen to be a very small proportion of men, and attributing to that as to men as a class, as a group.
But don't you do that when it comes to, I can't bring it up. I'm about to use a P word that we're not allowed to use.
Oh my God, I don't see how that's at all relevant.
Oh, I
to
do.
the
Okay, so
conversation.
99% of sexual perpetrators are male. And
That's false.
no, look it up right now.
What about
It
all
is
these
a-
women teachers that are
Right. Let me get into that because this is quite literally my background. This is what I do for a living. So I can tell you that it is 99% of sexual perpetrators are male. You can look that up right now.
That's false.
Yeah. I'm telling you, this is what bugs me about men who say things like that. That is willful ignorance. You can absolutely look that up and educate yourself right now, and you don't. Why?
Also, when
it's
a
not true.
when a high school
It's
boy
It is
on its-
true.
On its face, it's not true.
It
Oh
is
my
true.
God, you have to
It
look
is
it
true.
up. How can you say that's not true? What's your background? Where are your statistics coming from?
It also
What are-
doesn't help that when a young man is like assaulted by an older teacher,
Yes.
instead of getting support, you see the comments full of "Wow, he should feel grateful. What a lucky boy."
And I'm not saying that men cannot be raped. They are absolutely being raped, but they're being raped by other men.
And they don't stand up for victims.
Yes. So women can absolutely rape. I've seen bad cases in the cases that I've worked on with women. But this is a real statistic, and I'm going to say it again, and you're going to say that's not true, but you can easily look it up, so that's willful ignorance if you don't want to. 80 to 90% of you know what I'm saying, are male. 99% of
See,
sexual perpetrators
you've just
are
given me
male.
two different numbers.
Right, I'm talking
Previously, you
about-
said 99%.
Yes, but we're
Now
talking
you've
about
shifted it to 80.
pedophilia.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
we're talking
Can-
about pedophilia
I
alone.
specifically instructed you before the show. We're
Not
not
to
gonna-
say it, and then when I
Yes,
looked at you
but
and
I
tried to
don't
say
see-
it, you looked at me
I don't,
weird.
I don't see how that's relevant to the conversation we're
It
having.
is relevant to the conversation. We're talking about
We're-
men and women. Men
But
have
you're totally
a far...
derailing the conversation. We were previously talking about the
50-50
wage gap
equality
Of course.
somehow,
relationship.
and now,
Absolutely.
and I'm talking about the apex fallacy,
Right.
and
But
you
we
want
were
to
talking, yeah, so
talk
we were
about
talking
something
about, right.
totally unrelated.
And then it got into feminism, right? So then we were talking a little bit about feminism, and then I'm coming on here saying, okay, we're looked at as women as these horrible, awful people, and yet...
What are
I
you
mean,
talking about?
It's a big difference
What are you
between...
talking
saying
about?
that?
Who?
Okay,
Look at the chat.
oh, everyone's like hating me. It's okay. It's okay.
Your
This is
viewers
something
don't
that you
like
can,
us.
it's something you can easily look up. I'm not sitting here saying like, oh,
Okay,
just
we're not
believe
going
me.
to talk about that statistic.
Sure. Okay. Okay, fine. Let's take children out of it. That's fair. And yes, but still, based off of that, 99% of sexual perpetrators are male. That's a real statistic.
I don't see how that's at all relevant to this conversation.
Right. But
I'm
we're talking
failing
about
to
men and
see-
women,
Okay,
right? Yeah.
I don't see how that's relevant at all.
Oh, see, I do. I think there's a big difference there. And
Are you just trying to point out that men do bad things?
Like, I don't understand.
Or, like,
We were
what?
talking
What
about.
is- I don't.
okay, yeah, maybe I have derailed the conversation a little bit, and I can definitely respect that. I think I'm coming more from a different background, right? I've seen the worst of humanity, and so I'm coming forward saying, oh, all these people are like hating on women, saying X, Y, and Z about women, but there's so much more to the story.
If
you
they
know?
directed their energy that they use to fuel hate towards women who live sexually fulfilled lives towards men who sexually assault, I don't know, I just feel like that's a better way to funnel all that energy.
The fuck are you guys? I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Like, I literally
Okay,
don't
let's go back to your
see
question then.
the-
Yeah, that's fine. Let's go back to your question.
We were talking
then.
about 50-50.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, then we got into feminism, we got into other things. Things got derailed. Yes, no, I don't believe in 50-50.
But you're a feminist.
Yes.
How do you reconcile that?
No, I respect that. I think when it comes to, parenting, sure, I think it should be 50-50, obviously. But
Do you? Most feminists are not in favor of shared custody. Default 50-50.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean? Feminists are not for 50-50 when it comes to raising children?
When it comes, for example, if there's a custody dispute, most feminists are like non-favor of 50-50. In fact, in Florida, a feminist organization, I believe it's called NOW, the National Organization of Women, fought against a bill that would have given men and women presumptive 50-50 custody of children in the case of a divorce, for example.
Yeah.
Women fight against that. Feminists fight against that.
Well, of course, I think there's always going to be an extreme feminist, and maybe I am one, right? I can certainly look at that based off of my background. All for women. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, I think isn't it in California? It's like not 50-50 custody, but 70-30 as far as how much men pay in child support. I think it's something like that. Like men only pay 30% of their entire income, and women it's generally like far more than that.
Well, child support payments overwhelmingly go from men to women, not from women to men.
Correct.
I've never heard this stat of when a woman has to pay child support, she's paying 70% of her income. I don't know where you're
misspoke.
pulling
I
this. This
misspoke.
is like ridiculous.
It's care towards the child. So the woman tends to put 70% of her income towards that child, where the male is putting 30.
Like they only legally have to put
And
30%.
they're legally obliged. The woman is not obliged to put any income necessarily,
Right.
But she is putting 70%, where the man is legally obliged to put 30.
Correct. And some men, when they get divorced from this has happened to my friend.
Hold on.
Oh.
Mailman donated $100. This lady is completely insane. Number one, she's wrong. Number two, no other woman is standing up against this claim.
Yeah,
for the man.
I'm all alone today.
This
It's
is the
fucking
silent
ridiculous.
confirmation bias. You see it when a group of women all say they are a 10/10. Pure delusion.
None of us said that.
I don't think I'm a 10.
You just think we're narcissists because you feel insecure when you look
I
at
think
us.
he
That's a
thinks
you
he's
problem.
a 10. Yeah. No, that's funny. Okay, let's go back to your questions then. This is too intense
Okay,
for you.
so 50-50, you say you're against 50-50, yet you're a feminist.
Yes.
Isn't feminism supposedly about equality?
Yeah, I think it is equality, and once we, as women do have more equality, then it should be more 50-50. But we
What do you
women-
mean by more equality,
Yeah,
though?
sure,
Because
sure.
all the law, we have everything in America.
Oh my gosh,
you know?
of course. No, I'm not saying that we're like living in Iran or something like that, or India, right? Which are just like so awful against women. But I still think that there are issues in this country against women, absolutely. And abortion being one of them, which I know is like a tough subject. But, and I'm totally pro-life, pro-choice, it's up to you. I just think that as a woman, if I go into...
1,161 donated $100. Hi Brian, sorry about your neck and the people at the table being a pain in the neck. How can women keep their body count low if men don't want to wait beyond 3 dates for sex? Can women show their interest in another way?
Yo, Alec, thanks for the donation, man. Appreciate the kind words. As far as the body count thing goes, I mean, I think you can hook up with a girl can hook up with a guy relatively soon and still keep a low body count. I mean, that comes down to vetting the guy, talking to the guy. Is he going to be leaving the state soon? Are you traveling? Don't hook up when you're traveling. I mean, there's definitely ways to keep a low body count. But thank you, man. Appreciate it. Continue with your point.
Wait, I'm sorry. I already forgot what I was talking about.
You're telling us the rights that we have, or the rights that we
Oh my
need.
gosh.
I'm sorry.
Of course. Yes, absolutely. No, I'm not saying. Yeah, I'm saying we do live in a first world country where we do have rights. I'm allowed to vote. Can have. But I mean, it wasn't until like 1970 something that women could open up a credit card without their husband's signature. Before that, we couldn't. Right, so these are all not brand new, but relatively new, right? These things have happened in modern days. This was back in the 70s. Our parents were alive in the 70s.
You know what else happened in the 70s? The Vietnam War,
Exactly.
where men were exclusively drafted.
Yeah, Pol
And-
Pot also was really bad during that time.
Well, yeah, there's
Cambodia.
okay, sure. So,
Yeah,
you say that we don't have equality yet between men and women, correct?
to me, correct.
In the U.S.
Correct.
Okay, so name one right that a man has that a woman doesn't.
Again, healthcare. So, right, if let's say I'm pregnant, God forbid I lose my baby and I go to Arkansas. I do not have access in Arkansas to legally go into a clinic and get an abortion, which, would happen if my baby was unfortunately dead inside of me, right? So those types of things, right? Let's say I was bleeding out or something and it was from, something happened in the birth canal, all that stuff. Like, we don't get that, right? That's scary to me. That's scary to my children, for my kids,
Well, okay, so I would want to prompt you to give me one example outside of reproductive rights, because men have no reproductive rights in this country, so it's not clear to me if that's an equality issue. So besides, and Roe v. Wade just pushed it back to the states, so
Right, it's up to
there
the
are
state.
some states where you still have that right. So
Yes, definitely.
besides that, the only thing that occurs to me, one right that men have that women don't, is in some states it is criminalized to be topless. I know that sounds silly, but that's honestly the only, and it's not, some states you can be topless as a woman.
Yeah.
That is honestly the only right that I can think of that some women in some states do not have.
Right.
But so I ask you again, what right do men have in this country that women do not?
Yeah, based off of laws, yeah, it's mainly abortion, right?
Okay.
But again, we've gotten these rights really recently. Again, we couldn't own a home by ourselves until like 19 something, right?
I'd have to fact check that. I'm not
Exactly.
sure on
Okay,
that
so
one,
you are
but-
into fact checking. That's a good thing. So yeah, that's just mainly where I'm coming from. Yeah, I think abortion's a big topic for me because of my work that I do. A lot of children do become pregnant, and I think legally they should not have to carry that baby. So
Do any of the girls on the side of the table
Yeah.
want to address that? Yeah. Yes.
Oh man, not to stir the pot or anything.
yeah,
Stir the pot.
No.
You can stir the pot. Go ahead. Please stir the
please
pot.
do. No, I love hearing that. Yeah, I love hearing from women like what they think.
I am more so.
Into the mic, please.
I'm more so pro-life.
Sure.
So I believe there are steps that you could take before it comes to that.
100%.
Like
Is it
protection
religious
or
due to
anything.
your
I
beliefs?
am religious.
Okay.
But also personally, like I don't think anyone should have the right to decide if a baby who can't decide for itself whether they can make.
Would you keep a child that you got pregnant because you were assaulted? Would you
That
keep that?
honestly, I think I would, but that percentage is very low in terms of who goes and gets an abortion. Like statistically speaking, through.
But
that-
don't
how many people
don't
would
those,
admit
don't those
that when they
individuals
go?
deserve access if they do not want
I
that
think that
child?
could be a topic that we could talk about. Like there could be like, for those people, but it's like once you let something be so easily accessed, it's really hard to draw a line of like when it stops or like when the cutoff is.
People are not getting abortions for fun. I can promise you that.
I know, no, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying it's
Economically,
really.
let's say you couldn't take care of it, you don't have the family, you don't have the foundation, and you're now in a state that abortions are not available to you. You would still keep that child even if it ends up with you two on the street?
First of all, I wouldn't.
You're disproportionately putting that child at a disadvantage.
No, personally, first of all, I wouldn't have a child if I'm not able.
You didn't get a choice in the matter. You got pregnant due to assault.
I think
I
there's
mean,
also
she spoke
adoption.
about
How
certain
many
steps
kids
that
have
you
you
could.
adopted?
I would be down to adopt. Actually, I really do want to adopt.
It's actually really hard to adopt.
But I'm not.
There are a lot of kids in foster homes who just never end up getting adopted because there's just so many of them.
There are, but I think there's also a lot of programs that are working towards helping these children.
But they're not quite there yet. So as of
All
now,
I'm saying is, I think people should not resort to abortion as a plan A. And there's just steps.
I would agree.
That's what I'm
No,
saying.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, Kyria, right? How do you say your name?
Kyria.
Kyria. You're Christian.
Yes.
Do you have thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I have 2 points. On the first point, the statistics of women who get abortions after a sexual assault are super low. And honestly, personally, if I wasn't financially stable myself, I wouldn't be having sex. And I personally would never let a man who isn't financially stable fuck me. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I wouldn't do that. So like, there are ways to prevent it, is what I'm saying. Like, if you know that you're not supposed to, you're not in a place where you can have a child and bring a child into a stable environment, then there are ways to avoid that. There are so many ways to avoid that. Like, the pill itself is revolutionary. I don't take it, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What about married couples who are not financially stable? Should they just stop having sex?
You can use a condom. The
Condoms
morning
aren't
after
100%
pill.
though.
Condoms break.
Condoms break.
Yeah,
Birth
but there's
control.
both. You can also track your cycle. There's only 1
there's
week
no
where you can
method that's
fertilize
100%.
it.
There's not a single method of birth control that's 100%. So
You can try them all. If you really,
can try
really
them
honestly
all.
don't want to have a kid, you could try them
you
all.
can try them all, but things happen.
I just think once you're actually engaging that activity with someone, you're automatically knowing what could happen. So you should be prepared.
It's like you're
that
doing
that is an
something and
outcome.
I don't think sex with a spouse should come with the punishment of a child that you can't take care of.
Okay,
both
but why do you
individuals
think a
get tied.
child is a punishment?
Because
Children
if
aren't
you're not
punishments,
ready,
you know?
if you're not ready for a kid, it can be seen as a punishment to a lot of people who they're not financially able, emotionally able, or they just don't want to put their body through that.
Yeah, but as an
It can be a
adult or
punishment.
as a married couple, you're engaging in a certain activity to instantly gratify you and just being completely ignorant of the consequences. And there are ways to go about it. There are many different ways to not get pregnant.
And not all of them are 100% though, is what I'm saying.
Okay,
You said that you wouldn't have sex,
so we're
though.
just
Yeah,
adding
not
on
having
to
sex.
Okay,
Not
so-
having sex is for sure 100%.
Exactly.
So
you know what I
you
mean?
wouldn't have sex
Even if I was
in a marriage.
in a marriage,
If you
yeah,
weren't
but
ready to have a kid, you would just put off having. You would just tell your husband, no, we can't have sex right now, because
if
we're
we
not in a
weren't
place.
ready, like financially ready.
If you were in a place where you and your husband, somebody got laid off, somebody was sick, bills were coming in, you guys are both in debt. You obviously can't take care of a kid at that point. You don't want to put yourself through that. Would you
Okay.
just stop having sex with your spouse?
Okay, so I'm 19, right? I want to get married. I want to get married early. I want to have kids early. But with that being said, because I want those things and because I have that teleology already in place in my mind, I don't have any debt. I'm paying school out of pocket right now. The person that my future husband, hopefully he won't have debt. If he does, I will help him. I personally have a good job right now, and hopefully he does too. So there's certain steps that I would never make myself get into a position that bad and marry into that position or bring a child into that position. There's certain steps that you can take now. I'm always planning for the future.
Well, that's good for
because
you,
of
but
what
there
I
are married
want.
couples
I
who
know,
are
but you
financially
asked
well off
me
and,
personally.
Like,
you know
what
I
if somebody
mean?
gets cancer? What if somebody's sick? What if somebody
Okay,
like
if you
the
get cancer, you
pandemic,
can't
like-
carry a baby.
Okay, well, what if somebody's sick?
You're
Like, what if
How
you're
sick are
asking
we
a lot of
talking
what ifs,
about?
which isn't catering to her, which was the original question.
Mhm.
Do you come from a place of personally view of privilege? Because you said when it talks about financial stability, because you said you have set yourself up in a specific manner and are able to follow it thoroughly and wouldn't deviate from that. There's people that don't have that same, if it is financial or you have a security belt, that don't have that.
I don't have I mean, I do. I have an emergency fund and all of that. But are you asking if I
Like
grew,
more
grew
like
up?
parents and things that a fallback plan. Because there's some individuals that end up pregnant that don't
Yeah.
have that same.
Yeah, no, I've been living alone since I was 17. I don't have a fallback
Right, kudos
plan.
to you. That's
Thank
good.
you.
Yeah.
And no, I didn't grow up in privilege either. It's just, I'm friends with a lot of older people, and I like to learn from their mistakes.
Totally
You know what I
understand.
mean? So whatever they say don't do, I don't do. So everything is set up because I really want a husband and I really want a family. So I'll make sure that it gets there. But that's me personally, and I know not a lot of women want children. And I'm not saying you have to have children, but there are ways to not have children.
So
you
that's
know?
good for you that you're stable, but do you think your beliefs should affect whether or not another woman has the right to choose?
There is
That's why we're just saying it's our belief.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
but
is
a lot
our
of people,
belief.
a lot of people who believe that will like lobby for and support anti-abortion laws. So where would you stand there?
I still don't think that it's okay for you to decide to kill a life because If you have you seen a 15-week fetus? Have you seen
I don't
it?
care to, no.
Well, exactly. So like, if you don't care to know, then that's what it is. But it's still a baby, and I'm
I mean,
just not
I definitely
comfortable with
have, but
that.
I'm saying it's
You
to
know?
me, it's not a baby, and that's just my belief.
So
It's-
it looks
cells.
exactly like a baby.
It's a
It
clump of
looks
cells.
like an actual baby you can carry, but you don't think it's a baby, is what I'm hearing. Like,
I don't.
It definitely doesn't
Okay.
survive out of the womb.
okay, it can't survive out of, yeah, but it's still your child.
So you would
still a
vote,
child,
you would vote
your
against other
child.
women having the right to choose because of your personal beliefs and your situation.
But she chose to have sex.
But
that
she did not
is-
choose to get pregnant. And yes, it's always a risk, but I'm saying what if somebody's taking all the precautions, taking all the birth control they possibly can? It's like a
So when that happens,
99.9%.
then we can have this discussion.
Yeah,
That
but do
happens
you,
a lot.
okay, but do
That
you
happens a lot.
personally,
If they're taking birth control and that happens, that's not a lot of.
But if there's a law in place to stop them from doing so, why should we wait until it comes to that?
okay, but you're talking about, you know, the 0.001% chance that it happens if you take all the precautions, right? Like, that's what you're asking. Do you honestly really think, I'm not shitting on women right now, I'm not, but do you honestly really think that all these women are taking every single one of those precautions or are responsible enough
No,
to
I
take
don't
all of
think they're all
them?
taking precautions, but I don't think
Exactly.
it matters because it's her right to choose. At the end of the day, it's her body. If she doesn't want to gestate a baby and damage her entire pelvic floor delivering said baby, she shouldn't have to.
But it took
Then
a-
why did
a
she
man
choose
and
to
a
have
woman
sex
create
knowing
Because
the
humans were built to
consequences?
piss and shit and have sex.
They were
It's-
made
it's
to
a- it's a
procreate,
fundamental-
actually. They were made to
it's-
procreate.
We were
Not
also
to have
we're also
sex.
humans and dolphins are the only two mammals who have sex for recreation.
Huh?
It is-
Dolphins.
Dolphins, yes.
Dolphins. up in
Dolphins
here.
have sex for
We
recreation.
should know what we should
You
talk
should
about.
fact check
talk
that,
about.
too.
We should talk about dolphin mating.
Let's talk about it.
Welcome to the Whatever podcast, where we discuss the mating rituals of aquatic
Dolphins
animals.
also enjoy killing
All
other
right,
animals for fun.
let's move it on. Let's move it on from this.
Let's keep talking.
Oh,
I'm just
God.
kidding.
Well, I'm going to bring it back to the 50-50 feminist
Oh,
thing.
sure.
So I wanted a bit of more clarity on that. So you're against 50-50 relationships, but consider yourself to be a feminist.
Yes. I'm a radical feminist, meaning that I think men should do everything for me in life, and I shouldn't have to lift a finger. I'm totally messing with you.
What the fuck?
I bet all your viewers are
no,
going to
but-
believe that.
Oh my god.
I'm
I-
just kidding. No,
You know,
I
there's
really-
some truth there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I can tell you this. Listen, I've gotten got by a man before. I've
You
had
got got?
Yeah, I paid this guy's rent for a long time, right?
What a legend.
Exactly. And then after that, you're like, yeah, I'm never doing that again. So if any man wants access to me, like, I'm not going to pay his rent. I'm not going to do that shit. I would never ask someone to pay my rent.
But initially, I think if I recall what you said
Yeah.
said something along the lines of, well, I'm doing all these sexual things for the guy,
Yes.
ergo,
No, okay.
ergo, he should
yes.
pay everything.
I understand. I think I meant that more in like a joking way. Like, BJ, they don't call it a job for nothing, right?
Sure.
But yes, but I do know that, you know, a lot of women during sexual intercourse don't actually come, right? So already here,
Oh,
we're
hold on.
we're not having as much fun.
$100. You're definitely a government employee. For knowledgeable useless ignorance about you, they should transfer you to the USPS. You're a bucket of bad ideas. God luck with your future. Daddy government, cat shelters, and Pfizer are cheering you on.
Your response to Marquavius.
Hi, Marquavius. I love you. No, I'm not a Fed. I am a government employee. Yeah, you try doing the work that I do, and then we can talk about it. Love you.
Okay. So you were saying,
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep coming back. I don't even know what I'm talking about
yeah,
anymore.
the 50-50.
Yeah. No. Okay. So I'm gonna base this off of my own familial interactions. Okay. So growing up, my mom not only had a full-time job, but she also raised my brother and I have an older brother, and did everything in between. My father went to work and worked on his cars, you know, and if it was like, oh, you know, can you help with the kids here? No. In fact, my dad went to pick me up in kindergarten. They wouldn't let him take us home because they didn't believe he was our father. Because they never saw him so much, right? So that's
His
what,
complexion was a bit different. Or?
well, he kind of does look Middle Eastern. I won't lie.
Okay.
But, yeah, it was different. He even had to like show his ID and everything. It was really funny. But see, that's more where I'm coming from. Whereas, I felt like my mom did absolutely everything growing up. And my father was just kind of there to be like, yeah, cool, I'm down with that.
Was your mother the breadwinner?
Technically, my father made more, but probably only like 50K difference.
50K difference?
Yeah.
A year?
A year, correct.
That's a pretty substantial.
That's
How much? Okay, so
Yes.
how much?
Sure.
How much was he making? How much was she making?
I would say he was probably making 250, and my mom was probably making
250, 200. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that's
Yeah.
pretty high income for both of them.
Exactly. Once you get up
Um,
there.
Was he working more than she was?
Well, he technically had longer hours, but again, I think that was to avoid the kids because he would wake up and leave the house at 7 and wouldn't come home till like 7 or 8. Yeah.
So, oh, okay.
Anonymous donated $100. She was just a diversity hire.
We're not
Okay.
getting paid to be here.
Yeah.
We're not. This is free.
No, I think he's talking about your job.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. I'm like, what?
So, but your dad was working more than your mother, correct? More hours.
More. I mean, I don't know. This was like 90s fun. They were at the golf course, My mom was like in biotech and my dad was in sales. So it was very different.
But you
right?
said he would leave home at 7 a.m. and
Right.
then.
But
Okay,
I mean, in between, he'd go to the gym in the morning, then he'd go to work, then he'd go to lunch, then after he'd go to golf, I mean, it wasn't like he was working 24/7.
did he work more than your mom?
I would say no.
You. Okay, I'm getting a little conflicting information.
My mom worked 8 hours a day, my dad worked 8 hours a day. But my mom came home and took care of us, which she is not compensated for.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, you had a dual income household, but
Yes.
I would say, I mean, he was out earning your mom, so I mean, there is an argument there for. Hold on.
Martin donated $100.
Thank you, Marquavius.
I'm a multi-millionaire with businesses across the southeast, hundreds of employees, post lady. What do you do that I couldn't do drunk as hell blindfolded?
Make a woman come.
Watch child pornography for 8 hours a day? Yeah, that's what I have to do, honey. Yeah.
Can
try
you
it.
avoid using like? It's just like, geez. Okay. Okay. So it would seem to me that.
The old mailman donated $100. What a sad time we live in. People are literally fighting for the right to kill their babies just so they can run the streets and take raw meat with zero consequences. Also, they don't want 50-50. Feminism isn't about equality, it's about superiority.
Yes.
Cry.
I would like to be superior. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding.
It's so funny listening to them cry.
And a lot of these laws that are in place were put in place by men. So,
What? I mean, there's actually more women who are, if you're talking about the pro-life stuff, there's more women who are pro-life than,
of course. No, I agree with that.
so it's not like a man thing.
Right, but I mean, not a lot of women have been making laws for too long, right? We didn't have the right to do that like the past 50 plus years.
Past 50 plus years?
Probably, yeah.
What do you-
When
Women
did,
have been
when
in
did we
positions
have
of
the
government.
first congresswoman? Yeah, that's a good question. Or the first, we haven't had a female president yet. We have a vice president, which is nice. But we haven't held those seats, right?
Hold on, hide that hair.
Polka Smith donated $100. She likes her job. Disgusting.
Actually, they
So,
tend to
yeah.
hire women more than men, so less liability.
Okay, so can you please clarify? You've said you don't believe in 50-50, yet you're a feminist.
Yes. Because
Okay.
of how I was raised, again, just I saw my
But that
mom
didn't,
do
I mean,
so much
according
more.
to you, so your assessment of it, it wasn't a 50-50.
Correct, and that's what okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I should speak better. Speak more better. I saw that it wasn't 50-50. In my household, yes, I would want 50-50. When I'm dating you, I would want you to, provide. I want to see if you're a good provider.
Why?
Because isn't that, what men want to be? Most, look at Andrew Tate. Isn't this guy, I know.
No.
You just went back on that now and saying that if you are in a relationship, you do want 50-50?
So no, you said like when you're in a relationship,
Sure.
get married, you want it to be 50-50.
Yes.
However, during the initial courtship process,
Yes.
you want the guy to pay for everything.
Not necessarily pay for everything, but potentially do a little bit more. Yeah.
How so?
Yeah, so so the last guy I dated, it was a little contentious because I only took him on a couple dates, and we had probably been dating for 6 months, and out of those 6 months, I think I took him out maybe 2 or 3 times. He was very upset by that. He thought that as many times as he took me out, I should take him out. I guess I'm just old school. I don't believe that. I think a man should be taking a woman out more.
So you want equality only when it benefits you.
Yes. I'm just kidding.
But it's like, how do you reconcile believing in feminism, believing in gender equality, but saying that you want the guy to take care of, you want the guy to adhere to his traditional gender roles during the initial courtship? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, no, I think that's what I believe. I think gender norms in the beginning make sense, but yeah, as you get to know each other, they go away, right?
Okay, so traditional gender roles when it benefits you, and then those disperse when they don't benefit you.
Oh, okay. Let me be a little more careful with how I'm saying things. So in the beginning, I think it's up to a man to woo a woman, right? He should be the one that takes her out. He should be the one that wants to do all these things for her, right?
That's not very feminist of you, but okay.
Yeah, and I respect that, right? But again, feminism is a spectrum, right? And we're all in certain places in the spectrum.
I disagree.
So,
I think equality is black and white. There
but I'm
is
talking
no
about feminism.
I personally don't think feminism is an equality movement. But that's the more generous, that's how some people will describe feminism, is it's about equality.
But
I
through the
reject
movement,
that.
we have got equality. We have the right to vote now, which we didn't get until 1915, 16, something like that. We couldn't, buy our own, take out our own credit cards without a man's signature until the 1970s. Right?
I would have to fact check that.
Yeah, and you
don't
can.
know.
You absolutely
Would you
can.
reiterate your view on feminism?
What's that?
Would you reiterate your view on feminism and how your generous view you give it?
Sure. So, feminism, the most generous definition I would give it is it's a woman's advocacy movement. That's the most generous definition I would give it. However, my view of it, what it actually is it is a women's advocacy movement. However, the rhetoric and the ideology is steeped in man-hating and
But isn't that what-
Smith
and
donated
conspiracy, hold on.
$100. Typical government stuff. Everything they say never makes sense.
yeah, so that's my view of feminism.
Sure.
Should women not advocate for themselves?
I didn't say that. There's nothing wrong with women's advocacy. However, but to portray feminism as an
I'm
equality
sorry.
movement, hold on.
Okay.
To portray feminism or to suggest that feminism is a movement about equality is on it's just wrong. There's nothing wrong with women's advocacy, women's rights, that's great. However, feminism has gone way beyond that, and it, throughout its entire history, has quite frankly been a man-hating ideology.
So you're saying we can support one side without bringing down the other?
Well, that's called egalitarianism, and I consider myself an egalitarian. So,
I can agree that it's derailed. I don't think that its original root was to hate on men directly.
well, I mean, its original root was also deeply racist.
I would agree
because-
with you there. I would agree with you there.
yeah.
Absolutely.
So is
But
Lincoln.
it's always been a man-hating ideology. Here's
No, I
why.
think that's changed recently.
Yeah.
You think that's recent? The core, the
I
core,
think it is more, yeah, I think it is more recent.
well, the core tenet of feminism is this conspiracy theory called the patriarchy theory, which posits, I mean, she's laughing.
It's not a conspiracy.
It is a conspiracy theory. You're saying that men as a class throughout all history oppressed women as a class
Yes.
throughout all history.
Yes.
That's not
Quite
true.
literally, we were erased from history. We weren't allowed to do jobs that men were doing. We weren't allowed to become doctors until like the late 1800s, you know?
I don't see, that's not really related to patriarchy theory, but
Correct, but
Sure,
also
yeah, go ahead.
not entirely. I don't think women were completely erased from history. I think when it valued the education system for women to be put in a place of a submissive nature, then it was taught and it was educated.
Women got us to the moon.
okay.
Yeah.
You're talking about that lady who did like that whole stack of code?
That was Jack Black's mom.
Really?
Yeah,
Isn't
that's
that interesting?
I mean, I just reject outright that women were oppressed and men were the oppressor. I reject it.
But
I
there's
believe,
historical evidence that's happened due to religion being one of the predominant factors of how we viewed society.
Men have a divine right over women.
I've never
That
heard
happened
that.
in like medieval times, but yes.
You've never seen.
King, have you not heard of King Henry VIII? And he
I've
went
seen
to the
the
Catholic
Tudors.
Church.
I've
or-
seen the Tudors. I
Yeah.
have no idea.
And he
Like,
went to
I
the
don't,
Catholic Church and said,
I don't
I'm
see
more
how the
divine than
fuck
God.
that-
Yeah.
The Tudors is a great show, but I have
It
no
is a
idea
great
how
show.
that's
You said a
Yeah.
bad word.
related.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, you're
what
asking
was,
me to continue?
yeah, you were
I
asking
mean,
me something.
Well, just if you date back far enough, that you see that women were put in a place to be very submissive. So their role was to be mothers and caretakers. They were not given the opportunity or even considered intelligent enough or able enough to do chores outside of that.
Well, I reject that, but I mean, you know, first off, there's a few considerations biologically that you have to think of. First off, there's certain sanitary realities, and then there's also birth control. So, and, you know, we have such conveniences that have come about in the past 100 years. Life was incredibly difficult hundreds, 200s of years ago. So, I mean, there is a certain component of, you know, and obviously the risk of death during pregnancy, if there was an expectation to continue the human race and women were the ones that gave birth, and if there was a high probability that you could die during childbirth, wouldn't it almost make sense to invest, for example, educational opportunities in men who don't have that additional risk of death during childbirth?
And a lot of women my age, like in their 30s, actually sometimes don't get hired because we're technically in an age where we will have kids. And they don't want to have to pay for us to go and have kids, right? Because usually, if you're...
Now, I acknowledge that maybe some women don't want to have kids. However, historically, there were certain gender expectations, and, you know, things were very different.
Women were biological.
Yeah, it's biological.
But when I say, okay, we want a man to provide, which is what they have been doing for thousands of years, all of a sudden, like, that's not okay, right?
But if you're expecting that from a man, shouldn't he expect you to act as the traditional form of woman?
Totally, yeah.
So, okay,
So
but
you're traditional in your behavior?
I have traditional behaviors, yes. I would say so.
Really?
Yeah. You can talk to any of my exes if you want.
What are your traditional behaviors?
I like to cook. Cooking. Woohoo, feminism. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I like to cook. I actually have to get going. So sorry, this isn't going to be as much fun anymore. Everyone's loving me. Yeah, they love me. Okay, I have to get going. But yeah, this was actually really fun. I think we should sit down and have more conversations about feminism. But I think that might be I might be the only one who wants that.
It's a bit early, you sure?
Yeah, I do have to go. I
8:30?
have a
Hello?
job tomorrow doing stuff for the government.
Okay, so before you leave, I guess, I will touch back because you were asking me a question, so I'll touch back on that. I just, again, you've said that you believe in 50-50, yet or sorry, excuse me, you don't believe in 50-50, yet you describe yourself as a feminist.
No, I do believe in 50-50, but not in the beginning.
Right, that's what I mean. Okay, so would you take an issue with a guy wanting to split the bill on a first date?
I would, yes.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I
see,
would not.
and
I
guess
would
what?
not.
We're all different. See?
But I have difficulty reconciling I assume you believe in gender equality, right?
Yeah, of course.
And feminism, that's a supposed
Men
component
get
to
paid
feminism.
more.
It's also just romantic for a guy
Yeah,
to
we
woo
want
a
to be
woman.
wooed.
Yeah.
I will say, there's often men that complain about women being in their highly masculine energy, right?
Sure.
And they want them to be more feminine. So if you do take up those traditional roles, you may allow that partner you're trying to pursue to lean into that feminine energy a bit more. Where if you don't, she may feel the need to continue to present more masculine. And that's okay if she wants to present in that masculine nature, but if you are looking for a feminine woman, you should take up those roles and give her that space of safety.
Exactly. See, she explained that far better than I ever could have.
That's why I cut it down. Not saying that you didn't, but that's one of the reasons I wanted.
Okay, so I have a question for you. So you mentioned, I think we had spoke before the show. You said you're harsh on men. What do you mean
I
by
am
that?
harsh on men. I think, again, just my background, I think when you're just watching men do really bad things to children all day, it tends to, and okay, if you want to come and do a day at my job, you absolutely can.
No, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
good.
That's what I thought. Okay, ladies, you guys are beautiful and wonderful, and I love you all. I'm sure I will. Okay, bye.
Donated $100. She's so annoying. I'd either leave myself if I was married to her.
All right, that's Frank Castle. All right, what's the number on that microphone?
It's a number 7.
Oh,
Does that
Eric,
mean we're
can you-
going out on a date?
Uh-oh.
You and I?
You're gonna have to pay for the date, and it's gonna have to
That's fine.
Are you looking for a feminine
I'll
woman?
pay for the date. I just won't be feminine. Yeah.
be lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely. All right, it's a
Exactly.
date. It's a plan.
Okay, bye,
All right,
guys.
thank you for coming. Can I have you put the microphone on the ground, please?
Did you
Okay.
enjoy your roller coaster?
Yeah, that was a heated. Okay. So. Was it?
Can we spread out?
Oh, read this.
Martin donated $100. Let's hear more scholarly ideologies from Bella Thorne's special needs Hispanic second cousin. The one with bad hair and worse ideas. Tell us more eyelashes. You're coated heavily in the devil's war paint. I bet you're even more stunning underneath.
That's not very nice.
That's it? That's all you got from Aquavius?
No, that's not very nice. You should be nice.
Okay. All right. Oh, shit. I lost some of the recent events. Oh, well. Okay. So I'll do a couple. We'll hold off on the super chats. Oh, fuck. Bro, she said, I got to leave at 9:30. Okay, whatever. Consensus on her?
I play the fifth.
Come
Yeah,
on.
me too.
Yeah, not touching that with the 10-foot pole.
She's fun.
Avery?
I think it made the stream a little more interesting. For sure.
She's a fireball.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah,
a.
exactly. Is that not fun?
What's the. I don't think it's fireball. What's the word? Fire. I don't know. Firecracker, I
She's
guess.
exactly what you need on a podcast, though.
Was she not
Somebody to
also good?
challenge you.
Yeah, no,
She should have stayed longer.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm gonna take it off. I'm gonna take it off members only for a little bit here, guys. Okay, so it got very heated almost immediately. Eric, can we? I'm gonna ask the girls a question. So try to bring a little levity back to the show. Would you date the following man? Eric, can you pull up the Instagram? Oh, before you pull it up, scroll down so you don't see the bio on the guy's Instagram. Did I pull it up? I think I did. Yeah. scroll down so you don't see the bio. Okay, so would you date this guy? Scroll down there.
No. I've already dated somebody who looks just like that, actually.
He looks familiar.
Yeah.
Keep scrolling. Keep
Yeah, I
going
want to see
down.
more.
Keep going down.
Aw.
Wait, I like the ears
Yeah,
photo.
the ears are cute.
All right. Keep going.
And he's a gamer, bonus points.
That's what, I kind of like
All
the
right.
silly faces. He doesn't take himself too seriously.
So his name's Zach.
Okay.
He's like Chad, World of Warcraft gamer.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Would you guys date him?
I actually would.
Yeah.
I like nerdy guys. Yeah.
He's in Texas.
same.
Can
Okay.
I can get you guys linked up if you're down.
I'm actually down.
Oh,
yeah.
crap.
Let's
I
go.
need to try something new.
Yay. Whoa, we made it through an hour and a half of that just to see a freaking graceful rage quit like we saw this morning with Eric Shilkerson. Interesting, we lost an hour of footage for some reason, and that stream wanted to render it 27 seconds long, which I think it got struck the shit out of, and they had to hold on to it. But because of the morning crew, shout outs to the morning crew over at the YT headquarters for not blocking that stream from this morning. Probably, like I said, got the shit struck out of it, and that's why it was only 27 seconds. But we lost an hour, so Silicon Valley morning crew, you book burned an hour of my stream, you bastards. All right, what were we going to do here? Saturday morning TrollTunes, thanks for joining in. I know we've got couple of things. I've actually got to get out of Studio C and B here and shower up from sitting in the hot tub, Studio C. And just gonna play something here. I don't know if we should play what we were playing this morning because there was some funky shit that happened there. It was really weird. Really weird. You know, I usually get my broadcast dropped out any internet connection or even a DDoS. That was just a full-blown swirl, and that was weird, man, this morning. So anyway, what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna play a video. Sorry, that was probably pretty loud. We're gonna play a video here, but I can't turn on the volume because it's got some copyrighted music, and then it's gonna kick in auto playing to something else while I'm in the shower. And wait till you guys see this. Holy crap. Yeah, we got CC on. Wait till you see this. Some crazy stuff. Oh, yeah, make sure we're lined up here. Guerrilla tactic style in the shop. Happy Saturday morning and tuning into the Troll Network, baby, right? Saturday morning TrollTunes. You guys are awesome for being here. We had some good rage quits earlier. Mr. Jones, Nicola had to rage quit. Eric Shilkerson rage quitting again his own stream after he says he's gonna call the cops on Mr. Cox. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is playing music, so we gotta. These guys are gonna ride a kayak off a big old jump and get hurt. There you go. Oh, baby, look at that. Glad I didn't play this right when it came out because there was no copyrights attached, and now there are. I would have gotten black screen for sure, man. That's why you can't play anything just right off the bat. You got to do your research and all the copyrights. Oh, Mount Hood, watch out. Oh, man, nefarious stuff happens there like Mount Shasta. Oh, they got a drone. And they are gonna do some massive jumping. Thanks for joining in. Oh shit, here we go. Oh man. Oh, that looks like fun too. That didn't work. Oh yeah, one of them actually does break his collarbone. Oh, man. Yeah, I think one of them broke their collarbone on that one. Now they're going bigger. Go forward a little bit. They're starting at the top. Oh, man. Oh man, there they go. Holy crap, that's stiff. Man. Oh my god. Holy shit, they flew. One of them breaks his collarbone in here though, maybe that guy. Dang, that's serious, man. Okay, here we go. We're moving on to the next one. Coming up next, 40 infiltrators found within the Proud Boys. 40 confidential reports. We'll play that. Oh shit, here we go. Oh, they're gonna get hurt. Yeah, now that their track is a little more slick. Holy cow, dude. Holy cow, that's fast. Holy shit. What? No way, man. Yeah, somebody got hurt right there. One of them broke their collarbone. Dang, man. Yeah, that guy right there. Holy crap.
Proud Boys trial continues. We learn there may be as many as 40 or more confidential human sources, informants, feds lurking around on January 6th. Now, yesterday, when we left off on the trial, it was day 50 and day 51, and there were some questions about what was going on. A lot of sealed proceedings taking place under the dark of night. Jordan Fisher, Jordan on the Record on Twitter, gave us an update. He said that the day before, on day 50, Proud Boy trial went under seal for several hours. And they're going to go back under seal again on day 51. Judge Kelly denied a motion from the press. Even the press was demanding to get access to this. They said, can we see this, please? You can't just close these proceedings without giving us any notice and then do it again. And the judge said, sorry, you're not getting access to this. It is going to remain closed. And so we were sitting here wondering, going, what the heck? Why is the hearing so sealed? Well, maybe it had to do with confidential human sources. Maybe there were a bunch of agents that the judge didn't want us to hear about. And we wake up the following morning on day 52, and guess what is fresh on the docket? We have a new motion filed by defendant Pizzola, alleging big issues with the case. Here's what it says. Defendant Dominic Pizzola submits a motion to compel disclosure of all confidential human sources of Homeland Security. Not the FBI, we're normally screaming about them. Different agency because there are so many of them. Now, this was 11 pages of filings submitted 4/5/23 out of the DC court, of course, the Proud Boys trial. Defense attorney Roger Roots is writing. He says, all right, everybody, comes now the defendant, Dominic, Proud Boy defendant, with a motion. We're asking the United States and the court to compel the prosecutors to reveal all informants, all undercover operatives, and all confidential human sources relating to the events of January 6th. Okay, all of them. Every single one of them. Not related to this case only, but all of them. Informants, paid or not, undercover operatives, CHSs, all of these people are not officially FBI or DHS agents. They're not on the payroll as employees, but they're still there. And we've been following them along throughout this entire case. Defense attorney says that Pizzola recently learned, maybe in one of these sealed hearings, that a federal agency other than the FBI called the Homeland Security Investigations Unit, his, which I think is an illegal pronoun for the federal government. They're probably going to have to fix that. Call it they. Was handling and running undercover CHSs on January 6th. And there are many other intelligence agencies. We've joked about how many different police departments there are in Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill Police, MPD, you know, the Mint has their own police department and all of these things. There's different, Smithsonian, right, history, Smithsonian Police and all this stuff. So they're all there, and we're asking how many were involved. The federal prosecutors in this case, says the defense, are refusing to disclose information about these non-FBI informants, because they're from a different entity, DHS. The existence and the conduct of these CHSs is almost certainly exculpatory for my client called Dominic Pizzola. Remember in the Proud Boys claim, it's about a conspiracy that they were going to take over the country. They were going to insurrect America. And if there's dozens of informants all over the place, how could that happen? Why did they allow it to happen? Why couldn't they stop it? Why did it get as far as it did if there are more informants than there are Proud Boys who were insurrectionists? Here's the background. From the defense, they write, the United States government has tortuously avoided disclosing the full scale of undercover confidential human sources among the Proud Boys on January 6th. Government FBI witnesses first admitted that there was one confidential human source embedded among the Proud Boys on January 6th. Just one. It might have been one. And then there were two. Then there were three. Then the government stipulated on April 4th that we read here that there were 8 FBI confidential human sources among the Proud Boys. That's just one. That's just 2. Now 3. And we know that one of them, Kenny Luzardo, picked up Enrique Tarrio from jail on January 4th or 5th, the day before this so-called insurrection. We know that Jen Lowe was on payroll, was getting paid by the FBI, and according to the defense, was showing up at legal meetings and in prayer groups. On Friday, March 31st, federal prosecutors pulled defense counsel aside end of the week, things are coming to a close, and they disclosed there were even more additional undercover officers belonging to Metro PD among the defendants on January 6th. Now, I want to be very specific about this. We are continually referring to the Proud Boys in this case because the Proud Boys are the people who are on trial right now. 8 among the Proud Boys. That's how I'm reading it. It's 8 among the Proud Boys. I would imagine there's probably another 8 among the Oath Keepers, and probably another 8 among the 3 Percenters, and probably another 8, all throughout the various entities that were there. They say that Pizzola, after learning about FBI and Metro and the 1, 2, and 3, Pizzola has become aware that the largest numbers of undercover CHSs belong to agencies other than the FBI. We're all sitting here wondering about the FBI with their crayons playing Where's Waldo. But what about the other agencies? Defense says at least 2 law enforcement agencies each outnumbered the FBI teams in terms of running undercover agents, informants, and CHSs on January 6th. 2 agencies had more than the FBI. First, the Metro Police had at least 13 undercover plainclothes agents among the Proud Boys and other patriots on January 6th. 13. Next, there appear to have been some 19 confidential human sources belonging to an agency called HIS, Homeland Security Investigations. When added to the 8 FBI confidential human sources now admitted by the prosecutors, this means that you add them all up, we have at least 40 undercover informants or agents doing surveillance among the defendants, the Proud Boys, on January 6th. 40 among the defendants, the Proud Boys. Remember, there are 5 Proud Boys on trial. There are 40 undercover informants, Homeland Security, FBI, Metro Police, who knows who else, who are not being prosecuted. These are not FBI employees or agents. These are informants. These are people who are in the groups, hanging out with them, picking them up, taking them places. On Thursday, Pizzola filed a motion to serve witness Ray Epps. We read through that full filing here, if you missed that. Defendant contends that Mr. Epps is being suspiciously protected from prosecution by the government. You're kidding. Pizzola's motion included a paragraph addressing revelations by the J6 defendant, William Pope, in another case. Shout out to William Pope on Twitter, as I believe Free State Will. Shout out to William Pope. It says undercover Metro police officers were among the crowd on January 6th, instigating the crowd to storm the Capitol. Metro police officers were among the crowd, instigating the crowd, not just standing there observing, instigated. The following day, on Friday, March 31, in the middle of trial, federal prosecutors in this case pulled defense lawyers aside and revealed that the United States came across, we possess previously undisclosed information regarding the Metro PD officers working undercover on January 6th. In the middle of trial, near the end of trial, okay, we are on trial day 52 on this thing. They just pop it up. Oh, hey, by the way, we're charging all 5 of your defendants with insurrecting America, with being a part of this massive conspiracy, and there are a bunch of MPD officers who are also instigating a lot of the other chaos that we're blaming your clients for. Specifically, there are previously undisclosed text messages between the undercover officers and Proud Boy supporters, which evidence very closely familial or intimate contact and relationships. Now, the information involved 12, now known to be 13, undercover or plainclothes officers from Metro amongst the demonstrators. Some of these undercover Metro officers marched with the Proud Boy March, and some appear to have played roles of instigators, and that they are seen on body-worn cameras. The police are shouting this. Go, go, go. Stop the thing. Whose house? Our house. Whose house? Our house. Metro PD doing that. Others generally follow demonstrators towards the Capitol. Now, Pizzola submits that the entire defense in this trial, including opening cross and defense, would have been very different and much more aggressive if the defense attorneys had known the scope and the scale of the undercover government operations. Prosecutors made arguments contrary to information they possessed and withheld, and defense counsel could have lodged different cross-examinations and different examinations if they had known about these materials. Here's one example. This newly disclosed information supports Proud Boy assessment of Antifa prior to J6. The defense says that undercover Metro officers are seen on videos and private text messages remarking on the dangerousness of violence of Antifa. The Proud Boys were there. They had been attacked, somebody had been stabbed, somebody had been hit in the head, I think, in another ordeal. Prior to these revelations, prosecutors had painted the Proud Boys' statements about Antifa as exaggerated. They're just making it up. There's no Antifa there. A prosecution witness even said that. Prosecutors repeatedly suggested through their witnesses, through their chats, their texts, and their posts that Antifa were not defensive, but were secret Proud Boy code for creating violence. Yes. When the Proud Boys are saying, oh no, we're here to fight back against Antifa, that's just secret code word insurrection language. We act in self-defense is translated to take the podium and seize the nuclear codes. That's what the government is alleging. Now, the government, they say, has withheld exculpatory information that might tend to show their innocence. With each bombshell, says the defense, the government generally begins its response to late disclosure complaints by saying the government was provided with the information, even if buried in the mountains of unnavigable discovery debris. They just throw it in there. But in this situation, the prior discovery dumps didn't provide all of the information. Buried in this discovery was a chart naming 12 Metro officers working for the unit on J6, but an additional 13th undercover Metro officer was revealed in recent revelations, and coincidentally, the 13th undercover officer appears to have been the most vociferous in promoting the storming of the Capitol. So the defense is saying, all right, look, Judge, we didn't know about these people. Well, we kind of did. We knew a little bit about some of them. There was one chart in a big bin of discovery they dumped on our desk. And remember, they've done this before. Earlier in this trial, the prosecutors were going to use like 3 pages of a report, and they sent over 3,500 pages. And then when the defense complained about it, they said, well, we thought you were going to ask for more, so we just gave you a ton. Right? They're being jerks. They're being cheaters, because that's largely what government does, is cheat, especially in J6 cases. And so here, they do disclose some people, but 12 are known officially. The 13th is disclosed late. They go through the 13th. That's the most aggressive person in the crowd. Weird how they left that 13th person out. So they say the material rebuts significant portions of other motive evidence that the government was permitted to present. We objected to that. They were still allowed to run with it. It confirms the reality of law enforcement concerns over Antifa. It provides percipient evidence that Antifa was engaged in the exact sort of violence that they're calling the Proud Boys responsible for. If counsel had this material in possession, we would have done different cross-examinations. And given the nature of this case, this material is exculpatory and relevant. Now, the defense continues, they write, we are entitled to know every single HSI human source who was there. The defense recently became aware that another agency called the Homeland Security Investigations Unit was also handling more CHSs on J6 than the FBI. The startling case of the J6 defendant, Jeremy Brown, brought the existence of these informants to light. In the days before J6, Homeland Security handlers visited Brown's residence, and they attempted to recruit Brown into becoming a paid source for HSI. Brown recorded the would-be handlers' attempt to recruit him. And in the video, the handlers, these two guys, Brett Lindsay and Paul Ura, indicated that they were making 19 additional stops that day. So they go over to Brown. Hey, you want to join us and become a Fed? He's recording the whole thing. He's like, wow, our wow, why are you coming to me? We're going to everybody today. We got 19 stops. It seems obvious, according to that the agents were planning on making similar recruitment contacts to get 19 other sources. Now, they say that, specific note here, it seems that the Justice Department is retaliating against Brown for refusing his offer. They charged him with crimes. He says, I'm not going to work with you losers. I'm not going to be a fed for you. I'm not a snitch. Get out of here. They said, fine, we'll just charge you with crimes because we're the rotten government. Prosecutors in this case say they have no duty to provide this CHS from. Prosecutors say we don't have to give you anything from anybody else other than the FBI. Oh my God. So they asked for this. On April 4th, Assistant U.S. Attorney Ballantine responded to lawyer for the defense Roger Roots' email. Roger sends an email and says, hey, I'd like some more information about all of these sources. And the prosecutor responds. She says, Dear Defense Attorney Roots, now I don't know whether the name redacted or Oathkeeper Jeremy Brown are sources for another agency. She says, I don't know. I don't even know. But even if they were, I don't see how that fact would be relevant here. Homeland Security, and I'm not even sure specifically what that would be, is not the investigative agency in this case. So I understand the relevance of your CHS theory, and that if there was a plan, then the FBI CHSs would have reported the existence of the plan, and they did not report a plan, and therefore there was no plan. But what is the relevance of this person's status as a source to another agency? Well, it's the same relevance there. Ballantine, if they didn't report it to the FBI that there was no insurrectionary plan, all 40 of them, no 40 of them reported there was a plan, we'd like to know if their other agencies also got those same reports. Well, what does it have to do with it? They didn't tell the FBI agents and handlers about it, so who cares what they told Homeland Security? What's the relevance? Roger says, of course, these proclamations violate the government's obligations under Brady and its progeny, saying you don't need it, they're not investigating this. Okay, well, we don't care. You don't have an obligation only to disclose exculpatory material from whatever cases you choose, from whatever agencies you choose. If it's within the power of the government, you've got an obligation to give that to us because we don't have the power of the government. We don't know, as defendants, as innocent citizens with the presumption of innocence, what is going on. We can't see if there's HSI or Metro PD or Capitol Hill PD or FBI, all of them. We don't get to see it, so you've got an obligation to tell us this stuff. And if you're alleging there's a conspiracy, there's a common scheme or plan, all of these people are in cahoots to do this together, why didn't any of them report to any of their handlers that there was in fact a plan? And shouldn't we be allowed to present that evidence? But this prosecutor, I don't understand the relevance of it. Why is it appropriate? Now, Brady and its obligations do not extend to the entirety of the government. They do include any and all investigative agencies who worked on the case, related, who knew or who should have known that information would be material to a prosecution arriving from their direct involvement. If other federal agents were there on January 6th, all of those agencies should be absolutely relevant. It's the same event. The Capitol Police are directly related and fully aware of the events. Capitol Police is an agency of Congress. Capitol Police and Congress are two primary alleged victims, and the Capitol Police is the primary investigative agency in terms of immediacy and geographic proximity. Most of the witnesses and the investigators from the FBI have no firsthand knowledge of the events. They're merely reviewing reports. Here is the original email by Roger Roots. He says, hey, Jocelyn, Prosecutor Ballantine, we're still following up on this person. Who is this person? We have two witnesses who absolutely insist that Proud Boy Redacted made suspicious calls on January 6th. We want to know about this. The name called one individual named Brett by mistake, wrong number, and then made statements consistent with being a source awaiting instructions to engage activities at the Capitol. Whoa. Roger Root says, we have a witness who says somebody made a call. Looks like that person is a source awaiting instructions to engage in activities at the Capitol. Wait, they're waiting for the text message. It's execute order 66, go. Note that the name Brett is shared by a Homeland Security agent who seemed to be running sources on January 6th. Weird. One agent named Brett running sources, and phone calls are being made. Roger says, the case of Jeremy Brown in Tampa involves a Homeland Security agent named Brett. As you know, Homeland and the FBI went to Brown's house, and he refused to become a source. So this begs the question, even if this person was not an FBI source, was he Homeland Security source? Same question regarding Ray Epps. Was Ray Epps a Homeland Security source? We've been saying FBI, and they keep saying, no, he's not an FBI source. Was he a Homeland Security source? And is that how they're skipping over this whole thing? And of course, she responded, I don't see the relevance. What does it have to do with anything? Who cares if it's HSI? They're not related to this. FBI's in charge of this case, and it's their jurisdiction, and so stay out of it. Don't ask about other agencies. And he says, well, other agencies who were investigating this case and had agents there, they're kind of relevant to my case. Roger Roots, the defense, continues. The city of D.C. police had undercover officers on the scene of the Capitol in the early afternoon. They were on standby under memoranda of understanding to respond to the police. He says, plainly under Brady, the government prosecutors are obligated to give us the identities of them. Supreme Court said so. Brady material is exculpatory information material to a defendant's guilt, which the government knew about but failed to disclose to the defendant in time for trial. We're in the middle of trial. They knew about all of these sources, all 40 plus of them, and they didn't disclose them. Brady requires this disclosure, and they didn't do it. More case law here. We'll fast forward, all citing from Robinson and others. In conclusion, Root says the United States is refusing to provide information, which obviously has a high likelihood of being exculpatory. Under the most foundational principles of Brady, our defendants are entitled to this information. And so accordingly, our client Dominic asks for an order compelling the United States to give us the names, the identities, the reports of all the Homeland Security investigation CHSs operating at or near the Capitol around the Proud Boys on January 6th. Great motion, shocking motion. Roger Roots, Esquire, co-counsel for defendant Pizzola, sent this in April 5th. Maybe not that shocking at all. We've all suspected that there were dozens of feds. We might be getting into the hundreds of feds. We might get into triple digits of feds. If there were 40 people that the defense has been able to eyeball without the government even being transparent about it, this is just them picking them out of the wilderness, identifying them. The government hasn't even disclosed them. So maybe 40 times the Proud Boys, 40 times the Oath Keepers, another 40 times all of the other groups who were there. Fed surrection, indeed. So this was the original motion. The government, of course, will respond to that. But the takeaway, at least 40 agents, 40 informants, 40 individuals who the government knew about, who were embedded with these so-called insurrectionists, none of whom ever reported that there was a common scheme or plan. There was never any conspiracy to take over the Capitol. 40 agents. Now, we've made a big stink here about how many charges there are, or how many lack of charges there are in the J6 cases. Kyle Cheney from Politico posted this one today, gave us a quick summary. Remember, 1,000 people were charged. Only 339 of those 1,000 were assaulting or impeding police, which is basically a joke charge. 107 of those were with a dangerous weapon. We've gone through the funnel of these numbers before. 107 charged with a dangerous weapon. Many of those dangerous weapons were water bottles and flagpoles and other things like that. So it's about 107, and we've got about 40 undercover CHSs who were there. You see those numbers? Now, 533 have pled guilty, 83 found guilty at trial, which means half the cases are closed and already sentenced. 453 have already been sentenced. So our whole useless Department of Justice is spending millions and billions of dollars and wasting all of these efforts for give or take about 500 open cases. A small percentage of those are actual violent or assault types of crimes. And as we know, a big portion of those cases, many of them being prosecuted, were probably inundated with feds, CHSs, and others everywhere. This whole thing is like a drop in the bucket. 1,000 charges for 2 coming on 3 years of prosecutions is nuts. And half of them were feds. That is what's going on in the Proud Boys trial before we even start the day. Proud Boys trial, day 52. With all of that out of the way, Brandy Buckman is reporting on the trial, and she is at Brandy Buckman on Twitter, and you can follow her at Brandy_Buckman. Trial is in session. Judge Kelly's back on the bench. All rise. Please be seated. All right, everybody. Before we turn to the last 15 or so pages of jury instructions, a few housekeeping points. Now, we're going to skip over any jury instructions here, just as a reminder. I don't think I explained this well yesterday. When you go through jury instructions, you're literally reading through sentences and arguing over words. It's like editing a Word document with 5 or 6 people in the room and a judge arguing over sentences. So for that part of this review, we'll fast forward through all of it because it's just painful. And we'll take a look at the jury instructions when they are finalized, once the final document is edited, and we can pull it up on the screen. But before we get into that, a couple of housekeeping points from Judge Kelly. He says, all right, I want to thank the defense attorneys for teeing up these Enrique Tarrio exhibits. I am anticipating that there's going to be various arguments about this, and so here's where we stand. He says, look, I am going to exclude the expert testimony of Metcalf, wanted in yesterday for relevance and 403 grounds. So we're not going to have the expert witness who is going to come talk about police and circles and how this whole thing went down. Kelly, he says, well, you know, if we brought in that expert witness and gave the defense an opportunity to explain how this works, it's going to be difficult for the jury. You know, even if there is some relevance to it, it just seems to pull it apart from the defense theory of self-defense. And so we're just not going to do it. He says, well, we agreed to putting on Mr. Hill, not trying to qualify him as an expert. He says, we also had Miss Harris this week. Now, Kelly, before the jury is brought in, he says, we had Miss Harris, the clerk. She brought up an issue about juror availability. And apparently a juror informed the clerk that he had a business-related trip that he's going to be out on Thursday and Friday. Well, the judge better tell him he's not going anywhere. He says, I'm letting you all know that, and you all can think about what to do about that. And we don't have a ton necessarily to decide here. We can decide that later, you know, if we want to take those days off or whatever. If those 2 days we don't have a full jury, we either plan around it, or the other possibility, I can see if there's any legal room, how we can complete this. Maybe I can see if he can just complete it. Is he required to do this? I'll just tell him, you know, you're not going. Just tell your boss the judge said you're not going. This is the Proud Boys trial, okay? I need you to convict these people, tell them. So Hernandez raises her hand. She's a defense attorney representing Zachary Real. She says, Your Honor, you know, we had a bunch of sealed matters yesterday that we've been hashing through, and I think it makes sense to keep this juror until we resolve those things. You know, the judge says, I don't care. Prosecutors, what do you say? We're kind of processing at the moment. They're all flipping through their papers. But we're inclined to indicate to the juror that we're at a point where we're close to closing arguments, and we want to see whether that juror can just make some adjustments. I'm not sure what we want to do yet, but we may just tell him you're not going on your trip. I think we're prepared to proceed. That's where we're at. Now, he says, Your Honor, the government has 2 Metro police officers here whose reporting was disclosed to the defense last week or so. They were on ground during the rallies in November and December, and they observed and recorded videos. Prosecutor says, I know certain defendants are interested in calling these officers, but there's been talk about a stipulation about issues and whether the jury could resolve this stuff. He says, I think all of it's excludable under the Rule 403, more probative than prejudicial, because the testimony would seek to relate crimes and violence committed by anonymous Antifa members, right? So the defense wants to bring in Metro PD police to ask about Antifa. And the government says, we shouldn't ask about Antifa because they're just anonymous. And it's outside the scope. It's too far removed from any of this. They're charged with crimes, not Antifa. They bring up the November and December rallies, talking about the motive and the intent of those rallies. And they're still hashing over this witness. The defense attorney jumps up. He says, well, we did have an officer with Antifa, and they could be put forward, and if they want, they could put on a rebuttal case. Judge says, well, it is relevant. The evidence of some of these other rallies are relevant, but I didn't let in some of the other post-election rallies, so maybe I'm not going to let in the other rallies. On the other hand, the judge says, we might be able to get the evidence in through direct and cross and just kind of see what happened. Who was looking for trouble with whom? He says, he's given us a big explanation. Part of the evidence we have, he says, is from the radios, from communications. In some cases, we had body armor and other things like that. Part of the evidence you've elicited through your own witnesses and the cross of the government is no. We had that because we took what happened with Mr. Bertino and attempted to bring order out of chaos. It says, I can't say the evidence is irrelevant, but if you want to put on a limited show, I think you can do that. So they're still going through some preliminary matters, and I want to get to the witnesses. Okay, here it is. Now, this is what we're talking about. Roger Roots comes in, and we just read through the motion with 40 plus confidential human source. Judge Kelly says, oh, hey, Roger Roots, I think you filed something minutes before I took the bench, so I'm not going to burn any time on it this morning. He says, Judge, well, it's kind of an important issue. You know, there's an agency of the federal government that had more CHSs than the FBI. That's why I filed it. It's kind of a big issue. He says, yeah, I saw your motion. I'll say this. There's a lot of things in it that seem like they are internally, factually inconsistent. Can you believe this, Judge? I saw your motion. He just said I didn't read it. I think you filed something before the bench. I'm not going to burn any time on it this morning. He says, well, there's about 40 informants in our case. Yeah, I saw it. I'll say this. Look, there's a couple things in it. It doesn't really seem factually consistent to me. And there's a lot of things that you leap from thing to thing in a way that I'm not sure is warranted. You just keep bringing up these people. And Root says, well, I want to make a statement on the record. Okay, I filed my motion. And if you're not, before we begin, I want to just make a statement on the record. We're on recording. I want to make a statement. Judge Kelly says no. He says no. We're not going to do things like that. We're going to do the things that we're prepared to do today. The government's going to respond to your motion. We're not hearing your argument on the sources. Prosecutor Ballantine says, well, maybe Sunday I could give a response by Sunday. Judge Kelly says, no, that's Easter. Monday. You guys have Monday. Respond by Monday to your source motion. Now we get back to the jury instructions, which they say they should complete today. And we're going to fast forward through the jury instructions, talking about intent. You can see how difficult this is to follow because they're raising the issue of 15112E, and that's written into the statute as an affirmative defense. I note one, right, and they're talking through all the different elements of the statutes. So let's see if we have any other witnesses today. Ten-minute break. Good progress. Kelly says he's going to circulate draft jury instructions to the parties. A few items are going to be bracketed. Good progress. Great. All right, that's good. Jury instructions are just a pain and boring and terrible. They take a 10-minute break, and we're back. Oop, spoke too soon. Technical problem. And now we're back. Now we have another witness. The defense calls Stephen K. Hill for Dominic Pizzola. Hill takes the stand. He's an older gentleman, quite tall and thin. Very neatly shorn gray hair and beard, dark suit jacket, light dress, shirt and tie. Hey, Stephen, thanks for being here today. Can you tell me, what do you do for work? He says, oh, I'm retired. Well, what'd you do before you retired? He said, well, I started my career in the Air Force. I was a law enforcement specialist. I was in a position for about 6 years. Then I became a police officer for the Albuquerque Police Department. I was there for about 19 years until I retired. Probably a very good witness on the stand, probably testifies very well. And now after you retired, Stephen, what happened next? You became a training instructor? He says, well, I've always been a training instructor. I was hired by Sandy International Laboratories, where they hired me to be a lieutenant for a training program. It covered about everything. I certified firearms, less than lethal weapon systems, use of force, and just about everything else. The main reason they hired me was for my expertise in a hostage rescue. I have a lot of experience with it, so I went to DOE to train, and I've trained hundreds of police officers on how to protect vulnerable, high-risk materials or people. Now, Metcalf shows Hill a picture of a V-100 armored vehicle from the Albuquerque Police Department. It's up on the screen. He says, what is this? You were with the SWAT team? Prosecutors are objecting. Objection, Judge. What is this vehicle? Relevance, 403. Judge says it's overruled. Hill describes the photo. He says, yeah, that was our tactical team. It was the SWAT team and I. We would park this vehicle up at a park, and that's me right there in front. It was about 1997. And they say, well, Mr. Hill, you spent a lot of time looking at footage from January 6th. Is that true? He says, yeah, a lot of time. I want to play one clip from this. Tell me if you recognize it. It'll be a little bit less than a minute, and then I'll ask you another question, okay? Plays the video. Footage is from outside the Capitol. Defense is trying to show that Pizzola just got caught up in a little bit of a mess. It was just chaos. Rioters are scaling scaffolding. Police are outnumbered. Metcalf asks Hill to explain what he's seen. Hill says, well, here we have uniformed officers, standard patrol officers. After a couple of moments with people yelling, you see a hard squad, a kind of a skirmish line. Officers in heavier protective materials, they line up. There's a line of officers behind the line. And the defense says, is there a line of officers after the skirmish line? He says, yeah, they are. We call them linebackers. Basically a handful of different officers in a leadership role. They're there to keep the skirmish line straight and make sure nobody gets in between it. Prosecutor says, Your Honor, objection to this. Pusher is off. Proceedings resume. Defense says, now, Mr. Hill, can you explain to me a little bit about what is on this screen? Another sidebar. More footage. He says, who is this person on this video? He says, oh, that's a commander. That's a police officer. And what does that mean? Well, this is what he does for the department. Now, he's trying to get an attention. Who is this guy? What is he doing? He says, that gentleman is trying to get the attention of a team of officers. What is that officer doing? He's giving a physical circle, the wagons gesture, to get someone's attention and pointing at the crowd. So he's making some hand gestures in the video. He says, who's this person? That's Pizzola, Dominic Pizzola, Proud Boy defendant. He's in the footage now in the middle of a thick crowd of people. Officers are trying to keep people back. Defense says, who is this person? He says, that's another officer who's on the ledge. Plays the video forward. He says, who's that? That's another officer at the top of a stairwell. Who's this? That's another officer near the scaffolding. And who's that? How many officers are total there, Hill? He says, about 3 or 4 in the area. Now, there's another man making gestures. Who is that? He says, that's Inspector Lloyd. And he's pointing at the officers? Yeah, directly at him. He says one officer has his shield up between the crowd and himself. He's using it to ensure no one throws anything at him. Now, what about the officers next to him? She has a less than lethal weapon. He uses some technical name. Is that like similar to a rifle? He says, yeah, but less than lethal. Now, there's another commanding officer standing in the group. They play the video forward. And then by about 1, Hill says, now we're prepared to shoot less, they prepared to shoot less than lethal rounds. Camera pans from the crowd. Screen is flicking off officers screaming, F you. Hill says the crowd was angry, very pissed. And after officers fired less than lethal rounds into the crowd got animated, right? Very angry. They're standing around. Cops start firing off projectiles. They start getting angry. Hill says a man named Joshua Black is hit in the face. Now, the crowd, according to Metcalf, he's trying to make the argument, they got whipped into a frenzy. The police started it. The crowd was standing around until they started lobbing up. projectiles. Hill's sitting there testifying. He says, yeah, the crowd is yelling. Says, they shot him in the effing face. They just shot him in the effing face. And now the jury sees the footage. Blood is on the pavement. Black is spitting blood into a water bottle as a woman washes his face off. Woman identifies herself as medically trained. The video continues. Black is seen, MAGA hat on head, camo hoodie on, gloves, sunglasses, clutching his face, shot by the cops. Defense says, who's this person helping him clean his face off? He says, that's Ryan Samsel. The video plays forward. The crowd around him is screaming at an officer. Hill says, you'll notice that one gentleman puts rubber gloves on. He's trying to put gauze inside of Black's mouth while he's going in there. Looks like he's trying to remove the munition in there. Jury sees a photo of Black with the less than lethal munition went through his cheek, punched a hole into his mouth, and people around him are trying to stop the bleeding on sight. Metcalf says, so the crowd looks a little riled up now. Objection leading. He says, okay, how about this? Explain what the crowd was doing. He says, yeah, they're angry, upset, they're pissed. One of their own had just been shot in the face. Objection, foundation overruled. Prosecutors are getting angry about this. They're objecting at everything. They're just sitting there, all four of them, object, getting ready to go. Hill says, yeah, he'd been shot by a less than lethal munition. Penetrated his cheek, the side of his mouth, and it did an awful lot of damage. A hard squad officer, says Hill, as the footage played, tried to take Black back into custody. Inspector Lloyd, earlier seen further back, is now in the crowd. Hill says that this is when they tried to bring Black in. Footage is playing forward, officers talking to Black, nodding with a hand on his shoulder. Hill says this was the officer's mistake because it upsets the crowd. You're not taking him, they said. He's one of ours. The video shows rioters then clashing with the police. Violent skirmish breaks out around Black in the crowd. Cops come to take the guy they just shot. Hill says here at least 2 Capitol police officers are on the ground, and Pizzola is also on the ground in his back. Defense attorney asks, so at this time, does Pizzola have his hands on that shield? So I'm not sure if he has his hands on this shield. I want to play another video for you. This time it's around the same time frame, but from a different angle. Slow down a little bit. Not exactly easy to make the details out. Crowd is thick. Flags are blocking. Projectiles are flying by. Metcalf says, this is a vantage point I want to show you. Officers are standing here above the crowd, right? Now, the projectile that flies off one strikes a gentleman in the face, right in the ear area, is what Hill says. The video plays forward. Hill's describing. He says that the same man is hit in the back of the neck, is struck somewhere in the chest with a .303 round. More footage is played. Another close-up, a warning sign. Less than lethal launcher used by police. He says, what does the warning label say? He says, don't aim at the heads or chests of people. But where was he shot? In the face? Yeah, okay. Now, we went through a similar line of arguments in the Oath Keepers trial. Prosecutors argued cops wouldn't have had to do this if you weren't insurrecting anything. The old chicken or the egg argument. Maybe there wouldn't have been an insurrection if you didn't file, or maybe there wouldn't have been a riot if you weren't lobbing projectiles into a crowd and then trying to take people who you shot in the face. In the next clip, Hill says Lloyd is using the circle the wagons gesture to get officers situated above the crowd to fire down. Objection, foundation, probably calls for speculation. You don't know what the officers are doing. Cops may have been shooting down, but you can't prove that, so the objection is sustained. Witness Hill says Lloyd is looking up at the team, holding the less than lethal weapons. Defense plays the video, says listen to the sound in this video and tell me what you hear. They're screaming and yelling in the video. Hill says, I hear something. Someone is saying something at the same level of the camera. Whoever he says is, it's directing the targeting of people at the bottom. It's identifying the description of an individual, telling a person with less than lethal to engage them. He says, do you hear that? He says, yeah. Prosecutor just objected to this, arguing to shoot down on the crowd. You haven't proven that, so he's walking him through it. Did you hear what they said? He said, yeah, I did. It said, target the people at the bottom. Use less than lethal to engage them. You heard that, right? Yeah. And after you heard that message, did you hear any shots go off? Hill says, former police officer, says, you hear pop, pop, pop of shots. And then you hear someone say boom, boom, boom as rounds impact. So the cop is shooting. Pop, pop, pop. It hits. And he says, boom, boom, boom. Got him. Boom, boom, boom. Got him. Shooting from the top. Boom, boom, boom. Now I can hear thwunk of munitions. And she's having a difficult time hearing some of the video because she's in the media room. They break for lunch. And they come back. Back in the Proud Boys trial. And, of course, it's back under seal. Once they return from lunch. Back under seal with nobody is seeing what's happening. Now, apparently, Pizzola has a Give, Send, Go, raising money. So shout out to Pizzola if you want to go find a Give, Send, Go. You can help support his legal funds. The courtroom is unsealed again. Public session's back in. Direct examination of Hill continues. Defense attorney says, all right, Mr. Hill. Now, this is going to be quick. I want to focus on one man who is hit by what you said was a pepper ball. He circles a person on the screen near an area. What happened with this guy? He says, yeah, this man is someone who is wounded with a less than lethal hit him. So I want to do a compare and contrast with you, Mr. Hill. You've compared and contrasted these videos, and you've looked at this scene from very different angles. And so I want to start with a signal where Lloyd gave, and what do you see? He says, you're seeing a crowd pushing against officers and officers pushing back. The officers are doing a good job. And he says, well, you're not qualified as an expert. Even he has a lot of expertise. He's still not doing a lot. He's still not qualified as an expert on this topic. So he says, without giving your opinion, he fixes it. He knows what's going on. He says, well, you can see it's a shoving match in the scene. He says, no one's punching anyone anywhere. And now after the circle wagon's signal is given, Hill says you can see less than lethal launched into the crowd, and within a few minutes, the crowd gets angrier and angrier. Okay, so we see this change. The crowd is pushing against the officers. Officers are pushing back. It's a shoving match in the scene, but no one is punching anything. Then cops start firing stuff into the crowd. Crowd gets angrier and angrier. And this leads to Joshua Black getting shot in the face. Circle the wagon signal is given. Cops plunk, 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 boom, boom, boom. It comes firing down. Crowd gets angry. That led to Joshua Black getting shot in the face. He says, yeah, you can hear 10 shots in the video. One of them have high decibel. One person has high decibel hearing loss. He pulls up another video. Plays it back. Can you hear those shots? Yes, I can hear them. Before the shots, I can hear someone in the background calling in the shot. The voice says, gray hair, and then he saw a shot. Another shot into the crowd. And this happens 4 or 5 times. Somebody's up there yelling, gray hair, black hat, something over here, and they're just taking them out. Plunk, boom, boom. Black is visible after being shot. Metcalf says that less than a minute after the signal from Lloyd, there's more than 10 munitions shot into the crowd as somebody's calling them out. He says that 5 or 6 people were shot in the face, and in this area, it's the same area. Same place that Pizzola came into possession of the shield. So Pizzola grabs the shield, not because he's going to go insurrect the Capitol, but because the cops are shooting projectiles into the faces of, at this time, peaceful protesters who were just standing around on the grounds. Under 30 seconds, he grabs his shield. Very fast. No further questions. Prosecutor takes the stand, conducting the cross-examination. He says, all right, Mr. Hill, now, When you were an officer in law enforcement, part of your duties included protecting high-risk people. Is that right? Yeah, he said high-risk articles and people. So people who, because of their position, are targeted, is that true? Yeah. And those high-level targets had experience protecting. They would be individuals like the vice president or members of Congress, right? Yeah. And you understand, prior to the videos being shown today, that rioters use force to make their way onto restricted grounds? Objection, scope. Kelly says, okay, for now, I'll let you get into it. He says, now you understand that a number of different things happened prior to the events in the videos that you saw today, right? Yeah. And the video you saw earlier, it's from a vantage point that was looking down on the plaza. Was it your position that it was impossible for members of that crowd to turn around and leave? Objection. Sidebar over. Prosecutor is corrected. He comes back. Now, these people are facing towards the Capitol building, and they're not facing the other way as if to leave. Is that true? Yes. So they play the video again, not much stopping this time. Rioters are screaming, shoving fingers in their face. He says, how many rioters are here? Well, in the video, there's about 500. And how many officers? About 50 or 60. So they were pretty badly outnumbered, right? Yeah, they were pretty badly outnumbered. Because for some bizarre reason, all of the security at the Capitol was rejected. Mayor Muriel Bowser rejected it in a letter. Trump said, we'll send the National Guard in to take some control of this. She said no. Capitol Hill Chief of Police Stephen Sun said, we might need some more support. Sergeant at Arms said no. Only 50 or 60 people for a estimated 100,000 plus crowd? And Nancy Pelosi said, we've been waiting for this. Now, badly outnumbered, Hill agrees when asked, yeah, people were very angry, and this was before Joshua was hit with ammunition. Yeah, they were angry, but not like after he got shot in the face, okay? They're upset and protesting and rioting, but it was a different situation. Now, jurors hear a radio transmission, officers sending calls to the crowd. He says, they weren't firing indiscriminately into the crowd, were they? He says, no, they were selecting 3 individuals and just shooting them. Nothing in the video suggests that the officers were firing at random, though, right? Right. And there's no way to tell in the video what part of the body the officers are aiming at. He says, yeah, that's true. You can only see where they're hitting. There's no laser designator. Correct. They're just shooting. It's hitting them in the heads. So now the crowd is facing towards the officers, right? Toward the Capitol. Yeah, the majority are looking at the skirmish line. Several others are looking up at the less than lethal team above them. Prosecutor says, I want to bring this video up and show you what is here. It's the video where Joshua Black is hit in the cheek. He says the crowd is already clashing with the police, right? And he hasn't been shot yet, right? Yes, it's not happened yet. And the crowd's getting pretty forceful with officers. He says, yeah, there's a lot of pushing and yelling. That's right. And you understand in the layout of the scene that these officers are separating the crowd for the Capitol? He says, yeah, that's the purpose of the skirmish line. Now, there's a man at the skirmish line posting a large flag on the video. He's hit with ammunition and he falls back. Hill says, it had to have hurt. And Mulrow says, yeah, that's the purpose of the projectile. It's to deter people. So another man in the same video, same time frame, same location. He's hit twice, and he continues to advance. Plays the video again, drawing attention to a man who's hit in the brim of the hat with a beige jacket. Hill says, yeah, by the face. Yeah, hit at the brim of the hat by the face. And he moved away, right? Yeah. I want to play another video. And it's a transmission from the police. They're saying, they're throwing poles. I have less than lethal target. The base of the subject, baseball hat and axe handle, and the subject with the gas mask and an American short, American flag. He's assaulting an officer now. Right, yeah, they had baseball hats, axe handles, and flag poles. These were all the violent weapons, axe handles, and water bottles also. So the prosecutor says, you see the man grabbing an officer by the throat? Is he wearing an American flag and a gas mask? Yeah. And it's here we see Pizzola jump into the fray and grab the shield? He says, yeah, I see him in the fray. He's bringing himself there, though, right? Objection. he's coming into the crowd. He's not being shoved from behind. I don't know. A lot of people are being pushed from behind, so I don't know. You see camera crews trying to get in there. They are diving in for a great shot. I don't know what it is, Hill says. Everybody's pouring into the building, taking photographs, and those people didn't get charged. Now, more police radio transmission is played. Jurors hear officers send up warning that rioters are not backing down, not stopping the assault. So it's a bunch of cops, we're under attack, man. They're killing us all. We're all dying here. And they just play it over and over and over because why not? Now the prosecutor asks about the people giving care to Joshua Black, who got shot in the face. He says people further back in the crowd, they can't see the extent of this injury, right? So, they can't get mad because of this shot in the face. They didn't know about it. He says the people giving him care are not flying into a rage, stealing shields, are they? He says, no, these guys stop what they're doing. There's a lull in the action, and they're rendering aid for a gunshot wound, and they're doing a pretty good job. They play another video. Officers in riot gear crouching down with Black after he's injured. The officer is in hard riot gear, has his hand on the man's shoulder, and they're talking. They say, Hill, have you ever given medical aid before? He says, yeah. He says, so they're talking, and Black backs away from the officer. Ryan Samsel steps back between Black and the officer, and people start shouting. He's one of ours. The officer grabbed Black's collar, pulled toward the police line, Hill says. So he's grabbing it. You're coming with us. Prosecutor says, well, if they were attempting to arrest Mr. Black, that would be interference with his arrest, wouldn't it? Objection, sustained. I think they used the phrase an awful lot of damage to describe his injury, right? Yeah. And he says that Josh didn't even leave the Capitol after this, did he? Says no, he stayed at the Capitol for some time. He's clutching his cheek and he's talking to somebody filming, still on Capitol grounds. Now, prosecutor continues, shows a picture of Joshua Black inside the Capitol after he's been shot in the mouth. Says he's right inside the Capitol, isn't he? On the Senate floor? Yeah, that's correct. So this is attempting to show that this being shot in the face thing is not so dramatic. Okay, he got shot in the cheek. He's still there in the Capitol building. So the defense attorney comes back up and continues with a redirect. And says, Mr. Hill, do you recall seeing Pizzola touching his head, feeling his head like he's been hit? You've seen a video of an interaction where Pizzola got a shield? Yeah. And you reviewed these things frame by frame? Yeah. Do you recall seeing Pizzola looking down after blood was on the floor? Yeah. Do you recall seeing Pizzola ducking down? He says, yeah. I want to show you this video with Ryan Samsel. That's the man who put his arm between the officer and Black? Yeah. And what did the officers do when the officers picked up Black? He stepped in between them. And what did people do around them? Well, they're trying to pull Black away from the officer. Brief sidebar. Now, this video is super slow-mo. Can you ID my client, Dominic Pizzola, here? He says, yeah, I can. And what's he doing? He says, first he covers his head. He's ducking, as if he's protecting his head with his hands. More footage is played. Slow-mo. He stops it. He says, what happened right here? What are people doing? He says some people are looking up at the officers above them as they prepare to fire munitions. It's like the Boston Tea Party, man. They're sitting there, and the police are down upon them preparing to unload. Defense says, should it matter if a couple of shots were good or bad? Objection sustained. No further questions. Now, the jurors are excused. Judge Kelly says, before we break attorneys, jurors, you're free to go. Thanks for your attention. We do want to get to the Tario law enforcement exhibits. Defense attorney Jaraguay for Enrique explains, we're ready to go. Judge, if you'll allow it, I'll make a brief argument for something that you ruled out earlier, but we're ready. Kelly says, now I want to talk about scheduling. How much time do we have left? He says, how long will the reading of exhibits take? He says, I don't know, about 30, 35 minutes, depending on how many you allow in. 40, 45 maybe? A minute per exhibit. We got 46 exhibits, so how much? Judge says, are we getting to Carmen Hernandez's investigator today? Well, I think we could. He says, well, I know we have a hard out today at 5 p.m., but let's get as far as we can. Carmen says, my witness has been here all afternoon. Kelly's looking at the prosecutor's table. They talk about 3 exhibits now for Shane Lamond, a suspended police officer. Multiple layers of hearsay are being argued. Kelly will let Tario's team admit other exhibits, actually, most of them. And now they're talking about scheduling. Can we be done by the 17th? Well, there's a big difference here. Talking about reading exhibits. Tario's intern is very smiley. Wow, big day in court. Intern's having fun. Shout out to Enrique Tario's intern. Doing a great job. Shout out to the defense interns out there. Prosecutor interns, have a nice life. Brandy says, as she continues, these are messages between Tario and the MPD. Tario is communicating with the police, and they're actually talking about November dates, January 16th dates, February 2020 dates, February 28th dates, tons of exhibits, all the way leading up into October 13th. Text is going fast. She's typing away. We're getting closer to January 6th exhibits, all being read into the record. Do you have any info on planned Saturday night events? Tario says March at 6 p.m. That's the December date. We're still in December. Now January 4th. What are you guys doing on January 4th? Staying at the Phoenix Park Hotel. Shane Lamond confirms that. All of these exhibits are read in. Hernandez is up. She says there are 2 items, Judge, that we need to talk about. Talking about admissibility of some information. And I wonder see if we get to Carmen's next witness. So they're still debating about some of this evidence. Now the jury is brought back in. We have another stipulation that's being read into the record. Here's what they're telling us about Zachary Real. The parties agree. Carmen Hernandez is reading this into the record for the jurors. She says, I want to tell you a little bit about my client, okay? Zachary Real enlisted in the Marine Corps 2008, honorably discharged 2012. 2010, promoted from private first class to E2 Lance Corporal E3. Later promoted to Corporal E4. Real earned a Marine Corps Good Conduct Medal, his unit awarded commendation as a traffic management specialist. His responsibilities included shipping equipment to Marines overseas. Real suffered a lower back injury during a time on a traffic management team, shoulder injury on an obstacle course. Injuries led to an honorable discharge. Attended Temple University, GI benefits, earned a bachelor in business administration. Innovation in management, 3.5 GPA, didn't attend a rally in the DC, wasn't at the Airbnb on 1-5, and was present at the location at the plaza. Was not present at the location when Charles Donahue threw a water bottle at the officers. Was present in a different area. Real's phone shows metadata that says his video was taken at 1:25. He was not present on the Upper West Terrace. And between these times, he was not present when that window was shattered. This ends the stipulation. The judge says, I can report to you, ladies and gentlemen, the end is in sight. Says, we're not sitting on Friday or Monday. So we've got nothing going tomorrow. We'll start on Tuesday at 11 a.m. and the rest of the week we'll be conferring and letting you know what is coming. Judge says, things are in flux here, but we'll let you know what happens next week. Thanks for the evidence. Now, attorneys for Joe Biggs and Tario, they say, we're done. We've presented all of our evidence. Hernandez says, we still have motions that we want to put forward. Nick Smith says, we're not quite done yet. And Roots still has the foremost window expert. Judge Kelly says, hey, Roger, are you done with your motions? Is that your last motion in the case? He says, no, not even close. What are you, nuts? Emphatically, no, Judge. No. We're just getting warmed up over here. Thanks for asking, though. No, we have a process server on Ray Epps, and we are not giving up on Ray Epps. He's dodging service, says Roots. If he's here on Tuesday, maybe we'll hear from him. Guess what? Ray Epps is not going to be here on Tuesday. So there is a subpoena that looks like it was validated, but the service by publication was not validated. So Ray Epps will very unlikely, be appearing in court. He's dodging service. Kinnearson, the prosecutor, says, this Roots witness, the window expert, they've received no information about him. We don't have anything about his resume or his name. He's going to bring in a window expert to tell us that probably the Capitol building windows were made out of that movie glass, you just sniff at it and it breaks. And we'll propose to exclude that on the basis. He says, well, it sounds like we might have evidence conclude on Tuesday. Wow. Roots isn't happy. He says, Your Honor, the government lied in this case. They misrepresented evidence about the window expert. He says the government put on false evidence. And judge says, no, stop, take it easy, Roots. That's not correct at all. He says, you've used the wonder of cross-examination and hopefully the truth emerges. You have a right to put on fact evidence in your case, but the question is whether providing notice, like literally today, he says it wasn't today, it was December. Kelly says, but they didn't say, they say they didn't get it until today. And they're fighting, and Brandy doesn't catch it. He says, you didn't anticipate the government would try to argue the case? Brandy continues. They talk about the juror scheduling issue next week. Prosecutor tells the court, let's not release him. Advise the juror that maybe they can shift their commitment, tell him you're not going on your trip. Hernandez is still talking about the schedule. Kelly said, we'll now know by Tuesday if the defendants may testify. Is Zach Real going to testify? We don't know. Prosecutor says, we want notice if they're going to testify. And they say Sunday's a good deadline, maybe Monday morning. Wow, okay. This is nuts. So Kelly agrees with McCullough. Says you need defense counsel to represent by Sunday whether your clients are going to be available to testify. The defense says Sunday's Easter. Can we have Monday morning to get our deadlines? Kelly says, yeah, it's true, it's Easter. That stinks, but no. You need to have these discussions with your clients Friday and Saturday. And then you also need to give us an answer on Easter. And am I mistaken, or did they not give the government additional time till Monday to respond to the defense motion? They did, didn't they? Yeah, they did. Dominic Pizzola, his defense, Roger Roots, remember they submitted the motion that we just read through? Just to be clear about how unfair this is. The defense asked for time to respond till Monday. Judge says no. The government asks for time to respond to a defense motion until Monday. The judge says yes. Sorry, it's Easter. You have to figure it out. Metcalf says, well, it's fine. Our client's probably going to testify. We might be hearing from Dominic Pizzola. Wow. Norm Pattis says Joe Biggs is not going to testify. And that's the end of the trial. And so ultra shout outs to Brandy Buckman. She's really leaving. No trial tomorrow. Not going to see you then. Monday is also going to be closed in Proud Boys trial. So we'll be back on Tuesday. And so ultra shout out. Thank you to Brandy Buckman for live tweeting this whole thing. Amazing job. And very interesting day. Over 40 confidential human sources. The government has plenty of time to respond to that, to make whatever they can come up with as their argument. And Judge Kelly will listen to that and very likely rule, but none of it will come in. Unlikely that Ray Epps gets served by Tuesday. Hopefully, fingers crossed, maybe that'll happen. But that is it for Proud Boys trial, day 52. At least 40 informants, agents, sources, who knows, all embedded, and more will be revealed on that. Of course, we'll continue to cover. Thank you for liking this video and subscribing wherever it is you're watching this, and we'll look forward to seeing you on the next one.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I'm trying to figure out what we should do next here. I almost want to replay what we got earlier from another epic rage quit from the little boy in Michigan's gonna come kick L. Cox's ass. Nah, okay. I'll get that queued up maybe here.
At the moment, there's certainly an increasing interest in electronic music, music that is produced by electronic oscillators.
bread pocket, not to the in bread pocket. No way. Bro, you're a bitch. You're a midget. You're a fucking run. You're a run. You're a run.
He's actually shorter than me. Short.
That fucking That's the father. Talking about your sister again.
Hey, man. Hey, I'll put $1,000 out there if you can find out where this clown is.
Hey, I might be a clown, but it's like a fast food restaurant. I'm wearing the crown.
Oh my God, dude. I would love to.
Burger King ain't got shit on the clown. Not even a king could.
I would love to fucking look you in the eyes and have you say this shit in my face. And you won't.
I'd have to take a knee.
You must like tall men. Eric must like tall men.
He muted me. I'd have to look down.
You're muted, but you're not.
I was muted. The host muted me.
You're a punk.
I am a punk. I'm a heel.
Glad you can come to terms with that.
See? I thought you were a baby face. I ain't a baby face. I'm a heel like Jim Cornette.
Hey.
Yay.
Cause all I do is win, 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 win.
How are you winning?
I mean, my penis, it's so big. Genetically, I won. Shit. Thank you. Thank you.
So this is the felt man. Like, Nicole doesn't even like me, but she's literally growing up. Dude. Okay. I bet that's funny to you.
That is. It's pretty goddamn hilarious. Hey, soy ghost. The way you sound like fucking eating meat, I just want to hear you actually eating soy. What was that, you goblin?
Hey.
Let's see it. Let's see it. I gotta put the platter in. Well, I should have had someone here recording me doing this one. I'm recording her now. I mean, it's at home, but I'm still recording.
Live.
Yeah.
Go, SR71 live.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. You know what's also hilarious about that? The only person I've ever watched that was like 7 years old. I have that on DVD now. Yeah, you're fucking like 50, Scotty. Well, I bought it.
You showed some live footage from your home, bro.
Oh, that chick was hot back in the day. Cable. There she is. Here's. I have some scratch needles upstairs that I got at Guitar Center. But they give you like a little generic cartridge right here. But it's probably not really good. It's probably alright.
Here comes SR71.
I don't get its stream taken down.
Pretty so.
Dude, I swear, the eyebrow.
Trying to say I look like that Jesus guy in Mexico? The monkey guy? The wolf man?
People tell me this does not look just like.
Come on, let's see it, Goblin. I used to watch this when I was a kid, actually.
Dude, this looks just like you, bro.
Oh, that's right. That
Look
would
up
be
Charles II
Anton.
of Spain. That looks like you.
That would be Anton to get down on his knees to fight Eric. See? See, you have to get on his knees to be able to fight Eric.
AKS.
Hey, put my turntable back on. Well, he's got to show me, I guess. I don't feel it. He's talking about the old guy, right? The Count Dracula looking guy? No, Eddie Munster's the kid. Oh, it is?
I'm mad at this video.
Okay. Hey, I like that haircut, actually.
I bet you do, bro.
Oh, look, an ad. Eric ruined it all with an ad. So this weight's gonna go on the tone arm over here. The counterweight.
I'm nervous, bro.
There's a 45 adapter right here.
Oh, that's cool.
You got to be cool. I've got some crappy turntables. I sold my good turntables when I moved to California. Well, no, I used to. But now I have crappy ones. But this is the best. This is what I used to have. And I'm very happy to open this up right now. To be honest with you.
SR71, he just has some old Playboy magazines in the sand.
What? I'm not old enough to have those.
Bro, tell us you're a virgin without telling us you're a virgin.
Bro, your penis is like literally 1 inch. When they see mine, they're like, oh my god, that fucker's got arms and legs.
Like, why did you jump on the stream just to get roasted?
Just to roast you, you midget. With class.
Again,
with class.
Bruce Lee, would you be roasting me?
Yeah, because he's dead at 32. I'd be like, damn, your life expectancy was pretty weak.
You would roast Bruce Lee. Wow, you're the man.
I would.
What a punk you are, bro.
Thank you. I'm a heel, baby. I'm a heel.
Yeah.
I think I have how you can go.
I can't wait to take some clips for you and put them on TikTok, bro. I'm gonna
You're gonna put clips of me on TikTok?
Yeah, I'm gonna make you famous, bro.
Thanks.
Oh, that's nice. Dude, that's brand new.
Cool. Yeah, the platter's right here. I got the platter on top. But yeah, this is the premium turntable that you see. And I had some crappy ones. I used to have like a 70s. I sold them when I moved to, I'm gonna set it up. I'm gonna put the platter on now.
SR71 is gonna show some hot pockets about him.
Man, I don't fucking eat Hot Pockets. I eat fucking like vegan food, you fat bitch. Look at your face. Oh wait, he's not even showing face. Faceless troll. Faceless troll.
Oh my god, here we go.
Faceless troll action.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Hold on. We have Aaron V. Cox coming out.
Oh shit.
Now, here's the deal. Aaron V. Cox, I'm going to let you on. I haven't banned you. You have to show your face. You want to talk.
Show a stick.
No, I'm going to ask even the panel members that I don't even like. Would you guys agree he has to show his face? You showed.
Yeah, 100%.
So, Aaron, if you don't
you gotta show your turntable. Show your turntable.
And that's not my decision. That is the decision of the panel.
Yep.
So when I bring you on,
I don't care.
Show your face. If you don't, I'm gonna kick you. And
Scotty, that's not humanly possible not to care. That's like controlling how tall you get.
Hey, put your camera on, or you're gonna get kicked. Not my decision. The panel's decision.
Let's see it. Oh my god, he looks like a bum.
Yep, that's why he doesn't put his camera on.
Yeah, I'm a total bum. I don't have a
hobo
to enable me and prop me up so I can sit and troll the internet all night as a baby
You're
tool.
not gonna come on my stream and just fucking talk over people and take over the stream, bro. We asked you to put your camera on. We didn't say for a second.
Oh, so he's gonna
Camera on. I'll just kick you off.
So you're gonna mute me.
Yeah,
You're gonna mute me the whole time. That's
long
what he's doing. He's gonna mute me the whole
I
time.
will not mute you.
He said I could talk if I turn my.
Put your camera on.
And then he mutes me like a bitch.
I kind of gotta agree with Aaron. He did explicitly said he has to leave it up.
That's true.
I don't mind leaving it on for
Oh
you
my
fucking
god, you know what, dude?
anyway.
I prefer you leave it off. I agree. No, told you I was
Hey, I thought you were like gonna call the cops or something a minute ago.
Get swatted, get swatted, get swatted.
Are you gonna have me arrested yet or what? You keep on saying you're gonna have me arrested, Eric.
Change starts with a call. 911. Call
So
911.
proof of me ever saying that? I never said that.
You just said it a minute ago on your own fucking stream, you loser.
What? Show me. I mean,
Like right at the
you know what?
beginning.
I'm not worried
I know
about
you
it.
got a mental
People
midget
listen
size,
back.
fucking memory there.
You know how to have a conversation, man?
Not with losers like.
I talk, you talk, I talk, you talk.
I much rather get you to admit that it's your
Talk over people.
on the Connor suicide.
Oh
Is
my
it not
God.
your voice on the Connor suicide LARP? You said it is in there.
Suicide LARP, blah, blah.
You said
You know
it's
what?
not
When I
even your
found out he
voice.
was
That's what I
in-
want to talk
when I
about.
found
Come
out
on,
he
man.
was
You said
a
it's
pedo,
not
I didn't-
even your
I didn't
voice.
defend-
He's going to talk.
I didn't defend him after I found out he was a pedo.
Talk
You got it.
over and you
Dude, you never shut up. God, this guy.
you said it wasn't even your voice on the.
Oh my God, dude.
Look how beautiful it is.
Like Scotty, myself, SR71, we have issues with each other and we're opposite to each other, but this guy just never shuts up.
How
Like,
to knock
dude,
yourself back out.
fucking allow somebody else to talk. Jump back on. But you're just gonna talk. Oh, that's a... Okay, dude. You have to let other people talk.
You're such a bootin' bitch. I didn't even throw you off when you're talking over on my
You
panel.
You always do. In
Dude,
fact,
you
I think
come
the only
over on
one that
my
hasn't kicked
panel,
me is
you
Scotty.
overtalk everybody like a stupid bitch.
Dude. When I came on, you kicked me off every time. In fact, I'm banned for even going on your stage. Now, if you want to come on and have a conversation, we can, but nobody wants to hear your stupid shit.
See the wax paper? The wax
That's
paper is
nice,
very important. Thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy. I need to get a
Dude,
brother.
are you going to behave or are you going to be a fucktard, bro?
I'm not going to adhere to your fucking dumbed down orders,
I'm
you
not
little
gonna
bitch.
lick your boots. I'm not gonna lick your boots.
Are you friends with this fucktard? SR71?
No.
What's
He's
his
like
name?
my lover.
Lucky Gomez.
Aaron's my lover, actually.
I bet he is.
I thought you were going to have him arrested for being a pedo, Eric.
Oh shit,
I thought you were gonna have
bring up the
Anton.
past.
SR71 is Anton. I thought you were going to have him arrested, Eric.
Oh shit, Jones actually makes sense. I'm escaping the facility.
So you're
Yeah, it
buddies
makes
with this
sense.
guy?
You do look like you're in hospital PJs
Oh, I
there.
already told you no, but yeah.
Alright. God.
So it's not your voice on the suicide LARP tape, Eric?
The question is, when are you going to get a job?
No. See how you deflect away from that? You said it on my screen. It's not even.
Job, man?
As we were playing the
When
suicide
are you
LARP
going
tape,
to get a job?
and I
never
already got
a
enough
job,
shit
bro.
going on, dude. I don't need to get one. It sounds like you need to get a
You
job
don't
away
need to
from the
get a
ski
job,
slope.
God.
Are you a bunny slope ski instructor,
You
Eric?
don't need to get a job.
It's what you are, dude. Dude, you are a bunny slope ski instructor at my knob. I mean, come on,
I
dude. Get
was.
the fuck over it. Oh, now you've been fired.
The slope
Okay.
slows down now. I don't.
Right, and Anton's even
That
got
was
snow
one of my
in his
five
place.
jobs,
It shows
bro.
you. Dude, what do they got? Like a pommel lift? Is that what they got, a pommel lift, and they're going 2 months out of the year? That's dude, you fucking accomplished some shit, Eric.
Why are you tapping on people who actually work, man?
Well, it's the way you try to say be tough guy in LARP land. Okay,
I
you're
work.
LARPing it up on the ski on the
I look like a
bunny
lunatic
slope.
right now.
No, dude, you're LARPing it up on the bunny slope.
You're talking about me being a ski instructor, and it's gonna be.
Dude, when you wanna play tough guy, come talk to me, and we'll do some real skiing.
What
You
about other
stupid bitch.
jobs?
What are your other jobs? Why? So we can talk about Eric, so he can deflect away from it not being his voice on the suicide.
Cringe. Aaron's being cringe.
I'm more.
Yeah, I don't care if I'm being cringe. He's the one that's cringe. He's fucking lying. He's lying.
Sus Lord,
I
baby.
never fucking stop talking. Can we just look at Scotty's equipment? That's brand new too. Let's show it. With him, bro.
I'd much rather roast you than sit here and coddle you, stupid
You
bitch.
cannot roast me. You already paid up
Dude,
dick. You don't even
Dude,
have
you're a
job.
bunny slope ski instructor and
Right,
a dumbed down little
one of
Palma
me,
lift
one of
resort.
my 5 jobs. Got it.
That's
Good
fucking
job.
already, dude. Eric, you even
Good
said,
job, man.
dude,
Got it.
see, you even said that Utah was getting shitty snow and they're still open.
Dude,
Your little Palma lift bullshit bunny
Mount
slope
Maggie
is already
shop
closed.
3 weeks ago, bro.
Yeah,
By
that
the
tells
way,
that
you
tells
said I
real
worked at-
skiers
at-
out there
where?
what type of a job you got at a
This fucking idiot right here was saying that I taught in the Upper Peninsula. That's how dumb you are. God. Tell me,
Yeah,
where,
well, it
where do
was-
I work at now? You finally found out?
Oh my God, Eric, I can
You don't
show
work,
your
man.
bio,
Why do betas like you have a problem with people at work?
dude.
You have a
You
problem
play
that I have
tough
a
guy
job?
on the bunny slope and
'Cause
push
you don't have
kids
a
around,
job,
don't
man.
you?
You don't have any jobs. You do nothing. You live
Yeah, I know.
10 hours at a time on YouTube. That is what you do, bro.
Yeah, because
That's all
I'm a
you do.
broadcaster, an
And you're gonna come
award-winning
here trying to talk
broadcaster.
shit about me because I have a
Eric.
job. God.
See, then he mutes you. I'm an award-winning
Because
broadcaster,
you never
stupid
shut
bitch.
up. You never stop talking.
Right, because you said once I turn my camera on, then I can talk. Now you don't want me to.
Just for kicks.
For
Can you put it
some
on one more
reason,
time?
Eric
The viewers
Schultz
want to laugh. Can you put your camera on one more time?
here,
Just
shoot
one
me
more
and
time,
won't
man.
let me talk.
Just for
Like
the
a
viewers.
stupid
Because
bitch.
you never shut up.
You're a stupid bitch on the bunny slope, pushing kids around, thinking you're tough. At 5'5", Eric, come on.
That's a job, though, right? So I'm actually working and I have a job.
I don't need a job
What's
for
your-
dick status.
Go ahead,
That's
bro.
what you do. I got a job working on the bunny slope. I'm somebody.
But you don't have a job. Got it. You have no job.
Dude, I've already done all the cool shit in my life. I don't need to sit here and try to win awards like
Right.
you are, dude.
I'm going to mute out and we're going to let the Fleck control Mass talk.
Oh, are you going to
I'm
rage
let
quit
these
your own
guys
stream
eat
again?
up, bro.
Don't rage quit your own stream again, Eric,
No,
whatever
bro.
you do, please.
Rage
Don't
quit.
rage quit your own
Tell me
stream.
about
Come
the
on,
rage
bud.
quit of the year again, bro.
Okay, let's all calm down for Eric.
Never shuts up, folks.
Let's calm down for Eric so we won't
I can
be
feel the
again.
sexual tension.
I guarantee you will not shut up.
The sexual tension. It's in the air.
No, I think that's you, Anton. You're letting him
Probably.
slide.
I've had a wait for about
Anton,
a day.
you're letting him slide after he called you a pedo and gonna put you in jail.
I already told you, he's a fucking incel. He fucking banged his sister.
Whoa. This is Anton out of here? You are a beta.
Such a fucking dumbed down karaoke star. You're so
Karen,
full of shit,
Karen.
Eric.
Yeah.
Get it done.
Yeah, Anton.
You're Anton?
Anton, he said he was gonna arrest you, have you arrested because you're a pedo.
So,
Well, he's got a mental disability. There's nothing bad about
Yeah,
that.
that's
Can you
true.
shut
Yeah,
up
mental
long enough for me to
midgetness.
Talk to him.
Mental
So when I got that information, I immediately retracted it. After
And
No, you didn't.
that's why I'm looking. I'm wearing orange yellow.
I
I'm wearing orange
retracted
yellow.
it and said that I had it wrong. You don't do that, Aaron. You don't retract
Oh,
anything.
okay. You just
You
said on
just
your
keep
stream
putting
earlier
out
you're
this-
gonna have me
this
arrested.
information. No, bro, shut up. I'm talking to Anton, not you.
What are you gonna have me arrested? No, it doesn't matter. Anton.
Anyway, Anton. If that's Anton over there. Unfortunately, Slow Mavs over here gave it away. I didn't know that was you. So I got a picture of something. I looked at it, and within an hour, I retracted it. This guy's still bringing it up. He's not saying that I did that and retracted it. He's just saying I did that.
Well, I already know you two are tagging teaming. I mean, this is all made up, fake. It's like WWE. You're just fucking lying.
Wait, what?
You're both working together.
I'm working with this fuck guy.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. That's what I said.
So you are dumber than I thought. Got it.
I'm retarded, mentally retarded, but not as dumb as you because you bang your sister.
I just missed what Anton said. I got booted from the stream. Like a
goat, like a goat.
You're an idiot, bro. You really have to. I mean,
Who are you talking to? Do you know how to use like a pronoun? You know how to use your pronouns?
It's very interesting that you guys all came to my stream.
did.
Come to mine though, Eric. I thought I'd pay you back the favor.
You're making yourself look stupid. I appreciate it.
Oh, by you not answering questions about your voice. You said, dude, you said it's not your voice on the suicide log tape on my screen.
Again, your guys' voices haven't even changed. You're grown men.
That's why because you drank gasoline.
Instead of beer. Got it.
Drink gasoline.
Your nuts haven't even dropped. Got it. Got it.
Oh, where?
Look at this guy. Look at, hold on, let me put the
Nice.
camera on so I can solo
It's a knot.
lay you out. Look at that guy. We're going to solo lay you out.
Let's hear it.
Put your camera on, man. Oh, here we go. Look at, dude's in the closet. Look at that. He's in the fucking closet. Look at that guy.
Just for you, Eric.
Basement dweller.
The dude's in the
Just
closet.
for you, man.
Why are
That's a basement dweller right
You
there.
like it when I go in my closet for you.
Well, it's okay. People see it.
You like it. You like it when I'm in my closet for you, Eric.
Put your camera back on, man. Show Steve.
You like it when I'm in my closet.
Yeah, he's in the
Stupid bitch.
closet.
I am. I'm in my closet, dude.
Holy, actually, Aaron, you've got a little bit fatter. Eric's gotten fatter. Look at him.
He was in the closet.
Yeah, right. It's so hilarious.
You gotta do some push-ups, fatty.
Why are you broadcasting from a closet, Aaron?
It's over your head, Eric. Might be a little over your head. Why I'm
Yeah,
in my
pretty easy,
closet right now.
5'6". That's pretty easy though, you're 5'6".
Dude, you're in the
I know.
closet broadcasting.
Dude, you're the one rage quitting your own streams, you mental midget. See, no one else is really laughing like he is. I wonder if he's the one deflecting away from being in the closet. No, dude, seriously, are you in the closet like Mr. Jones?
I'm not the one who's broadcasting from a closet, bro. You are.
Hey, it's warm. It's warm in my closet, and you're not worth turning on my studio for.
Cool, man. Your studio in the closet?
You mean when you were on my panel and you said that it wasn't your voice on the footage of Mr. Connor's suicide note? Is that what you're saying there?
Was that in the closet?
It wasn't your voice, because we've got the clip of you on my panel
Dude, you're literally
saying
broadcasting from a closet.
that it wasn't your voice.
Facts.
You can't make this shit up, folks. Facts. Put your camera back on.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, come on,
Yeah.
Eric, show them the face.
I'm gonna kick you out, dude.
Oh, but it only took what?
You know what, dude? You literally have fucking banned me from even commenting on your station. Banned me. I'd ban you from it. Got mad? You come back on? Put your camera on, though. Oh, it's how you're talking in your closet. Hey, put your camera on. I'm gonna kick you out again, bro.
Don't be such a bitch. You didn't make Mike.
Hi. These two have their camera on. I have my camera on. Camera on, bro. Or you're gonna be kicked again.
All right, hold on. Yeah. I know. What we're doing is we're doing a hyperbole of how much you are in the closet.
Camera on, man.
All right, there you go.
What is
Hey,
that?
it's okay for everybody else, right? It's okay for everybody else to do that. Yeah. Right, you won't answer questions about why you said it wasn't your voice on the Connor suicide lark.
Oh my God, dude, dude, I've denounced that guy over and over again. You, on the other hand, did denounce the guy that you were fucking covering for. Oh, he was set up. Dude, you're strong. Put your camera on, bro. Or not. At least I'm letting you come back on.
That's how it's done, everybody.
He's got his camera on.
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna
Showing
look
his
away.
skinny jeans.
These are Cheeto fucking pajamas, you pussy.
Come on, Anton. Why are you talking shit to Scotty? I mean, no matter
He
what
looks like
he is,
shit, like
bro.
you. He looks
He was a
old.
good athlete. He would whoop your ass, bro.
You look like an abortion. You're an abortion brain, you hillbilly monkey.
You're a punk. All you can do is
You look like an inbred fuck up.
see that.
I fucked your sister.
Hey, I don't have a sister, you dumbass.
Oh, that was inappropriate. My bad.
That's just stupid, because you're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
You're talking shit to Scotty. Scotty will wreck you, bro.
I'd wreck you and your sister, you bums. Homo adventure, looking inbred fucker, Charles of Spain, black nut, motherfucker.
Whatever.
I like Anton.
Dude, wait. Can you at least wait to your voice gets...
Somebody he was walking her dog. I'm just being inappropriate.
Hey, stop talking way up high. Your voice has to be changed, bro.
I'm sorry that I'm a heel. And I'm sorry that you drink so much that your voice is fucking somehow. You think you can sound like shit.
Listen to you, dude.
I can't listen to myself.
Dude, listen to like your voice is...
You want me to listen to myself? Actually, I could do it right now. I'm in a tunnel.
Listen to how high you are. You just...
I know, it sounds awesome. Oh my god, look at that, guys. Look at that.
I'm not going to say where. I won't even say the state I live in because people might come get me.
Scott, hey, Eric, look. Look, it's your wife.
There you go.
Who would do that? That's so inappropriate. They drew a penis.
Do you have any idea? You sound, and I'm not doing this to make fun of you. This is the way you're talking, bro. This is the way
you know, a voice without a voice changer?
I can make it even worse, but dude, you're a bitch.
Oh my
That's what you sound like without a voice changer?
Yeah, big guy.
Oh, he's going off face. He's taking off face.
No, he's about to rage quit his own panel. I called it too.
Faceless. He's a faceless.
Is it faceless troll?
I called it. He did rage quit his own panel.
I'll step in here, though. If you want to talk shit to Scotty, Scotty would fucking wreck you, bro.
I probably have to look down at Scotty, too.
Are you going to tell me you honestly think you'd have a chance against Scotty?
I'm never saying that. You're the one saying that, you weirdo.
You talk all kinds of shit to him.
Well, I will talk shit. I mean, I still got a gun and a knife. But is Scotty gonna fucking somehow become the titanium man? Well, yeah, I'm a modern human. I'm not.
The only reason why Anton is there is so Eric has someone to deflect away from, deflect onto, deflect away from the Connor's shit where he was on these channels, on these streams. When we played the Connor suicide LARP and he said it wasn't even his voice, and everyone's on the panel, dude, that's your voice. See, this is what we're dealing with here, right? He kicked me like freaking 8 times, right? Oh, what bitch. These guys are such bitches, like Mr. Jones and Dr. Mengele.
Bro, your voice isn't even that good, so I don't know why you're talking shit.
I didn't say my voice is good, but I'm a man.
I know, I'm the one saying that.
Listen to yourself, bro. No wonder all you do is play video games.
Baby, I'm sorry that you don't like my voice.
It's not I don't like it, it's just you're a weasel. You know what I think?
Well, thank you. I mean, that's a heel. Heels make millions of dollars. Jim Cornette sounds up high. Conan O'Brien sounds up high. Oh, this is really good.
Anyway,
yeah, Conan O'Brien's father was actually like the professor of meditation or medicine over at Harvard.
You're the weasel. Got it.
Yes, I'm the weasel. I'm a very intelligent animal. What happened to Aaron?
You're saying a weasel's intelligent. Got it.
Kind of. Or maybe I'm an octopus. Yeah, I'm an octopus.
On the street, so I can roast your ass. Got it.
You ain't roasting shit, you hillbilly monkey. You look like a 5-foot shit midget fucking working at a candy shop.
Yeah, at least my face is on camera. Let's see you again.
I already showed it. I mean, technically my face is live on like 40
You showed your
right
face
now.
for like 3 seconds because people were laughing at your Eddie mustache. God.
I couldn't even see chat.
Look at.
Okay, I'll go ahead. You look like a fat whale.
Scotty knows I have respect.
You look like a thumb, Eric. You look like a thumb.
Whatever. You keep talking with your little fucking 1980s.
Okay, I banged your sister.
Okay.
You look like a little dwarf. You look like Hornswoggle off of WWE. Charles of Spain fucked your mama. You kind of look like Sir Isaac Newton, but without the brain.
My mom's dead, so who fucked my mom?
Because I beefed her to death.
Tell me who fucked my mom while she was in the grave again.
I did. I beefed her.
Okay, so just an FYI, right? When Anton says that to me about my mother, all right, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, whatever. Watch Eric just explode over this one.
She was dead. I beefed her to death.
I bet you did.
I did.
I bet you did.
I was like Ed Gein.
Ed Gein? You mean Ed
Yeah.
Gein?
Ed Gein.
Dude, it's Ed Gein, first of all.
I know you're wrong, but I'm not going to say why I know you're wrong.
You're such an idiot.
I do actually know you're wrong, but
it's Ed Gein.
It's all good. It's all good.
It's Ed Gein. Got it. Why
Sure is, buddy.
Are you some kind of serial killer?
Yeah, I'm like Jeffrey Dahmer. You know, what do you think I'm doing outside right now?
Weasels like you are the people who grow up to be serial killers. So I wouldn't put that past you.
That's hot.
You do have FBI watches this shit, right?
Okay, sweet.
All right. Okay, sweet.
He's got his FBI buddies
Look at
watching
his
after he
shadow.
called him.
Look at that.
Look at the shadow. Look at his face. Look at his chin. His chin got Botox.
Look at the camera.
Look at his titties.
Camera, Eddie Monster.
Look at his G.I. Joe shirt.
What are you
Look at his
doing,
balding
bro?
hair. Look at his
All you
hairline.
do is talk.
Look at his glasses.
Look at my glasses. Wow.
Dude, why would I want to not take the vaccine if I turn into you? I go blind. My hair starts going away.
Wait. Why would you not want it? So you took it, huh?
Oh,
Sure
that's
did.
a-
I took 30 of them.
Wow.
Drank it.
That's some double reverse. Here, let's listen to
I
that
can tell
again.
you didn't.
Why
Look
would
at
you not want to?
Look at my glasses.
Oh my God. Here,
Eddie
let's go.
Monster.
Look at his G.I. Joe shirt.
What are you
Look at his
doing,
balding
bro?
hair. Look at his
All
hairline.
you do is talk.
Look at his glasses.
Look at my glasses. Wow.
Dude, why would I want to not take the vaccine if I turn into you? I go blind. My hair starts going away.
Wait. Why would you not want it? So you took it, huh?
Sure did. I took 30 of them. Drank it.
Cool, man. You're fun.
I can tell you didn't. Look at you. You're blind. You're fucking going bald. You're fat.
I'd say I have a lot of hairs at 51, so God.
Oh, 50. That's sweet.
Here, should we see how long I last this time?
Look at his legs. My forearm's bigger than your fucking legs, bro. Look at this guy.
Look at those
This is
cheeks.
live.
Drinking Bud Light too.
Never drank, smoked, or done drugs in my life.
Probably
Here.
drinking Bud Light.
Here, they're being stupid anyways. Okay, here, I'll log back in. It's live. But should we take bets on how long before he kicks me again? I'd say 1 minute. He'll kick me in 1 minute. Oh, he's not even gonna let me on now. I'm in the back.
I'm actually the only one here that's done that. I can actually say that about you two.
He's not even letting me on.
Show us your pants.
He would completely boot me from the studio, and then I would go back in. I'm backstage, he won't let me on. Here you go.
I did. I brought it up. I talked about your parents. Okay. Are you drunk? Can you keep up, Sloppy? Huh?
See, you won't even let me on like a bitch.
Not yet. Never.
We'll hang out for a minute and we'll go back to audio. Okay. Eric's gonna be known forever as the one that won't fight Scotty.
Is that why you're walking?
Of course he does.
No.
No.
Wait, I'm live 24/7 for 2 years, but I have parents that never go into my room.
It kind of sounds like OJ.
You fucking live with your
I'm
parents.
actually the only one here that's done that. I can actually say that about you
Okay,
two.
Anton, if you don't live with your parents, so where do you live? Like, you don't have to say, like, your state or your city, but you have a house, an apartment.
I mean, I've got.
Look at it. You can't answer
I've got to
right
come
away.
back for that, Eric. Show us your penis.
Dude, just deflecting. If you don't live with your parents, where do you live?
I mean, I asked a simple question.
See what I'm
We'll
saying?
do it.
Scotty just fucking nailed you, bro. You're lying. You do live with
You
your
just said that I possibly live with my parents.
Okay, ask me
Or he was
where I
asking the question.
my house.
How about this? Show me your penis. Show me your penis, and we'll be all good. Bro, your parents are dead, so obviously you don't. You just live in a group home.
I
Sorry.
didn't say anything about my parents. I'm talking about you.
I did. I brought it home. I talked about your
It
parents.
does remind me of a group home where he lives.
Are you drunk? Can you keep up, Sloppy? Huh?
Are you John?
Not yet. Never.
You have this high-pitched, musical voice.
At this point, I'm doing it on purpose, just so that
I guarantee you, Anton, after you leave this live stream, you will be known forever as the weasel.
Not fair. Is that what you're gonna talk about? You look like fucking thumb.
Where do you live?
Oh, you got
I
the
live
phone.
in Alaska, like.
Eric, you bounced me like 8 times like a bitch.
Oh, he almost rage quit his own panel. That would have been okay. He already dipped out once to call the cops. Why did you call the feds? Is that why you needed to dip out there a few minutes back? Okay, well then, have him come talk to me. We got lots to go over, especially about you, Eric. Right, well, I'm still not in jail like you said you're going to throw me in jail.
This guy went faceless again. He's talking about moving. You're telling me I'm face. You showed your face for like faceless troll. Faceless troll.
Uh-huh. No, you're a deflecting little bitch.
Faceless troll. Faceless troll. Here you go, lady monster. Go ahead, show your face. Oh shit, gross. Can you show my face again? Motherfucker's gonna call me out because I put my camera off for a second.
To call the cops. Yeah, that's what you did. You called your Fed buddies. Just like we've got clips of Eric saying he's got tracers going through his chats for the feds to track people. There we go. He booted me. It was about a minute.
Back, show your face.
What a loser,
shit,
bitch.
You won't.
Let me show my face again.
Motherfucker's gonna call me out because I put my camera off for a second. Yeah.
To call the
Please
cops.
face
Yeah,
again.
that's what you did. You
There
called
we
your
go.
Fed
That's all we
buddies.
did.
Just like we've got clips of Eric saying he's
can't
got
interrupt it.
tracers
Hey, I'm
going
gonna
through his
interrupt
chats for the feds to track.
God, this guy never show your face.
I'm actually showing face right now to like 40
Are you
streams.
really showing face? So your face is black. Got it.
Well, yeah, I'm black. Are you racist? Wait, what the fuck?
You're not showing your face because you're embarrassed.
I am actually on like 40 streams.
Really, you're showing your face right now. Oh, I've seen it. Anyway. God.
Better than yours.
Eddie Monster. Hold on. Well, I'll put my face on too. Let's talk face to face, man to man. Brother.
My phone's about to die though, so.
Say something to me, bro.
Until my phone dies, yeah.
No. Look me in the fucking eyes and say something to me, man.
Okay, 1 second.
He needs stared in his eyes.
Look into my eyes, Eric. You're a piece of shit. Look at that Jewish nose. Look at that big old money nose like the president.
You look really nervous.
I do? Oh, I am outside. You're fucking in your basement.
And
I'm outside. You're in your basement, you whip. Get your ass outside.
In the eyes and have him stared out, and you look really nervous, bro. You got big eyes.
God, he looks psycho.
Look how
Fucking
goofy
Anton
you look.
is a
Hang on,
psycho.
Look how goofy you look. You're fucking red and black right now. You fucking look like a drunk. You look like my janitor. You look like my
What
ex-janitor.
does a drunk look like?
Big red and fucking blue.
Wait a
Big
minute.
eyes with
Wait a minute.
thought,
A drunk looks like Eric every other night besides tonight. Well, he
Okay, I'm
still
looking.
looks like he's got wet
Thank
brain.
Looking. I'm actually looking over you because remember I'm 6'2", you're 5'6".
Okay. You're not looking me in the eyes.
I'm trying, baby.
Scared to look me in the eyes.
I'm not.
Oh yeah, you are.
He needs
What
look
is
in his
this?
big doe eyes.
Dude, fucking look in the eyes of a coward punk right here, folks. You're not looking at me.
I'm trying, baby. I mean, I have to go like.
Hold on, let me put you on solo. Doing that.
Let me look down. Let me look down at you.
Uh-huh. That was actually looking up. But anyway.
No, I can't get the angle because the fucking phone's about to die.
I can't deal with the dumb. God. Look me in the eyes.
I'll try.
Look at that account.
So
down
you're
at the
telling
bottom.
me if I was face to face with you, you would do this shit, huh?
I probably would fucking drop you so quick.
Probably would, or would?
I would. I probably would. I can't guarantee anything. Maybe you're gonna be a ninja.
I'm looking at you, little boy.
Maybe you're gonna take some roids and
You
kick
know
my ass.
what? Guess what? Your time's coming.
It is. I
Okay.
bet. Not by you though.
That was almost. You almost sounded like an adult.
I'm fucking running outside, you fucking fat bitch. You're down in your basement talking shit.
Why are you
I'm
calling?
literally the opposite of what you said.
You're calling me fat? I'm not fat.
You kind of look fat.
Okay, I look
Take
fat.
off the shirt. Come on, show us the titties. Come on.
Okay, I'll take
Yeah,
mine
show
off.
shirt.
Hang on. Let's do it together. Let's see.
Outside of the cold, I'm just gonna
no,
be
no,
fucking
no.
picking
You
up.
asked me to take my shirt off. You take
Okay,
yours
okay,
off.
if you do it-
No.
Take
You
it
do it,
off.
I'll do it.
No.
Take yours off. I'll take mine off. Right?
Sure.
You first. You asked.
Same time.
See, right? No, he's not gonna do it. But we
Right?
don't need to see that either.
Yeah, right.
Oh, these two larping losers.
Take it off. You won't.
I'm doing it. I've got her up to here.
Take it
I've
off.
got her up to here.
Right here.
Do it.
He's not gonna.
Take your shirt off, bro.
I'm so close.
Eric really isn't the one to make the first move unless it's taking his clothes off or putting his dress up over his head. See, look.
Dude, you're not
so
gonna fucking do
close?
it.
You haven't.
Such a win.
Because you are a skinny little stick boy.
I'm 6'2". You're fucking like
You think you gain
5'6".
power by talking
You look
smack.
like a fucking heart attack.
You're a bitch.
You look like a heart attack.
Take it off, bro.
I was. I swear.
I'm waiting.
I'm waiting too. You said it first, so you do it
Are
first.
you a faggot? Why are you asking me
Oh.
to take my shirt
Oh,
off?
look at Scotty. Fucking heck.
Whoa, wait a
Hey,
minute.
it's me, you
Whoa,
fucking
whoa, wait, Eric. Eric, I don't think Anton. I mean, as much as I don't like Anton, I don't think he's trading dick pics with his fans and his own club. That's what Eric did. He traded dick pics with Damien and Jamie, like it was an initiation into their club. It was they do some pretty weird shit.
Got it. Nothing
Excuse
wrong
me.
with that, but you want.
I mean, you're a banana slammer, you're eggplant smuggler, you fucking grab your own sister's butt.
So you won't take your shirt off. Got it.
Eric's not going to be the first one to make a move
Sorry, I hurt your
ever,
heart.
Because you're a stick boy.
ever.
I look like Slenderman?
Dude, that just shows what a little boy you are talking about.
You're a little boy. You're like a foot shorter.
Like Slender Man shit.
I could shove my dick up your butt and you fucking take it like a little bitch.
Yeah, you sure would. Look at this guy.
You sure would. You sure would.
Put this fucking idiot on solo. There you go.
How you doing, guys?
Dude, your whole body is about the size of my fucking thigh.
How you doing, girls?
Look at this guy.
You ready to get some of this?
Oh my god.
Brazilian and Romanian. You know what they say about those Brazilians. Foot in the pants, that's for sure. Now show that sign. Rick and Morty. Don't show it. Can't talk to myself.
Retard radio.
Inbred radio.
Welcome to Retard Radio.
Welcome to Third Cousin Pockets, where we bang our sisters.
I bet you do, bro.
I bet you do, sweetheart.
Get that camera on yourself.
I don't want to dox myself, you weirdo.
You're the one who wanted me to take my shirt off.
Oh, it might be too dark right now.
Yeah.
There we go. What's my percentage at? 2%. I got 2%.
I bet. Great reason to leave without fucking showing.
Let's look at the comments.
Your little stick boy body.
Let's look at the comment.
6'2".
Aaron, they say crying Patrick wants Aaron. Aaron's
Look
gay.
at this guy's hair. Oh my god.
Anton has crazy eyes. I do. Eric could get fucked up. He doesn't know it.
Right.
He'd get choked out so quick.
Fuck yeah, dude.
It'd be like John Jones versus like fucking a dwarf.
Yeah.
I'd go all CIA agent on him. He'd be dead in 2 seconds.
You're scary, man.
Yeah.
Fuck,
Crazy.
I'm not gonna fuck with you ever.
I wouldn't.
Convince me.
It'd be ended 2 seconds.
Okay, man. Are you done or what? You're 2%.
Yeah, I'm almost home.
Normally, when somebody's phone's at 2%, it would already be out, but you're lying. You're scared.
Oh, it's at 1%. 1%.
Okay. You're not even showing your face.
Anton, you have 100 phones.
Hey, I'm outside, you doofus. What, am I gonna pull them out of my ass?
Am I gonna pull them out of my ass? Dude.
I'm just asking a logical question. Where am I pulling these things out of my penis? I'm just gonna be like, thank you.
I'm not gonna tell you what state I live in because I might get got.
I might get fucked up. I've messed up a lot of people. I mean, I've trolled famous people. I've been on the panel with like Ryback with like 3 million subscribers.
You're
Bro.
like the dude who got beat up in high school.
And he still
No, I was too
didn't get
big.
his
The
recognition
ladies
he
were
needed.
protecting me.
Oh,
Look,
damn.
man, look at this
How are you big?
huge, gigantic Frankenstein-looking penis. Look at this Frankenstein-looking penis. By the way, did you guys know, like, presidents used to talk about their penis to fuck up with motherfuckers? It's like an actual tactic learned in the CIA. I don't know if you knew that. That's why I talk about my penis. That's why I talk about my penis to mess you guys up.
Okay,
It's an actual
so
CIA.
I don't think Anton, well, he probably does know, and it's all part of it, but, the first president of the CIA was actually part of NAMBLA and MAP, if you know what that is. All right, okay.
A learned tactic.
Oh my god, man, you are retarded.
FBI, open up. You didn't know that. You're too uneducated.
To know that presidents talked about the size of their penis.
It's an actual fact. Look it up, baby.
CIA lark.
CIA fact. Universal fact, a known fact.
Okay.
Okay.
Why did you say so, man?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what he's saying.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying.
I'm saying it, baby.
Dude's like literally trying to make his voice deeper.
No, I'm totally not. I'm actually making tired.
Yay.
Gay. Uh-oh.
So your phone was at 2% like fucking 3 minutes ago.
It's about to die anytime. It's at 1%. I'd stay on, but
Now it's at 1 now. Got it.
it's been at 1. I told you last time.
You told me 2, and that's 1. You're a liar.
Not a liar. Your wife's a liar. She said you had a big.
Wow,
Say it again.
Hold on. I was trying to put that so there you go. Look in the eyes of a beta cup, folks. 23-year-old virgin, folks.
Watch out. This tongue might get you, yours.
Look at the teeth, too. Look at all those fucking, look, your teeth are all fucked up, too, bro.
Your teeth are fucked up. Let's see your teeth.
You're on 1%. I don't even know how you're still fucking talking.
Dude,
All right, folks, like, we cannot die. We will not give him the satisfaction of dying.
Anton definitely looks like he's got that maybe CIA inbred NAMBLA, been born from a butt look. Just an FYI.
Long hair, that fucking Eddie Munster got it not working.
My penis is going between your butt so easy.
Oh my god, dude.
There we go. Oh no! Don't dox.
Is that a Rick and Morty shirt?
Dude,
That's my Rick and Morty shirt.
For 5 minutes, folks. Can't make this shit up.
Got some glasses because of Eric.
Why do you have glasses?
For you, I thought it'd be funny.
You're 23 years old, you need glasses.
No, they're fucking joke glasses, you idiot.
Really, you just randomly pull out some joke glasses while you're walking around.
Hey, Eric.
Had them all the time.
This is what a beta boy looks like, folks, right here.
No,
Yeah, matter of fact, you got the beat. Wow.
Eric, he's a bench. So I told him to
Oh, he's
show
a
me
total
the bench.
bitch. I mean, look at
No,
this.
no. He's got a bench in his room. So I said, show me lift the weights, but he won't show me.
Lift weights.
Fuck you, Scotty. You're fucking bench in week 2. You haven't even showed your bench.
How have you been on 1% for 5 minutes, man?
Because I told you my phone won't let you have the satisfaction. Will not put out with the rubber
You're
tube
a beta
boot.
bitch liar, and I just exposed you.
I swear.
God.
Maybe you just have a shitty phone.
For 5 minutes, guys.
There's
My phone's a code.
There's that exposing game for mental midgets.
Agree.
You better hope you don't meet a real man in the street, man.
Bro, I already walked past like a homeless
Real
guy.
man.
He was singing it.
Oh,
Awesome.
wait a minute. Hold on. Eric just said you better hope you don't meet a real man in the street. Here, let's see if we get that again.
You better hope you don't meet a real man in the street, man.
Is that what Eric was doing with that $100 bill in Detroit? When he was trying to interview that crackhead guy, he was offering the $100 for something else, right? Meeting real men in the streets. Dude, these guys.
He walked past like a homeless guy. He was singing it. Awesome.
Dude, that's not even a big deal.
It was to me.
If I
That was
walked
intense.
in California as long as you did, I would have walked past the homeless people.
That's actually sad as hell. I tell you, it's beautiful here. I don't even have a knife. I don't have pepper spray on me.
Dude,
I
been
feel
on
safe.
1% for 10 minutes.
Look out. My phone's look out.
You're a fucking liar. Now I'll probably click off.
Oh,
I bet you're a liar.
Wow.
What about your sister? She's a liar?
Wait a minute. Maybe is he lying like Eric did at the beginning of his broadcast, where he said he was going to have a censorship-free zone, right? And he's banning people out of the chat and kicking people off the panel 8, 9 times.
Oh, I already established that. I think you
Pay
do.
attention.
I'm paying attention.
Obviously not. Look at that little.
Wait, so I can't make fun of your
Look at
sister?
his mustache. This little punk can't even grow a proper mustache. You can't even grow a real mustache.
Where's your mustache, you bum? Try to get that. Shadow.
1%.
Oh,
15 minutes later. Can't make this shit up.
this thing might it's not gonna last, but it'd be awesome if it did.
Okay, you've been on 1% for 15 minutes. Got it.
Thank you, baby. All this airtime.
You don't look so good, man. Your face.
Nah, I mean, you fucking look red and purple, you dumb bitch. You look like a fucking drunk.
I really don't care what you think, though.
I'm sorry that you don't care, baby.
Again, come say it to my friend that says you won't.
Cold as hell.
Send me a PayPal. Send me a cash app. I'll send you a grant. Come see me.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it. I better get $1,000.
By the way, Anton, I don't know if you've heard this.
I gotta get a haircut again. Oh, shutting down.
There's a show coming out, bro. It's called Troll Hunters, where we go hunt for people like you. Oh, his fucking phone is found on 1% finally died.
Go ahead. Could you imagine being part of that crew? Go ahead.
So, I don't the light on too good on this. Let's see,
Let me turn your volume up. Here we go.
I'm saying.
This guy's a bitch, man. What a little punk bitch. Anyway, go ahead.
You can kind of see my face. Back half and turn the light on.
I don't care. Dude, that doesn't matter, bro.
It's, well, you made me call in. Plus my girlfriend.
Yeah, man. It's a little punk bitch like this coming on. Oh, shit.
No, well, yeah, I don't. I like Anton. I think he's funny. But
I bet you do, dude. Because I mean, that's your intellect level matches your fucking fighting skills. But I think if that's the guy that you think's funny and you like. Anyway, folks, welcome to the Resistance. Peace.
think the show's still going. Did Eric just rage quit? Eric, don't rage quit your own show, please.
Oh, he totally did right there.
You.
There it is. I missed it. Oh, man, I gotta go back. Oh, I missed it. There it is. Oh, come on.
If that's the guy that you think's funny and you like. Anyway, folks.
Welcome to the resistance. Peace.
Dude, seriously, who rage quits their own panel like that? Seriously, man. Oh, dude. Wow.
Major General John B. Medeiros is the commander of the 5,000-man Army team that shot the satellite Explorer into space 2 weeks ago tonight. When he took over the Army's ballistic missile agency at Huntsville, Alabama, the general could look back on a number of careers in his 55 years. As a boy in Springfield, Ohio, he worked as a gas lamplighter, a newsboy, a taxi driver, trolley operator, and railroad hand. He studied mechanical engineering at Ohio State University. He served with the Marines in the First World War, spent some time in the Army, resigned, did 10 years in merchandising and management, returned to the Army, and in World War II, he was responsible for the ordnance phase of the invasion of Normandy. 2 years ago, he was assigned to Huntsville and to history. General and Mrs. Medeiros, by the way, they met when he kibitzed her at a bridge game in Cincinnati, they now live in this modern ranch-style house in Redstone Arsenal, 5 miles from the town of Huntsville. They have lived in this quarters number 1 for just a year. Good evening, Mrs. Medeiros.
Evening, Gary.
Good evening, General.
Good evening, Gary, and welcome to our home.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Well, General, since Jupiter C went into orbit 2 weeks ago, you have said that the next major war will be fought out of this world. And you think we can someday send a man to the moon and bring him back, and you feel our goal should be the, quote, domination of space. Is that true?
Yes, that's right. Of course, I don't believe we're going to do it tomorrow, but it'll be very soon, I think, and I think all these things will happen.
Well, Mrs. Medeiros, what do you think of all this, the present and the future?
Well, to me, it's all a little bit weird, and I don't know very much about it except what I read in the newspapers.
The general is close-mouthed, is he?
What's that again?
I say the general is a little close-mouthed about his problems at home.
A little bit, yes.
Well, General, could you tell us just where our Explorer is right at this moment?
Yes, I think I can show you, Gary.
Oh, great.
We're kind of interested, you know, and we keep this around.
Well, I think all of us are tremendously interested.
And here's a spread map of the world.
Yes.
And then we have a little overlay here that, in accordance with the time, we can put in the right position over the top of it with the line on the equator. And then right now, let me see, right now, we would be a half hour before the node. That means that it's right in the South Atlantic on the way towards the southern part of Africa.
Well, that's certainly a long way from the nights when you were working your way through high school driving a taxi, isn't it?
It surely is, Gary. It's more than that. I think in my lifetime I have had the privilege of seeing the greatest advances and changes that have ever taken place in any similar time in recorded history. It's a long way from lamplight to satellite.
And I imagine that the coming years will accelerate even more than the past few ones.
I think that's true.
General, there is one recent chapter of history that you participated in, the moment at Cape Canaveral when Jupiter C was shot into space. Could you tell us what it was like, what you saw and what you heard, and above all, what you felt?
That's no trouble at all, Gary, because I'll never forget it. The last 10 minutes particularly. Before that, it's largely a matter of the systematic countdown that we've been through many times. But in the last 10 minutes of this particular operation, you could feel tension rise in the blockhouse. You could just feel it. You couldn't hear it. Nobody appeared to be nervous, but the tension just rose and you could feel it. And then as it got down to the last second, and you hoped nothing would happen, everything was going to go right, and then finally firing command and main stage, and here comes this big burst of fire, and the rocket starts to rise, and everybody in that blockhouse said, "Go, baby, go." You could just feel it. And everything was just going fine. About 110 seconds, a little less than 2 minutes, and all of a sudden that velocity chart started to waver. And the pin went off to the left towards zero and wavered back a little, then back off to the left again. And I think every heart in that room stopped. There wasn't a sound. There was just a deathly quiet, and we waited. Because this was a signal that could mean that it had failed. But in not too many seconds, a message came over the telephone that it was still coming in properly at another receiving point, that they still had it. And we knew it was all right. And then all of a sudden, after a few minutes, that all-important signal lamp lit, second stage ignition. And then we knew it was all right, but we had to wait to see whether it was in the right direction and had really gotten in orbit. That wait was tough.
Mrs. Medeiros, do you remember what you were doing at about the time Explorer went out into space?
Next door at General Barclay's quarters at a party. General Barclay is General Medeiros' deputy. And all of a sudden, all of the men disappeared. They told us to turn the radio on and the TV. And we finally got the news, and there was an awfully happy bunch of people, believe me.
I'll bet you. General, as a result of this, and I'm sure you've experienced this, you yourself and to some degree your private life have now become, you belong to the world. I suppose you must have received congratulations from all over the free world.
We've had thousands. I've been glad to accept them on the behalf of the team. I have a few here, however, that I think are especially interesting, Jerry, and I'd like to show you a couple of them.
We'd like very much to see them. Where are you taking us, sir, now?
Taking you down to the study where I have my little alcove here that I use for work at home when I need to and for reading and keep some things that are precious to me. And here's a small file that has a few of these letters in them, and I'd just like to read you a couple of them that are especially interesting, I think. This one says, "The last time I felt the elation and the thrill and the new lease on life is when my wife had her first baby. Your success with the satellite has brought to us the elation of the birth of a newborn. God bless you." That's one kind.
Oh, that's very nice.
And here's one that came in that I think is especially interesting. This is from the 3rd grade at Smith Lane School at Comac, Long Island, New York. I'll just read part of it to you, and I think maybe you can see part of it, too. They talk about being short of buses for field trips and for school. And then it says, "The way it looks to us, you will be reaching the moon long before our buses are ready." Now, this could be a real good field trip. If you have any spare room, we would like to be the first 3rd grade class to go into orbit. There are 34 in our class, and some of the girls are scared, so all of us won't go. Will we eat regular food or pellets? Do we need lead shoes? Do you have a bathroom? Will you write us an absence excuse? Can we send messages home? Do you think the magnetic field of the moon can pull us in? And a lot more. This is going to be a real difficult one to answer, but we'll try real hard.
I was going to say, you have a career ahead of you in just answering that one. Now, down in the corner of the picture, sir, I see what appears to be the Jupiter Sea beside you. Is that it? We can't see all of it from here.
This is a model of the Jupiter Sea. Yes, Gary. There it is. Here are the upper stages, and there is the little satellite. This is the scale model. Of course, I have a better model here of the satellite to a slightly larger scale. This is the same thing, and this is the part that is in orbit. This upper half here is the part that has the instrumentation. This is really the satellite itself. The lower part is the burnt out, empty rocket of the last stage. But this is what is in orbit.
Well, now you say working very hard. That, of course, is inherent in the project. As a result of this tremendous load, do you get to spend much time with your family these days?
No, certainly not nearly as much as I'd like to. We're very fortunate tonight that we have a couple of them here with us who came over to look at the TV here. Of course, then we have a boy that's 21, and he's in his 3rd year at the military academy right now. And there's an older girl married to an Episcopalian minister in Shelbyville, Indiana. She has 3 boys, grandsons, and she just came up with twins. Boy and a girl.
How very nice. We're all concerned.
Hi, kids. How you doing? You like me?
Oh, it's great.
Gary, this is Marta, my daughter.
Good evening, Marta.
Hello, Gary.
And this is my son-in-law, Captain Woody. Chuck.
How are you, Captain? Very nice to see you.
Very glad to meet you, Gary.
Marta, you must be very proud of your dad.
I've been proud of him all my life, Gary.
Good. As well you should be. I would like to ask one question of you, General. This is a question that a lot of people are wondering, I am sure, and it is this, that in all of this business of mucking about in space, do you ever wonder whether or not you might be violating some law of God?
Oh, no, I don't think so, Gary. Just a minute. Let me sit down and answer that one. You go and look at television. Mother, you want to sit over in the more comfortable chair there?
That was a
Because
question to which...
this one may take a little answering.
I'm sure it must.
But I really don't think so, Gary. I believe really that if we had been violating any real religious precept, any law of God, that the door would have been slammed shut in our face long ago. I think he's made it possible for us to learn these new things. And now I think the challenge is on us to know how to use them. And if we don't meet that challenge, then we will really be in trouble. But if we meet the challenge and know how to use these instruments instead of having them use us, if we can master them, and if we can, in the tradition of the United States and our people, if we can use them for the good of mankind, I think the whole business opens up a tremendous possibility for future peace, for greater progress in the fulfillment of God's will.
That is such a fine answer. General Medeiros, Mrs. Medeiros, it has been a great joy, great pleasure. We appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to visit with all of our friends on Person to Person. Thank you very much, and good night.
Good night, Gary.
Good night.
Good night, Ms. Medeiros.
You guys are starting to give smartphones to border crossers,
He said phone? He said phone?
hoping that they'll use the phones to check in or to be tracked.
You want to call somebody?
Which part of that is supposed to deter people from crossing illegally into the States?
E.T. phone home.
Well, I think you, of all people, since you've asked me a range of questions on this topic over time,
E.T. phone home. He wants to call somebody.
would recognize that we need to take steps to ensure that we know where individuals are and we can track and we can check in with them.
Hello?
Are you okay? I mean, you seem...
Who is this?
Or the neighbor. No, I really mean it.
Oh my God.
So any concern by folks around here that these migrants will take the phones and just toss them?
Hello?
E.T. phone home.
I don't know if you're ready to see what I want to show you, but unfortunately you and I have run out of time.
Get Obama phone. Keep Obama in president, you know. He gave us a phone.
He gave you a phone.
More.
How did he give you a phone?
I suggest you get out of there. I can guide you, but you must do exactly as I say.
Seen that yet? Oh my gosh.
A police officer was carrying out a car theft investigation. Then the officer started blasting the soundtrack of the movie Encanto. A Santa Ana city councilman eventually showed up to get the music turned down. Apparently, the officer did this to prevent the video from landing on YouTube. Reason being, YouTube screens out clips that have copyrighted music. And no one guards their copyrights quite like Disney. This is not the first time a police officer has used this tactic either. Other departments across the country have been caught playing music when they know that the public is recording them. NBC's Steve Patterson joins us now from Los Angeles with more in what I think is our first conversation since the Olympics. Good to see you back stateside, and I'm fascinated to know more about what happened here. What more do we know about what went on in Santa Ana?
So just to go back to the initial police interaction, police responding at about 11 o'clock to a call of a stolen car. They arrive on scene and they see a guy that they're very familiar with, a YouTuber in the community that runs a page that's called Santa Ana Audits, and they're kind of like a Robin Hood-like organization or agency, or just really a person that records interactions with police and posts them on to YouTube. The officer sees this guy, he thinks, I'm going to use the strategy that you were just talking about, Joshua, which is to play copyrighted music. In this case, as you mentioned, nobody protects their IP like Disney, so they play Disney music with the hope that it'll get taken down
council member comes out, they have the confrontation, the officer turns down the music after going through Encanto and Mulan and Coco and all these other Disney songs. And eventually he apologizes and the situation is over. However, it is the back end that people are worried about, this gray area where when you post these things, as you mentioned, they're liable to get copyright strike. And it's not happening as if somebody is manually sorting through these videos, looking through the copyrighted music. These are probably what you would call less sophisticated algorithms, bots that automatically take down these videos. The police, again, hoping that none of their interactions, as long as they're posted with this music, will end up staying online. Whether or not that tactic works, has been a back and forth, and we've seen, as you mentioned, other interactions throughout the country. But what is so troubling is that we don't simply know how many times this has happened, and it's raising to the level of agencies like the ACLU that is very worried about the First Amendment right to document police that has led, as you know, to numerous reforms over the past few years, Josh. So you have this officer from Santa Ana blasting, I believe that was Reflection from Mulan, but blasting a variety of Disney songs to try to prevent scrutiny. Have the city or the police department responded to all this? They issued a statement, I believe we can throw it up on screen. They're basically just saying that they take these interactions seriously, that they mean no disrespect to the public, and that there is an administrative investigation into the officer's conduct. Now, again, we're still in this kind of gray area, this brave new world that we live in. There's not really anything in the police charter that says that this is a wrong move. It's certainly not illegal, and it's certainly not copyright infringement on the officer's end. So again, that leads to a lot of people concerned about using this tactic, or this tactic continuing to be allowed to be used by the police. And, it's led to the idea that how many of these videos have actually been taken down in the wake of something like George Floyd, which led to so many other changes within departments across the country, Josh?
I was just going to ask about that. Also from the statement, I should just note, the Chief of Police, David Valentine, wrote, quote, "My expectation is that all police department employees perform their duties with dignity and respect in the community we are hired to serve," unquote. That's from that official statement from Santa Ana. Steve, we should also be clear. People do have certain rights to document what the police do. You do not have the right to interfere with law enforcement officers as they're doing their job. I think that's what made the George Floyd video so powerful, is that people were bystanders. No one intervened in what was happening, as painful as it was, but because they didn't intervene, that allowed the police department to view what happened solely based on the officer's actions. I wonder what our sense is of how this fits into all of this, especially because there's so much more scrutiny on the police.
Well, and I think obviously there is, you could say, more of a nuisance when it comes to police handling cases where they're just simply trying to do their job, and now you have a guy sticking a camera phone in your face and you're worried about the conduct that you're doing. But I think a nuisance is almost virtually within an officer's job description, and they should be trained how to handle those nuisances, if you want to call them that, without creating a nuisance of their own. And that's what we saw in this case. But more generally, and I think more broadly and more speaking to this case and the worries and fears that come from this, is that if you're going to start striking and taking down these videos that are posted online solely for that function, with most people knowing what their rights are, what they can and can't do when it comes to an active scene, I think a lot of people are worried about what we're missing, what is getting taken down automatically without the general public knowing, Joshua.
All right, thank you, Steve. Much appreciated. That's NBC Steve Patterson with the story tonight from Los Angeles. Eggs are...
delineator indicates the object's in a phase-out orbit. It's on a trajectory and converging on our course.
Emergency quarters, all personnel report to emergency stations immediately. Emergency quarters, all personnel report to emergency stations immediately. Stand by for evasive maneuvers. Generators ready, sir. Another one of those communication satellites, Captain, 1960-70 type.
It's closing fast, sir. Range 500 and directly in our orbit pattern.
Activate horizontal number 3, 25 degrees. Stand by vertical control jets. Standing by. Activate vertical control, 4-second thrust. All right, Major. Correct horizontal tilt. Lieutenant Ingstrom, contact East base. Tell them another of those 30-year-old derelicts has shown up. It's a step on hazard. And give them my new orbital pattern.
Yes, sir.
I'll never understand why there's so much junk up here in those early spaceships. Secure from quarters, Major. Secure from emergency quarters. All personnel secure from quarters. Lunar Base 2 can be built in half the time it took for the first, and for half the cost. General, the discovery of these ice caves opens up an entirely new area of thought. With water, we can produce our own construction materials right on the site. The savings in transporting raw materials will be tremendous. Yes, if we can convert that ice to water. It may not be that simple. Captain Stevens, have we heard from Lunar Base yet?
Not yet, sir. We're still trying.
We should be able to incorporate solar power reflectors. The heat they can produce will certainly melt ice. Yes, I know. I wasn't thinking of that. It's a human element that concerns me. Tell me, when will we know about those soil samples from the Mare Imbrium area? In about a week. The geologists are studying every possibility. So far, no sign of ore deposit.
General Nolan, communications is receiving from probe ship number 5 at the lunar excavation. Major Towers is standing by.
Right on schedule. Now we'll find something about those ice caves. All right, Captain, put him on my confidential channel. Towers, this is Nolan. Are you reading me?
I read you, General. How's the weather down there?
It's beautiful. What did you find in those ice caves? Did you get me any samples?
I've got a chunk of everything I can see. I'm even bringing you a cake of moon ice.
Good work, Major. Stand by.
We'll program you and return flight plan R350.
You'll have layover on the space station. The transport ship isn't scheduled to leave Earth until next week. You won't mind that slight delay, will you, Towers?
Mind, General? I planned it that way.
All right. Have a good trip. And don't lose those samples. Over.
See you next week, General. Over and out.
Colonel, I'd give 10 years of my life to be out there with those boys. It's your own fault. You set the age limit. I know, but I'd still like to be out there.
Switch to automatic pilot. Flight plan
R350. Flight plan R350. Check. Automatic pilot on.
Cabin pressure? Okay. Oxygen and ventilation? Okay.
Fuel consumption normal. Radio and radar on.
Well, we're on our way home, Don, without a hitch. I told you there was nothing to it. Just sit back and let the electronic skipper sail you safely through the hazardous seas of star-studded space.
Sure, nothing to it.
You'll get used to it. The first trip out is the only rough one. After that, it's like cruising down a freeway in a wrong lane blindfold.
Tell me something, Major. What did you mean when you told General Nolan that you planned it that way? The layover on the space station, I mean. What's so special about it?
It's not what, Weber. It's who.
Who? Okay, who?
You've heard of heavenly bodies, haven't you? Well, kid, in about 8 hours, you're going to see a real, live, living one. You'll probably put in for an immediate transfer for a tour of duty on the space station. But don't. You'll be too late. In 1 more month, you'll be transferred back to Earth and into the arms of her Prince Charming. And happiness ever after.
You don't mean Lieutenant Ingstrom, that great big beautiful blonde with a binary brain.
That's right. I do not mean Lieutenant Connie Ingstrom. I mean Faith Montaigne.
The civilian biochemist? I didn't know she was out here. Is she supposed to really be something?
Now, you can take my word for it. It's no supposition. It's a fact. Prober 5 to SSX-7. Prober 5 to Space Station X-7. Are you receiving? Come in, SSX-7.
Hello, Prober Ship 5. We read you clear and clean. Standing by to receive your transmit. Over.
Prober 5, Major Towers, Captain Weber. Preceding Space Station X-7. On flight plan R350. ETA 1330. We carry coal cargo. En route, Earth Base, West Coast. Do you read me? Over.
Your message received, Major Towers. Proceed according to your plan of operation. Over.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing, just an itch. Maybe we can get a bath on that space station.
Well, he won't be fit to live with if the Dodgers win this one.
I'm not watching a ball game, Lieutenant Ingstrom.
Of course not. You'll probably be following the progress of Hurricane Nora. I hear she's been a very naughty girl.
You're wrong again. Station season weather duty.
He's studying the Central American Canal.
Well, Probe 5 is due in at 1330 with Major Towers and Captain Weber. I've already confirmed their approach plan.
Coal cargo. Geological specimens from the Lunar 2 area. Well, we won't have any radiation to worry about. That's a relief. But you better run a routine analysis anyway, Doctor.
Yes, I'll go right down to the laboratory and alert Miss Montaigne. She'll want to have the molecular scope ready.
And she'll be on cloud 99 when she hears her Flash Gordon's on his way.
I suggest you call it a day. You look a bit weary.
I feel fine.
You must get more rest. Now, look, I'm only the doctor.
I'll only remain a few more minutes. But please don't ride me. I've had enough experience in space to know when I've had it. Well, I haven't. Not yet.
Don't Don't you think it's about time he got his feet back on some solid ground?
What do you mean, Connie?
You know what I mean. If ever I saw a man headed for the deeps, it's him. And I don't want to see it.
What can I do? Look, for the rest of you, I can demand, but he is the captain. Now, I've tried to do everything I can do, but he's a pretty stubborn man. I've done everything I can do.
Well, you might try requesting he be transferred. After all, he wouldn't have to know. I'm in charge of communications.
And by some strange coincidence, you just happen to be a bit in the deeps yourself. About him. No?
Me fall for the skipper? I wouldn't take that kind of treatment from a man I wanted unless he asked me to.
Well, it isn't the farmer's daughter. And how's your garden grow?
Why, Dr. Austin, whatever brings you to these remote parts of the outer world?
This is an enchanted forest. And legend has it that a lovely nymph lives herein.
'Tis true. But alas, tonight you are too late. One has already won the fair maiden's hand.
Naturally. But only because I'm a true scientist and not some adventurous hot rocketeer. Probe Ship 5's coming in from the moon with some new geological samples. The captain wants a thorough check run on them.
Oh, what's the nature of the material? Do we know?
Non-active and stable, I imagine. These are specimens from a new excavation near the new lunar base there. The ice caves.
The ice caves. Well, then Gordon will be on Prober 5.
Oh, yes. I forgot to mention that. Yes, Major Towers will be along, too.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Storm brewing in the background. Emus are slowly walking over to inspect the Catman. What is he up to? Is that him making noises? Catman's on the hunt for a new girlfriend. Will he do? Get ready to blow the horn.
That's pretty cool, eh? Getting my point. My point is you're willing to believe that 6 million did not die in 1942 from gas chambers. Jews.
You are upset. You're bothered that I don't agree with your views on New Zealand.
You're not getting my point. My point is you're willing to believe that 6 million did not die in 1942 from gas chambers. Jews, okay? But you're not willing to believe that in New Zealand that no one died.
Really, how are the two related?
They're not related. I'm just talking about the willing to believe.
Well, here's
both can be manipulated.
Here's what I'm willing to do, fellow man. I'm willing to look at the evidence, and I'm willing to look at the absence of evidence, and then weigh the two.
That's fine.
So to answer your question, yes, I am willing to believe that there is an absence of physical evidence for the mass homicidal gassing of 6 million Jews during World War II.
Okay.
And I am not willing to believe that New Zealand had fake bullets with crisis actors.
Here you go. But you admit that
Okay, but here's the deal, fellow man.
Manipulate the footage.
Okay, but here's the deal. Time will tell.
Fellow man.
The gassings, all that was way in the past, and things have come to light since then. And New Zealand's just recent. And although you already...
Fellow man,
time will tell.
I acknowledge that video footage can be doctored.
Exactly.
I acknowledge that it can be, but you have to show me evidence that it has been.
Okay.
Can
He's
you
got a
show
point
me?
there.
Can you show me evidence
that
the video footage has been doctored?
Yeah, I want evidence that you're not sure that these graves were dug up or not, or found.
Again, you're talking about digging up graves. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're talking about the 6 million, right?
Is that what
you're not sure that these graves were dug up or not, or found?
Again, you're talking about digging up graves. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're talking about the 6 million, right?
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
You want evidence of...
Evidence.
You want evidence of what?
The 6 million Jews that were gassed.
You want... Well, so do I.
Yeah.
Me too. I want it too.
That New Zealand.
The problem is that there is none.
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Now, if you told me that there's no...
Wow. You people watching in, thanks for sticking around. Wow. If you caught that. They want evidence because there isn't any. But they're not able to dig deep enough to follow the goal of a lot of people. Whether or not it's 6 million, I think that's really the question with anti-Semites, whether it even happened or not, or maybe the number. But they don't follow the goal, which got them busted. Just an FYI, I've said it before. Don't need to say it again. Wow. Wow, these guys, dude.
You want evidence of what?
The 6 million Jews that were gassed.
You want? Well, so do I.
Yeah.
Me too. I want it too.
That
The,
were
the, pro-
New Zealand.
the problem is that there is none.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Right. Now, if you told me that there's no evidence that people got shot in New Zealand, I would tell you you're wrong. There is evidence.
Okay.
But in your mind,
You're wrong.
in your mind, because here's the thing. What I see as evidence of a shooting,
The same people that cover up the Holocaust are behind the same
Philomen,
operations of New Zealand.
Philomen, what I see as evidence of a shooting,
Communists.
you see as evidence of a fake shooting. What is evidence for me that supports a shooting, that same evidence to you, in your eyes, is evidence of a staged fake event.
Here's my question to both of you. Do you believe that people were shot and killed there in New Zealand?
I do.
I don't.
Regardless of what you believe about the video, do you believe that people were shot and killed in that synagogue?
It was a mosque.
I'm sorry. And the mosque. Sorry.
Oops.
Yeah, that was a bad oops.
You mean the rabbi that lost 2 fingers? I don't believe that one either.
No, neither do I.
Yeah,
But
but
I met the
Philomen,
mosque.
You guys
Philomen,
get my point, right?
what does New Zealand
Yes.
have to do with fascism or
Nothing. I'm just
historical
asking
revision?
something. Like you brought up this 6 million Jews stuff. I just thought it was a good point to make.
Philomen, do you believe that 6 million Jews were gassed during World War II?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because I don't see enough evidence for it.
Wait a minute, now I'm confused.
Philomen, what if I showed you video footage of people walking into a gas chamber, getting gassed and dying? Would you then say that there's evidence of people getting gassed?
Watch Schindler's List.
No, what if I found video footage that was filmed by the Third Reich? I found an old canister of film.
Okay.
And it was one of the camp officers videotaping the entire process.
Okay.
And I then showed it to you and I said, look, now there's evidence of mass homicidal gas chambers.
Okay.
Would you then say, okay, we have some evidence?
If I knew that evidence was legit and not manipulated.
Okay, and how would you go about trying to determine the evidence was legit? Okay, so until you found out though, would you hold one opinion one way or the other?
Yeah, I would say I'm not sure. You won't even say you're not sure. Like you're willing to believe they lied about all this in 1942.
No. You see, here's what you're doing, fellow men, is you're telling people that I'm accusing people of lying.
No, I'm not.
When what I'm doing is I'm not using the word lie.
Okay.
I'm simply stating that there is no physical or forensic evidence to support the idea that mass homicidal gas chambers were used. I'm not calling
lack of evidence.
I'm not calling people liars.
Lack of evidence. You're right, Rook. Lack of evidence.
When it comes to New Zealand, in my opinion, there is not a lack of evidence.
Okay, it's your opinion. That's fine.
That's right. I know it's fine. But it's not fine for you, though.
No, I'm just trying to check your logic out.
Well, there was evidence of dead people during World War II in mass graves, okay? That evidence was there has been seen. Is that right?
Fellow man, I know that you're trying to check my logic out. I know that you're trying to make an opinion on how you feel about me and how I think.
No, it ain't about you, Tom.
No, it is. It is.
No, I'm just trying to figure
And
out.
the way that you're doing it is you're listening to me talk about fascism, and you went to go get a definition of fascism in the Webster Dictionary.
It's just funny to me that you're a revisionist of history, and the perpetrators are the communist Jews, right? The same people that are in charge of the media and everything we see on television today, that you're not willing to believe they can manipulate things for an agenda because you believe what they showed in New Zealand really happened. That's where I'm like confused with you. Like,
okay, let me.
Said he's willing to believe that they manipulated it, but you have to show the evidence that it was in fact manipulated.
Yeah, but we don't have evidence either way.
But he did say he's willing to admit that it can be.
Yeah, okay.
Fellow man.
He doesn't say, well, he can't sit there and say, I can't prove that these people died. But he's willing to believe that they manipulated it, but he's sitting here saying, well, I'm sure they died. That doesn't make sense to me.
Fellow man, do you trust the video footage of JFK getting shot in the head?
No.
Do you believe that was a dummy that got shot in the car?
No.
What is it that you believe you're seeing in that
I
video
don't know
footage?
what I'm seeing. It wasn't lifelike to me.
So you do not believe that John F. Kennedy got assassinated?
Not there.
You believe that he got assassinated somewhere else?
Yes.
Where?
Don't know.
Okay.
Check out the King Kill ritual.
Do you think, based on what you've just said, that some people now might be curious as to how your logic works?
Yeah, I mean, that isn't proof to me. There's a magic bullet that doesn't make any damn sense to me.
Oh, I never brought up a magic bullet.
Well,
he got shot.
What about the film footage?
He got shot several times. He got shot in the neck, and then he got his head blown off. But my point is that you don't believe the footage.
The magic bullet. Remember, they got to use that word magic.
No, I understand. I understand the magic bullet narrative. I get it. I understand that.
Arnon Milken was the producer of the JFK movie. And if you watch, when there's protesters out in the streets, you'll see signs about witchcraft, that they use witchcraft to pull this off.
Philemon,
all kinds of clues in that movie. Go ahead.
The Zapruder footage, in my opinion, is clear evidence that he was shot by several bullets. So the magic bullet theory gets debunked immediately, in my opinion.
I like how these guys are there to almost ruin conspiracy theory. Good conspiracy theory. To, let's say, bury the knowledge of the Garrison files so people don't talk about that. They talk about these other angles that are so far-fetched sometimes, like the Sandy Hook stuff. And if you didn't believe in their narrative of Sandy Hook with Stankola, no joke, like, you're getting trolled. It's because you're a shill because you don't believe that no children died at Sandy Hook. That's their worldview. That's their line of evidence and questioning, from not leaving from behind their keyboard, expecting other people to bring them the evidence instead of going out and actually getting something on their own and on foot, on the ground, looking at it for yourself, going there, feeling it out. There's a big difference of a feel behind a keyboard, thinking you're Cam Web Warrior, and going and get it getting it yourself, being there yourself, feeling it out for the land. What is the land telling you? Yeah, these guys. Wow, dude. Whoa. I mean, that's what we've been up against for these many years as a little wiffle ball. It's like playing wiffle ball. Really. Like this crap right
To the
here.
Zapruder footage.
You're trusting the Jewish Zapruder film.
I do believe what is shown on that footage.
I don't.
I also
It's
believe
weird how it came out later and they're saying this.
I also believe the people that witnessed it, that were there.
Yeah. The lady in red, Mary Mormon. There's a lot of things that are going on, man.
Why do you believe that he was assassinated somewhere else? Why do you believe that he was assassinated at all?
I'm not sure when and where he died.
Why do you believe any of the things that you believe? Because clearly you're not going by evidence, you're going by hunch. You're going by your gut.
Well, I'm going by what I see, and it doesn't look realistic to me.
Well, that's the thing. You're not going by what you see, because what you see, you do not believe. So you're not going by what you see, you're going by what your intuition is telling you.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm the only one.
It doesn't matter whether you're the only one or not. My question is why do you believe any of the things that you believe? How do you come to those conclusions?
That's what I believe, Domingo, just like with your theories and your opinions.
Right, but mine are based on evidence. What are yours based on?
Lack of evidence.
Okay, so the lack of evidence is what's going to make you believe in something?
No, it makes me question it.
Because for me, a lack of evidence is what's going to make me not believe in something. So how do you come to believe the things that you do believe in?
You're like a damn lawyer, dude. Come on, man. I told you, I just don't trust what they're showing us.
I understand that.
Okay,
I understand that you don't believe. I understand that you don't believe what you're seeing.
You don't believe that 6 million Jews died, and I agree with you on that.
But my question is just because you don't believe in one thing doesn't automatically mean that you have to believe in its opposite. Why do you, though? Why do you, however, choose to believe in the opposite?
What do you mean, the opposite of what?
So, like, for instance, JFK. You don't believe the Zapruder footage. You don't believe the narrative that he was assassinated. You believe all the news reports are fake. You believe everybody that was at the scene, they're all lying, or they've all been duped themselves, because there was either maybe a dummy in the car, but it was not really the president.
Yeah.
But you also, so we've concluded that you disbelieve that assassination story and the video footage. Yeah. However, you do hold a belief that he was assassinated somewhere else. You don't have evidence for that, but you do believe that.
Yeah, that's my opinion. I don't believe it. That's my opinion. Because he's obviously not around.
But how do you come to that opinion that he was assassinated somewhere else?
That's just what I choose to have an opinion about, dude, because I can't prove it either way.
But there's got to be so you just decide that he's assassinated somewhere else because you just decide it? That's it? There's no outside factor motivating you to believe that?
I don't believe the footage was very controversial. I mean, very real to me.
That's fine. And you could say, but so let me ask you this. Why don't you say instead, I don't believe he was assassinated. I think he's alive and he's in hiding.
No, I don't.
Why don't you believe that?
Hiding.
Why would you go to he was assassinated somewhere else?
Because of the king kill ritual I studied up on.
What does that mean?
I'll tell you about it later.
It's a ritual in how they killed the king.
And they even brought it up in the movie. Costner even.
So let me ask you this:
Don't forget your dying king.
Zapruder, do you think that the Zapruder film is kind of like how they did the moon landing? So they do the fake moon landing. That's the film that they give everybody. That maybe it's not even JFK. Maybe it's not a dummy, but maybe there's not even a real thing going on in the street, because you're saying even the witnesses that are there, their names and the links to who they're linked to could be just stage actors, and that the whole thing's just a setup, and then they later on did a killing of the king.
Yes.
Influence. I'm not even sure what you asked him, but he gave you a clear yes. So he must have understood more than I did.
Yeah, yeah, I understand what he's saying. I get what he's saying, but to somebody like Domingo, that's gonna be like, he's gonna be in a whole other place with that.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's okay. That's okay, because that's his way of dealing with the information that he is seeing. He's seeing actual footage, and he has to go with that until somebody can prove it otherwise, right? And you're going with, well, it can be already pre-doctored. The whole thing can be pre-doctored, and they can have fun with them later on with other crazy bullshit.
Yes.
Just because something is possible doesn't mean I'm going to believe that that possible scenario is the fact.
Right, yeah.
I'm not going to believe it simply because it is possible.
Right.
That's not how I work. That's not how I reason. I am inclined to believe what the evidence is suggesting.
Yeah, no, I understand that too. I understand
the evidence they give you.
Yeah, like here's the thing. So I understand the other what fellow man and stuff thinking, because if you look at it from the moon perspective, that if they fake the moon landing and that's all fake footage, that's what they gave us and that's what we went with. But it didn't make it legit. And if that's true, like if people will accept that that's possible, then what he's saying is, why not accept that another scenario is possible for an assassination? Because these are the magicians that like to play this game. They're so
Thank you, Influence. My God, thank you.
Here's
Why couldn't that be the same way with the Holocaust?
here's the difference between me and fellow man. This is what it all boils down to, is that fellow man believes what he wants to believe.
No, Dom. How many others see through New Zealand as well, man?
I don't believe. I will change my mind if you can convince me.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's it.
Nothing wrong with that.
That's logical.
Really, you're not willing to say, I'm not sure, fellow man. You're willing to say, I believe wholeheartedly that footage I saw is real.
Fellow man, I would be willing to say I'm not sure if I genuinely was not sure.
But why are you sure? By the same people that are manipulating the Holocaust.
Fellow man, I've tried to explain to you why I'm sure that airplanes flew into the towers.
This has nothing to do with 9/11.
I tried to explain to you why I'm sure that real people were shot in that mosque. I've tried to explain this to you already.
Secondary footage of the mosque at New Zealand. Have you watched how they acted afterwards?
Do you remember me asking you how you know that footage came afterwards?
I have those videos.
No. I know you have the videos, but do you remember when I asked you how you know that that footage came afterwards.
Afterwards?
Yes. How do you know
Floor.
how do you know that that video footage came
Why-
afterwards?
Why are they in panic? Why is there blood on the floor?
Do you have video footage of people sitting down talking with blood on the floor?
Yes.
Show it to me.
Yes, I will. I'll dig them up.
Okay.
I've seen these.
Yeah. Hey, Fellowman, listen. You need to understand this about me. I'm willing to look at whatever credible, real evidence there is.
Okay.
I'm willing.
I have to dig them up here.
I'm not unwilling. I will go wherever the evidence leads me.
Now, fellow man, here's where I would ask the question is, why can't you have the killing of the king ritual with an assassination that shocks and horrifies the whole of the nation so that the magic...
I know, I question that too, but there got to be some reason they did.
Just like 9/11.
All those people.
Yeah, but just like 9/11 put us all in that state of shock and horror that they wanted, why wouldn't they want to do the same thing?
This was a different type of ritual. Like everything's, I guess, influence. I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. I have to read more on the killing of the king. I mean, I know parts of it.
Is it possible it was just a political assassination? Does it have to be a ritual?
I would think it's ritualistic.
Oh, the clues are there, Dom. They bring up the king. Kevin Costner brings it up in his speech. Don't forget your dying king. Why would he even say that?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh. I feel like the influence trying to tell people about the star.
Kevin Costner's statement was long after this assassination.
It's on a stream, right? The killing of the king ritual.
Yeah, there's the and the swapping of the king too with the left foot and the broken leg.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an interesting thing. That's legitly part of the mythology and stuff. Yeah. I don't know. I would think though that they could simply just do what they did and not have to go through a big cover up, just absolutely blow his head off in front of everybody and get a genuine rush out of it. I could see them like being totally into that. You know what I mean?
And the Zapruder footage came out only much later.
Just like all the 9/11 footage. Sorry.
Well, I mean, but that's typical, right? When you're collecting footage from people that are like on the sidelines filming things that are happening. You can't get that footage.
If I'd seen those planes going to the building the next day, I'm calling the news. I would record multiple tapes and bring that to the news.
I know, fellow man. I know that you're the type of guy that would do that.
I'm sure 90% of people would do that too, Dom.
Yeah, you know what? I'm sure 90% of the population thinks just the way you do.
Dom, it sounds like you're shilling for it when you talk like that, dude.
I have no doubt that that's how it sounds to you.
Okay, dude. I don't get it, man.
I'm not trying to convince you of anything, fellow man.
I'm not trying to convince you either, dude. I just don't get it.
But what's clear though, fellow man, is that you're having the emotional response.
I'm not being emotional at all, dude. I just don't get you, man.
People have different opinions.
I think you're not willing to admit that you're being emotional, but
Dude,
that's
you're
okay.
trying to put me in this emotional box, man. You ought to see these other people online, dude. They be yelling and screaming at your ass. Like I'm just being honest with you right now, dude. What are you talking about?
But you do, but Domingo does believe that stuff can be manipulated, and he also believes that there is a cabal of people working against the better interest of the people. So he's on that. He understands all that. You know what I
Look,
mean?
fellow man has a different standard of evidence than I do.
Why is there other people that see it too? It ain't just me.
Oh, I know, fellow man. I know that it's not just you.
Okay, man.
But the fact that there are other people that think like you isn't going to make me think that you're any more right.
Well, it's not going to make me think, Don, that you're correct and you're all knowing about this.
I know, and I'm not trying to convince you.
Condescending tone. You're trying
Fellow
to
man,
talk to me like I'm getting emotional, and you're all calm and collective. Tom, it ain't.
Fellow man, who brought up New Zealand?
You did.
Are you sure about that, fellow man?
Yeah.
Want to go through that again? Who brought it up?
You brought it up with talking to the influence about something, and that's what got me to say, okay, New Zealand, and I started laughing.
No.
We'll scroll back. Don't worry.
I think it was just you guys were talking about something else, and you asked them, well, if you believe that, why? What about New Zealand? I think that's what you were asking them.
I think that's how I remember it. But
Yeah, me too.
So do I.
Talking about the mass graves.
Yeah, the mass graves.
No, I'm talking before that.
I don't think it.
Well, we're
came out
talking
before
about
that.
fascism and dead bodies and the lack of evidence for gas chambers.
Yeah, I think it was before all that.
No, here's where you're mistaken, fellow man.
Okay, now you're saying I'm mistaken, but you're not sure.
No, I'm gonna tell you why you're mistaken. You think I brought up New Zealand earlier, but I didn't. What I brought up earlier was a synagogue shooting, and then someone thought I was talking about New Zealand, and I said no, I'm not talking about New Zealand. I'm talking about a synagogue shooting. So I never brought up New Zealand.
Well, I'm just saying that's where it came from when you said New Zealand. I'm not saying you like.
No, but you did transition from fascism to New Zealand.
No, I didn't.
You did.
No, we were talking about the Holocaust, and I asked you why you can't see the difference between not believing in the Holocaust and can't believe in New Zealand.
I do believe in New Zealand.
I said, you don't believe in New Zealand.
But I do.
I said, you don't believe like we do. Like it didn't happen.
Oh, well, I don't believe the way you do. No.
Yeah.
Who's we?
Me, OJM, a couple others. There's a lot of us. That's sketchy, dude. I mean, watch it again. We tried to go through this timestamps, but you bailed out and started saying I can't watch these people being murdered anymore.
Look, like I said, fellow man, I'm not trying to convince you, but it sounds like you're trying to convince me.
No, I'm just saying, dude. Like, I just don't understand your logic between the Holocaust and something like an operation like New Zealand.
Well, I know that you don't see how the two.
The same people that manipulate this stuff. The same wizards behind this stuff.
Fellow man, look, you just said that you believe JFK was assassinated somewhere else by some other means.
Yeah, that's what I believe, but I never said I was sure.
I never said that you were sure either, but it's what you believe. It's what you stated you believe.
Yeah.
I've never come across anyone until now that has ever told me something like that.
Really?
Ever.
Wow.
Really?
There's others. Believe it.
Look, there are people that believe in Bigfoots.
Okay, man. Now you're trying to like discredit what I'm trying to say.
Not at all.
And that's like almost a GDL tactic.
Not at all.
I'm a Bigfoot believer, so careful.
You telling me that there are other people that believe in what you believe in, if you think that that is a positive reinforcement of your credibility, you're wrong.
I'm not saying
you'll never hear me say you'll never hear me say that there's other people that believe what I believe in.
Said that.
Fellow man.
I don't understand your logic.
The amount of people that believe what you believe is irrelevant. You have to know that. It doesn't matter how many people there are that believe in what you believe in.
Got that right.
Yeah, that's kind of a good point. Even if you're the only one that believes in it and you really believe in it, then
Yeah.
go for it. You know?
It is a weak tactic to try to prove your stance.
Weak tactic?
It is. The amount of people that believe what you believe is irrelevant.
But it is kind of
Fellowman,
supportive. But yeah.
Fellowman, if you can't understand why it's irrelevant, then I'm not going to be able to convince you of why it's irrelevant.
Well, fellow men, you stand on your own regardless of what others believe in. So it doesn't matter how many other people believe what you believe. If you believe strong enough in what you believe, that's your thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's no big deal.
But if he was the only one believing in it,
prove that
it would be a lot worse.
That's
you know what I mean?
thing. He cannot prove I'm wrong, and I can't prove he's right. And that's
I'm not trying to prove anything to you.
But you're trying to like talk down to me, like, oh
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
No, I don't.
Hello,
I think if anything, you're the one that's been trying to finger wag at me.
No, I'm just trying to understand you.
Is that what I saw going across the screen? Cut that shit out.
What's that?
I said, is that what I saw going across the screen? Cut that finger wagging shit.
This is what it boils down to: is it bothers you that I believe the things that I believe in. You got to be honest with yourself.
It bothers you, Don. You admit it. Come on, man. Be fair. Be fair.
If I believe in something, it's met
Fellowman,
my...
all I ever did tonight was try to answer your questions.
Hey, the stuff that, like, I'm not saying I'm advanced or anything about what you guys think or whatever, but I'm sorry. There's things going on that's beyond your comprehension, and it's beyond my comprehension. And it's hard to believe what they're doing. You know, it's really hard to believe this stuff. I understand that.
Look, you're a man that has beliefs, and you choose them.
It's not just me. If it was just me, I would second guess it. Like, man, is it just me seeing this? Like, hey, is this...
Fellow man, look, you believe in things that you don't necessarily require evidence to believe them. That's the bottom line, and that's fine.
But you count on evidence by the powers that be that lie to you. I don't get that.
Fellow man,
I don't get it.
That in itself, what you just said, is your opinion that you believe in, and that's fine.
But you're telling us that, oh, they're lying us about the 6 million, but you're not willing to believe that they're lying about something else. That's what I don't.
I don't think he is. I don't think he's saying he's not willing to believe it. What he's saying is he just doesn't have the evidence to the contrary right now for that specific subject. And
that is exactly right.
Perfect. He likes to do that. He likes to make me feel like...
Influence just explained it beautifully.
I understand influence. I do.
Yeah, I think that the thing is that he's not saying he believes the powers that be. And as a matter of fact, he even said that the definition of fascism isn't even a proper definition.
Okay.
Oh man, there are very few people that believe in what I believe in, and some of them get put in prison for believing it. So I can't say that lots of people believe in what I believe in. But again, that doesn't matter to me.
Right. So you both have your strong beliefs, but that's okay because you're basing them off you take into account all sorts of other things, and he's also taking into account other things, but he's also taking into account they do give you at the time until somebody can prove otherwise.
Yep.
Does anybody on the panel
the possibility. We recognize as a possibility, fellow men, that it can be stuff can be fucked with.
Does anybody on the panel think that I'm talking down to fellow man?
No, I
No.
think
No.
I think
No.
you guys are trying to.
Not right now. No.
Is it?
No, seriously, fellow man, he's not. I think that you're just very like determined in your belief, and I think you're going at the conversation as you want to convince him to change his mind, rather than just say, "Here's some things to throw out that you might consider," like what he's doing. And so,
How do you
instead
guys,
of thinking,
how do you guys feel about fellow man me, that I'm talking to him like a lawyer?
Well, you
always
you have a
don't you always do that
no
to everybody?
Never thought of that before.
you have a tone and you have a method in how you talk. But I do too, and I understand that. I get it. And so my one friend's mom calls me the Encyclopedia Britannica. She did the encyclopedia come over here today? Because just the way that I'll talk about certain things in a certain methodical way. And
So you talk to people and they interpret it in a certain way and react to it, but it's their interpretation. It's not always what you're doing.
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
Beautifully said.
But it is intimidating. In fellow man's defense, it is intimidating sometimes.
It doesn't have to be. It
it
doesn't.
don't have to be. It's just
No, you're right.
Thank you,
You're
Rook,
right.
again. Beautifully said again, Rook.
Quit it.
The thing is that we've also, as a group, have sort of labeled Domingo a certain way. So when we listen to him, we think of him in that way because we've given him that label. Well, we have in a way because it wasn't corrected a lot of the times. So a lot of us contributed by not even correcting it. But I mean, I've said it before. I think that it's just the method of how he handles things, how he speaks. But it's not.
I agree with that.
I don't think.
I think it's normal, and he speaks normal and makes clear points and is logical. And if that's weird, I don't think it's weird.
Well,
no, I don't think it's weird at all.
It's not weird, but it can sound weird based on how it's said is all. But that's just him. That's just Domingo. That's just him.
Right, but that's how he got the reputation of. I mean, with his question, he gets that reputation. But that I don't think that's. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is insulting to you. But for us to say you talk like a lawyer or whatever is not like. I didn't think it was something insulting to you, but maybe it is. But I just thought it was kind of a,
Well, I take
around
it
the
as,
community.
I take it as a backhanded compliment because lawyers have bad reputations.
No, that's not my intention at all. It just
I don't think a lawyer. I mean, I think like car chasers do. But
scrutinize.
When I think of Domingo, I don't think of lawyers in the same sentence.
Lawyers have far more negative stereotypes attached to them than positive ones.
Well, they might.
That might be true.
That's a fact.
I had good experiences with my lawyer.
Well, when I sit here and listen, I don't think of you as like, oh, I'm listening to a lawyer. I mean, I don't get that at all. But it's like Influence just said, people have said that, nobody's corrected or anything. So it's not like I hear a lawyer when I hear you speak, but that's what people have said. So that's just the going joke or whatever, But I don't look at you in any negative. As a matter of fact, I look at you as somebody I actually learn things from, and not law stuff, but just interesting information.
A psychologist come band member come.
Huh?
What?
A psychologist?
Uh-huh.
Are you sleep talking?
Domingo, you're the lawyer, like I'm the crazy so
Psychologist come. Psychologist come lawyer.
It's like I said, Influence is a backhanded compliment, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, call me
What?
batshit crazy, Domingo. I remember.
Fellow
I
man,
think so.
fellow man, I'm not going to forget what you did tonight.
What, dude? It's a good one. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It was good. We always come
think
to agree or to disagree. That's all.
My tone and my way of speaking is not going to change to make you feel any better.
Care about it. I want to understand the Dom, and I never will. I'll never.
I will never understand the Dom.
We both agree that we're undecided about the moon landing. That's about the only thing.
Do you understand, son?
Now, there is a perfect example, fellow man, of something on which I am not sure.
There you go. Either am I.
Because I see evidence that suggests that it's faked.
I feel the same way about New Zealand.
And right, you feel the same way about New Zealand, and I don't. So the question is why is that? And we can try to explore that as we have in the past.
Yeah.
But nothing good comes out of it, from my experience.
Well, same thing with 9/11. You think all those frames are okay? You know?
I think real planes flew into the towers, and you don't.
I think there's just too many coincidences.
I understand.
I always have a big
agree to
question
disagree.
about that.
That's okay because we're not in a cult. We don't all have to think alike.
Charlie,
Right.
I've been okay to disagree from the get-go.
Say again?
I've been okay to disagree from the get-go.
Oh, I know.
It just, you know.
But it's harder for fellow men to agree to disagree.
That's true.
I think it was.
Sorry, fellow man, but that is true.
Or if I agreed with you. I think that's what you really want. Like, that would make your day.
Fellow man.
That's the presumption.
Fellow man.
That's
listen to me when I say this, fellow man. If you never agreed with me ever, I'd be okay with it.
He'd love you anyway.
You said I'm the immovable fellow man. That's what you said, right? And then I'm like,
you look, you are fellow man. I'm not going
I love
to
you guys.
I'm not going to take it to the dark place. I've been making an effort to restrain myself, and in the name of all that is holy, and in the name of the greater good, I am exercising restraint.
oh. Well, I had a couple drinks tonight. You know that, right? That's why I slipped up, but it's okay.
I think it's better everybody has their way of thinking.
Yeah.
But if you call me a lawyer one more time, I might ask you to.
What about psychologist?
What'd you say,
psychologist.
I said it.
Psychologist.
Oh, I don't.
What about calling you a psychologist?
No, I'm not a psychologist.
Does he look like a modern day exorcist to you?
I have no idea what he looks like.
Like, you know,
He might.
We're all in here. We're not willing to.
That's why he said it.
We're willing to argue with each other and not just like cuck. You know, I like that.
Right. Yeah. It's not an echo chamber, you know.
Yeah, Domingo. Yeah, you're right. You know. Yeah.
That soundbite that Jolly recorded of OGM saying, geek to get along, you gotta suck Domingo's ass.
Oh, Jesus.
It was horrible.
I imagine Jolly will cherish that forever.
I'm sure.
It was taken out of context. It was tough.
I imagine it was.
Yeah. It was cringeworthy, for sure.
Sound bites. Charlie said he makes 90% more money than all the college graduates out there. So.
Oh, good for him.
I'm not really gonna comment on that, I guess. Like, what can you say? Prove it.
That's back to the money-making wedge thing, so.
Yeah.
And you should be able to afford a maid to dust all those trophies off.
All about material.
I am.
That was bad.
The dark place didn't happen. I'm happy, dog.
Okay, now I'm triggered. Jellyman escalated with me, guys. Y'all need to know. Y'all need to know the truth here, and I'm gonna tell you, as I see it. I had a conversation with Jolly. I left. It was uneventful, and then it escalated in my absence. But when I returned, he just wanted to attack me. I didn't say anything to him.
Right. I heard that whole deal. That
I'm sorry.
yeah. No, I mean, you had a very good point, and what you were saying he was doing, he just kept on doing. It's like you couldn't convince him.
No.
You just could not convince him.
No. I was actually trying to figure out myself what was really going on there, and I think I reached the conclusion that he was enjoying it a lot, and I was done.
He didn't want to get out of it. He didn't want to not talk about it.
Yeah. Which is cool. I don't care either way.
Right.
Don't ask my opinion if you don't want it, though. I'm gonna get it.
Exactly.
Might be good, might be bad, whatever. Just an opinion.
I'm going to remember that because I might come ask you your opinion on me one day.
I don't have an opinion on most people's talk.
No, I understand. No, I caught that whole conversation. It went on so long, and it was just like a circle,
Yeah. It's all a blur.
What's that long ass stream?
The one that
was the end of one of Jolly's, but it went on for like an hour and a half or 2 hours or something.
I thought it was Renee's stream, but I'm not sure.
It might have been.
Wanted me to come on, and she goes, Rook, can you fill us in? Tell us why nobody likes Jolly, and people don't like him. They won't say why. Something to that effect. I'm not doing verbatim here.
Right. The first thing you said was, "You interrupt everybody all the time." He's like,
You're rude.
Oh, okay.
You're fucking. And I didn't even say the worst of it.
Right, but then it just came down to you just gotta let it go. Stop watching them. Block them. Don't be a crybaby. Turn them off. Block them. Blah, blah, blah. And he just would not go for that. He was just like, no.
Yeah.
He just wanted to bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch.
I think the truth is that he likes it.
Real truth. I think he
It's
likes,
fine.
the drama. And, I'm
I
not going
think
to lie.
it is.
I do too. I like to listen to a stream where there's some drama going on.
I really just don't want to participate with it.
Right.
He does what he wants and he enjoys it and pretends he doesn't, and I don't, and don't pretend I don't.
Right.
Done. Mic drop.
Right.
Simon, are you still there? It's not.
Simon sounds like he's had a little bit of a buzz.
Yeah, I bet he's on some good pain meds.
You know that bill that they passed about anti-Semitism and hate speech and all this horse shit, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I got wondering because, you know, Semite, what is Semite exactly? I mean, I know they try to say it's Jewish, but go ahead.
It's supposed to be like far Middle Eastern or something, or middle.
Well,
Covers more than just Jews.
Right. I started looking into it, trying to find out, well, where did the word originate and how was it
Oh, yeah?
used? And it was related to people who spoke what was considered Semitic languages.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was delving into it, you know, and started finding a whole lot of stuff. But it, you know, only in the most recent stuff, and a lot of it's been edited. As you probably all know, Wikipedia gets edited a great deal by certain
Right.
groups. And but the recent stuff always tried to say it was relating to Jews, and it's not really relating to Jews, and that's not how it originated.
Right.
Right. Yeah. And so, what did you find out about how it originated? What did you? I mean, did you?
Well, I got a bunch of articles that I got. I haven't thoroughly gone through them yet. I think the one that went back and started was like in 1800s. Hang on. Probably have it right here. Bookmarked. I mostly skimmed them, trying to find as much material as I could, and I was basically throwing out crap that's revised. But it's a major branch of the Afro-Asiatic language family.
Afro-Asiatic.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And
Okay.
let's see.
Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic, Phoenician, Akkadian.
Semitic languages: Amharic, Arabic, Aramaic, Syriac, Akkadian, Hebrew, Maltese, Tigrinya, I don't know how you say that, I never heard of that language, Phoenician, etc. So there's even more.
Mm-hmm.
So it's ever pertaining, Semitic is ever pertaining to the Semites or Semitic people of these languages, or who are associated or speaking these languages, of or pertaining to descendants of them. And then it tries to jump into being descendants of Shem, the eldest of three sons of Noah, so I had to pass that crap because that's trying to narrow it down too much. But, you know, it was pertaining to descendants in the division of Caucasian race, which included Arabs, Jews, and related races. But the first time it was actually used, that I found so far anyway, was by someone called J.G. Eichhorn in 1817. And it was talking about the closely allied peoples represented in biblical
Wait,
time.
the what people? Say that again.
Arab and Ethiopic.
Okay.
Closely allied peoples.
Okay.
So there's a great deal in that area of closely, what they're saying, closely allied peoples, which really kind of seemed like a no burger or something, a nothing burger. So I looked into that, you know, I found related to language, and then I went looking about, okay, so what are Semite people? And it kept coming up with a number of people speaking any group of related languages derived from a common language. And, you know, I had a little trouble finding exactly what common language they were talking about.
Did you find it though?
Not yet. I found that it included Arabs, Akkadians, Canaanites, Hebrews,
Right.
Ethiopians, Armenian tribes in Mesopotamia, the western coast of the Mediterranean, Arabian Peninsula, and the Horn of Africa. They've all been proposed as possible sites for their origins, which are prehistoric, whatever that, you know, prehistoric, right? Before history, right?
Right.
for the prehistoric origins of Semitic-speaking peoples, but no location has been definitively established.
Yeah. So it's not just
Right.
covers a lot of territory, a lot of people.
Exactly. I think I'm gonna, go through all the stuff that I have and actually maybe put something up.
Yeah, that'd be interesting if you.
Okay, yeah. And I probably will. It was so annoying to me, it triggered me. And that was the end result.
A lot of times it takes a little bit of triggering to get.
Well, it's been bothering me that they keep saying this and using
Yeah, it
it now.
actually has me too.
All right, and it's passing laws now, and it's
Yeah.
just a bunch of shit. It needs to be torn up and flushed.
Hmm. And I think with them saying anti-Semitic and thinking, and a lot of them thinking that it's just Jews, ends up covering a lot of other people that we might not have agreed. I mean, even like the Jewish supporters in the United States might not have even realized, that, like, they want to blame the Muslims or over in the Middle East, and it's like they start doing that in the future, and that definition comes out. It's like, it could include
trying
the
to
Muslims.
twist
It could
shit.
include, yeah, exactly. So it's a word that covers a whole lot of people, but that has really been taught to us to be one certain person. But and in the future, it could end up being blowing out into a big thing. Anyway.
Well, it's always bothered me, like, if you speak out against somebody or some group, they've got a label for this and a label for that.
Right.
But you don't have it's anti-whatever, or it's racist, which covers everything, or it's bigotry.
Right.
Why does one special group need their own special word that they should, be treated
Right. Yeah,
differently?
exactly. I see what you're saying. I never even thought of it that way. Whether it's bigotry or racist or anti-Semite. Yeah, why does each group need their own?
In
It's
Europe,
just
in Europe, the word fascist became that word.
That's
What anti-Semitism or anti-Semite is in North America and throughout Europe, it was you Nazi, you fascist.
Right. Applying to anybody that
Oh, really?
to corral and label, right?
Well, the left even was now using Nazi and Hitler. He's Hitler. He's a Nazi. He's a fascist. These are terms that have become
secondary.
They've become used as weapons. They've been weaponized.
Flamethrowers.
Right.
Yeah.
But they've almost been like meant to be the same thing. Just like I asked you earlier, like what's the difference in Nazi and fascist?
Nazi, in my opinion, is a pejorative word that was created to facilitate the post-war narrative. It became a
Nazi?
useful
Yeah.
insult.
Yeah. Like card-carrying communist or something. But
yeah, commie, Nazi.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys, what do you think about the group Antifa who goes around saying they're anti-fascist and they are acting in a very commie way?
Good question.
People accuse them of being fascists.
Right.
Which is ironic.
Yeah. Because it shows that people think they know the meaning of the word fascist to begin with because they're calling them fascists while they call themselves anti-fascists.
And speaking of astroturf, there's another perfect example of astroturfing.
I'm not sure what astroturf is.
Is these Soros Antifa Mercs.
Okay, so what is your opinion on them as far as like?
It's a fake playing field, Rook, like an AstroTurf. Like it's
Oh
not
yeah.
AstroTurfing is the a disingenuous, a fake grassroots movement.
Mm.
It wasn't organic. It was actually something that was
Paid
um,
for.
paid
Like the
for, put
GDL.
together, artificially put together, real quick, and is backed by lots of money, but meant
Lots of
to
money.
be meant to look like something like
Organic.
like Coney 2012. That was an AstroTurf. You know, the Antifas, the another great example was in the Al Jazeera documentary chronicling the Jewish lobby in the States. They captured on hidden camera astroturfing in universities through the Jewish lobbies. They would pay students to go and be pro-Israel and be anti-Palestinian, even though they didn't espouse these ideas. They paid them to do it, and they got them on camera admitting that it was the whole thing was
Paid.
astroturfed, that it was a fake movement, and they even got these students to admit on hidden camera that they cannot win the debate fairly. They cannot win an open and honest debate, and they have to resort to the name calling, to the shouting, right? To the talking over people. And this is what happened with Adam Green. He had on this Duvid guy. It's just another classic example of whether it's a Hasidim, whether it's a moderate, a modern Orthodox, or whatever, they can't win any kind of debate. They can't justifiably hold their position. And ultimately, it always ends up with a deflection, a reinterpretation, or the one line you'll hear them say a lot is you'll hear them say this line: well, I reject that. Well, I reject that.
Right.
It is something that you'll hear them use it over and over again. You'll present facts and they'll just say, well, I reject that.
You're talking
And
about presenting facts to Antifa, or who are you talking about?
Anyone in the...
I was referencing the Adam Green had a...
Oh, okay.
He was trying to moderate. Well, I mean, he wasn't exactly being impartial and objective. It was kind of a 2-on-1, but it was this Jew named Duvid and Christopher John Bjorkness and Adam Green, and they were just basically talking about they were talking about Judaism, the Talmud, Jewish ideals, Jewish supremacy, and it was the same old bullshit. It was
So what is your
interesting.
take, Domingo? What is your take on Antifa as far as being anti-fascist and all that and them?
Well, they have like a mercenary wing that's paid for. These are just paid thugs. They're meant to fuck shit up.
Right. Come out and raise hell.
Yeah, they're dressed in black. They cover their faces. They're mercenaries. They're just like when cops infiltrate a protest and the police will be the actual violent provocateurs in order to give a justification for arresting and dispersing the lawful group, the lawful protest.
So you get a handful of paid shills, and then they get a bunch of dweeby followers. Sound familiar, guys?
Yep.
Anyway. People who just don't get any of it all, just following. But you get
Right.
these people going on the street and acting violence and others. What do you think about that, and what do you think is the solution to it? Anybody?
I think that it shouldn't be. I think it should be against the law. Okay, we have the freedom to speak our voice to protest, right? We have the freedom to do that, to go up and yell and scream and whatever. I think it should be against the law to make money off of yelling and screaming and protesting. It should be what you believe in your heart, what you want to do, what you want to change. You get that spirit and you've had enough and you want to go out and you do it. I think being paid to do it should be against the law, because that's not what protesting and what speaking out against the government was originally for. I mean,
Even that said, they're committing violence. They're attacking people.
I bet they're paid to do that.
Yeah, but you could be paid to have an opinion, and you could be paid to speak, but you can't be paid to attack people, because then that's like you're committing violent crimes, and
right.
then you're no different than a hired thug by you're still
Right.
engaging in criminal activity.
Right.
Exactly. They're criminals.
But the thing is in a free society, and in a supposedly free country like the U.S., one should be allowed to make a career of being sort of a human loudspeaker.
I disagree. I don't think that should be the case.
But I think
I think if the people have an opinion and they want to and they firmly believe in it and they have, I think they should go out and protest and have every right and speak their word. But if they don't really give a flying fuck and somebody pays them to go give a flying fuck, that's bullshit. That's fraud.
Don't we pay our politicians to do that?
It may be bullshit, but it's not a crime.
No, but what I'm saying is it should be. If they can track down that you get paid for protesting, that you really don't believe it, you really don't believe in it, you really don't give a fuck about it, you're just there for the paycheck, and they can prove that you got paid to raise hell.
I can hear the fascist in you, Charlie.
If you can prove that they got paid, you've already defeated them. Their message isn't being heard as something that they are serious about, because they're getting paid, right?
Well, if they're getting paid, they're not serious about the cause. They're only serious about the money. And that's just another lobbying. That's just another fucking corporate,
it's just a sellout.
lobbying effort.
It's just a sellout. It's like people that endorse products that they themselves don't even like.
Exactly.
It's like the people we send to Washington.
And
it's like the people in your community.
That's the kind of gutless, shallow fucks that have no place in a strong, united fascist nation.
Oh my God! Really, you had to throw the fascist in there?
I'm trying to deprogram you, Charlie.
I understand.
So
I've got that already. I figured that out.
What do you think?
And I'm trying to get there. Just
That's his opinion of fascism.
Yeah, I understand. What do you say, Rook?
What do you think? How do you think these people should be dealt with? They need to be dealt with, don't they? Or do they?
Dealt with how? Like, right now, there's no laws against them doing it, being paid to go out and.
Well, there's laws against committing violence.
Yeah, you can't be violent, but there's no crime being committed if you just go out into the street holding a sign, shouting ideas that you don't necessarily believe in.
But if you go out in the street with a club and your intent is not just to speak.
No,
well, I
think
think
that you
that
should be arrested. I mean,
yeah, and I think that all the YouTube, live streams and the videos, and I think the people that do commit violence and they get caught on camera and then they identify them, I think those people are getting arrested.
Do you think they have?
I mean, I don't know
go out there? Do you think they have a right to go out there with a mask over their face and commit violence so that they can't be identified?
I do not believe that they should be committing violence.
Do you think
I
they have
think
the
if-
right to go out with a mask on their face?
I think, well, I mean, we do that at Halloween. So, like, are we all going to get arrested for like going trick or treating with masks
I
on?
think people should
So
be
I'm
allowed
saying if
to
they
wear
don't,
masks.
if they don't commit, yeah, I do too. I just don't think they should be doing violence. I mean, if okay, let's say we make a law that says, okay, you're allowed to protest with masks on, but if you commit violence and you have a mask on and you're caught on film and nobody knows who you are, but we eventually find you, then your punishment is doubled because you had a mask on. You were
Do you
chicken
think-
shit behind the mask.
Do you think if you see an Antifa individual with a mask on committing violence, do you have a right to go up and rip that mask off him?
You
Identify
cannot
them?
Absolutely.
You can't put your hands on another person.
Well, if they've already put their hands on you, you can rip their mask off.
If you saw somebody committing violence against another person, they were clubbing them and they didn't have a mask on, would you intervene?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you do a citizen's arrest.
Well, I
So
would
if
definitely
they had
rip
a
the mask
on or
off.
not- if they had a mask on or not and they were committing violence upon someone else,
I
you
would
have a right to
definitely,
intervene.
I would definitely, I don't know if I would have the right to or not, but I'm telling you, I would.
If the context was self-evident, I probably would. But, because sometimes there are certain
If I see anybody beating anybody to a pulp or anything, I'm
there
gonna
are certain physical
try to
altercations
stop
that
it.
you do not want to get involved with, because sometimes it's possible that the person taking the beating
Started it.
has very much earned it,
Mhm.
and
Now that's true.
and deserves it.
Mhm.
That's true, and that's like sorted out in the end. But just on my basic instinct, I would. If I saw somebody beating up the shit out of somebody, even if that person just killed their
in
wife or something. I don't know that, but my instinct is to stop the beating, and then
Yeah, in a sound society, you would have individuals coming to the scene and quickly assessing the situation, finding out what is happening, why it's happening, and getting it under control, and making sure that the violence does not escalate.
right.
I appreciate your opinions.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody's opinions. I think it's all about living and learning and listening and learning. And
Do you think the people who hire them to go out are committing a crime?
They're not.
I don't know that they are legally, but I think that it should be.
They're not committing a crime, but they're dishonorable cunts.
I
Yeah.
think just like I said, it should be against the law to get paid to protest. I think it should be against the law to pay somebody to protest.
So what do you think is the best way to fight it?
You'd have to go into their financial shit. I mean,
Laws have to change.
I don't know.
And you have to get money out of politics, and you have to change monetary policy, and you have to change the way the money system works in the country at the root. And all of those things, as soon as you try to change them, you're going to be facing hostile resistance from outside forces. And then that's when you got to pick up guns and get ready to fight. But you got to stay the course, stick to your cause, and root out
I think the
corruption.
first thing is, yeah, I think before picking up guns and all that is to attempt to change the laws and to like voting for your local senators.
To guns up there. Do you have a gun? Can you protect your home?
Me?
There is no Second Amendment in Canada.
I understand that, but is there a different kind of
Are you allowed to have hunting rifles?
a different kind of law that you're allowed to?
You can apply for a permit to own a firearm.
Not a weapon, not for self-defense.
Not for self-defense.
Wow.
Do your cops have guns?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's amazing. Because I don't mean to bring up, but what I learned from you actually that I didn't know was that in England they don't have guns, but the cops don't have guns either. That's what he said.
They took Australia's guns too.
The patrolmen don't carry them, but they will be able to pull a rifle. They will be able to pull a firearm out of their car if they need it under, extreme.
But they don't have it sitting on their hip.
That's right. They do not carry it on their individual. Yeah.
Well, that's,
they'll take down knife wielding maniacs in the UK and arrest them. Whereas in the States,
they'll shoot them dead.
They'll just shoot you dead. Yeah, immediately. Yeah.
Yeah.
Live and
No
learn.
questions asked. What'd you say, Ruth?
What do you think about that? I'm asking you, Charlie. What do you think about that?
About the fact that they'll
shoot
about
if
what
somebody
exactly?
Knife.
I think it's disgusting. I think that long time ago cops had, they used common sense and they weren't trained. They didn't go to training, and they just used common sense. They knew their communities, they knew the people, and there was not this whole agenda of, okay, like, let's say inner cities, urban areas. These guys got all these guns and stuff after a certain point, and I think the cops were also, I think they were trained to be like, okay, everything could be a weapon. They want you dead. And I think the people on the streets who had all the guns were like, the cops are the enemies. And I think there became this big,
Well, let's say
battle.
Let's say you're in a crowded street.
Uh-huh.
And some maniac is wielding a machete, swinging around wildly and menacing people. People are jumping out of the way. The cops show up.
Mm-hmm.
People are standing.
I've actually been in that situation.
People are okay. People are standing everywhere, and
machete.
He's taking swipes in the air and towards people. People are dodging out of the way. He's impaired possibly or something. He can't quite catch him.
Right, but nobody's shooting him. And I'm in Texas, so
Well,
nobody's going to shoot him.
Here's two
Okay, go
scenarios.
ahead.
He came towards you and you're in Texas. Wouldn't you pull out that gun and shoot his ass?
No, I wouldn't. Maybe a lot of Texans would. I would run. No, I would run
beside you, and there's a crowd. You can't move. You're crowded in. He's coming at you.
And I don't have any way to run away.
Yeah.
But I have a gun on my hip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might. If that's my only defense, and I can't run, and I can't, because machete is only going to stretch so far. So if I can get out of that distance and stay out of that distance, I'm not going to shoot him.
Well, you're in a packed area.
But if I'm in packed and he's right beside me and I can't move and he starts swinging that, and it's going to either be my head or my arm chopped off, or I'm going to pull the gun off my hip and shoot him. And yeah, I'm probably going to do that, but I'll probably shoot him in the arm or shoot him in the hand in the hands that are holding it. But I'm not going to shoot to kill if I can help it.
The cops show up to try to get his attention because there's people everywhere and nobody can really move. Some people are just standing there staring.
Okay.
The cops show him, tell him to drop it, and he just doesn't drop it, and he heads towards the crowd. He's made it very clear he's going to kill as many people as he can. You think that cop should shoot him?
Well, I would think that by the time the cops showed up, the crowd would have got the fuck away from it.
Well, these things
just
happen
instinctually.
Yeah.
Right, but I understand. But when somebody's swinging a freaking 24-inch freaking blade around, people tend to run, right? And they push and shove, and some people might get trampled or whatever.
right?
Charlie,
So-
Rook,
But they're
Yeah.
gonna run away from him.
I posted a link in the Hangouts. You guys need to
Okay.
watch this video. It's
Cool.
3.5
Okay.
minutes.
All right.
We need to watch it right this second, or okay.
I think you should, considering what you're
Right.
talking about. I'll post it in the
Okay.
chat for everybody else to watch as well.
I gotta figure out how to get to it. Okay, ongoing call.
I've put it in the YouTube chat as well.
Okay.
Whoa, Dom, there's something far off with that video.
Hold on, I'm not done yet.
They
Can y'all
wouldn't-
hear that? Can you hear the video from my?
Fellow men, don't get emotional. Just let them watch it.
Holy shit. Please, please, put the knife down.
Oh my god, it's kind of carried on a little bit far.
I mean, let me listen to the audio again from the distance. It's...
Yeah, that was uncalled for.
No!
It almost looks like a video game.
Yeah.
Are you good?
Damn, they shot him how many times?
It almost looks like a drill. This is a drill.
Yeah, but regardless if it looks like a drill or not, just let's say it's real, okay?
Do you see how Philman has an automatic inclination into believing that it's fake?
Well, that was disturbing.
Hang on, I gotta turn this off. All right, now what'd you guys say?
Put the knife down, please, man.
Oh, it's still going.
Just go ahead, watch it.
I already did.
Put the knife down, please.
Why would
Now,
they?
He's still walking at us with a knife, not
Why
following
wouldn't they
him.
go after him in the first place? He just has a knife and they have guns.
Put the knife down.
I don't get it.
We're
Why-
on Macon Highway now.
Please, no, man.
I've never
All
seen.
right, so
Hey, let's
Domingo, what's your question after watching that?
put the knife down, please.
Philman, can you
Put it down.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many shots was that?
Okay,
That's a lot of shots.
Philman, can you mute it?
shots fired on the ground. No blood.
There's plenty of blood.
There's plenty of blood.
Just yeah.
after 4 or 5 shots.
Let's
you
just,
get up.
Fellman,
Fellman, can
let's
you
just
stop the video?
look at it like it's real, okay? Let's just answer questions like it's real.
It is real, Charlie. It's a documented
Right. Oh,
case.
I'm just trying to
It's a
get fellow man
documented
to
case.
not. Yeah.
Fellow man, mute the video because we can hear it coming through. Anyway, my point is that there's lots of now. If you go on YouTube and you type British police take down knifeman or man with knife, you'll find a number of videos of British police using pepper spray and tasers and batons and technique to take down attacking knifemen. Now,
Okay.
here's the thing about this particular knifeman that you saw in this video. This is a suicide by cop. Now,
okay,
he wants the police to kill him. Oh my God. They know this.
Right. He seemed to. He was like, do it.
Yes, right. Now they know this, which is why they're always backing up and they're nervous and they don't want to have to kill him. But because they're trained to use their guns, they have to use their guns. Now, here's the thing about a 9mm bullet. A knifeman that's coming at you with adrenaline, several gunshot wounds may not necessarily stop them right away. Because when a person with a knife just has to bridge a gap of a few feet, this video is a perfect example of how bad things can go. So one of the cops panics with his taser gun at the end and ends up getting in a chokehold. Now, if that knifeman wanted to murder that cop, he could have, but he didn't. He literally waited for the cops to kill him.
He went for the guy's gun.
He was reaching for it in order to give.
But I think he could have been
police
stopped.
to kill him.
Right, he gave him
way
no
before
choice.
then.
Yeah, he had the cop's gun.
Rook, he had the knife. He could have plunged it into that cop's neck.
Right, he wanted to be killed by the cops.
Yes, exactly.
But he also wanted to get a gun. Now, if he's got a gun, is he going to shoot at the cops so he can get killed? Yeah, probably.
He's doing everything that he can to justify
without a gun.
To justify getting killed by the police.
Right. And he's not dead, so he goes for the gun. Now, if he was allowed to fire that gun, he could have went somebody's window, even though he wasn't,
Now, here's the thing:
trying to kill a cop.
When that cop fired off all those rounds, a lot of them scattered. But if all of those shots hit him dead center chest or in the head, he would have dropped like a sack of potatoes and he'd be done.
Right.
But this is just, this shows how dicey things can get.
Yeah. He closed the distance between himself and that cop.
Yes.
That's why they kept the other ones. Yeah, that's why they all kept backing up and kept their guns
In
drawn.
self-defense classes, in good proper self-defense technique classes, everyone knows that when it comes to a knife, someone holding a knife coming at you, even they can bridge a gap of 20 feet before you can get your gun out of your holster, aim it properly, and get effective shots off. You have to learn how to defend using your hands first. And that's where that cop panicked. He had his taser. He couldn't deploy his taser. He panicked. He extended one arm out and he just froze, man. And the guy with the knife took him down, had him in a headlock. And dude, if he wanted to, he could have plunged that knife into that cop 5-6 times. Could have killed that cop, let him live.
Why didn't they rush him when he dropped the knife?
Because they knew that he was, first of all, they don't rush him because when he's down, they're trained not to approach because that person, they could be playing dead. They could be playing hooky. And then when you move in, they lash out. And this is why they'll tell them, put your hands behind your back. There's videos of cops telling a dead body on the ground, put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. They have to do it. It's because it's part of the training. It's fucked up, man. Being a cop.
But you know
is
what?
not a,
If the
it's not a
guy,
fun
if the
job.
cop had not had the taser or the gun or whatever, and just had like pulled out his baton that was much longer than the knife, he could have just whacked his wrist, hit him
mace
upside
would
the
be-
head or whatever.
Mace,
Mace,
would be,
yeah.
pepper
There you
spray
go.
would be a lot more effective in this case.
Yeah, there you go.
Because it'll disorient the guy that's advancing, and then you can move off center and get out of his way.
Well, the
and then-
problem with that is it's been shown that it's not effective against some people that are psychotic or high on drugs or extremely, like full of a lot of adrenaline. Like that's useless.
Well, pepper spray directly into the eyes will impair your vision. That's just a fact. But if you're on adrenaline, it's possible that it won't take you down. You might keep going, but your vision's going to be blurred at the very least.
Right.
So because you can find clips of UK cops. That's what they're using is pepper spray, batons, and tasers.
I think.
And
I don't know.
that's how you disable a knifeman.
Right. What were you gonna say, fellow man?
Sorry. I don't know.
And there's tons of blood in that video, fellow man.
He shot him 5 times and he got up.
Yeah, because he didn't land good shots.
Yeah.
But he might have purposely not been trying to shoot to kill. He might have been trying to shoot to.
Oh, he was
shoot
shooting
his
to
knee,
kill.
shoot his. Oh, you think he was?
He was
When
shooting
you're
to
under
kill.
duress,
But he was so amped up that his shots were going everywhere.
Right, wild.
He was 20 feet. I wouldn't even get 20 feet. Okay, I'm playing. I'm screen sharing this fucking shit.
You can drop the link for people to look at if you don't want to put it on your channel.
When you're nervous and your hands are shaking and you go off rapid fire like that, ba 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 ba, your shots are gonna go everywhere.
Dude,
Well, there's no telling who could get hit by him.
marksmen practically, dude. They
Just
don't,
bystanders.
all right.
Are they showing people who miss targets when they're like 5 feet away?
Yes, exactly. And if you've ever been to a range, you know how easy that can happen.
I get to.
I've been to a range, but not in a panic situation.
All right, hold on.
Your ability to aim and fire accurately under even a little duress can be changed quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
In his view, where his gun is directly on him. Hold on.
But isn't it funny though how fellow man
Man thinks everything's a hoax. Say it, Ron.
he has
No,
he
no.
has a natural
They have no
inclination.
natural instinct to believe everything's fake. No, I think
He has a natural inclination towards suspecting that there's some fakery.
yeah.
Well, that might be a safety thing. That might be a self-protection,
Yeah, it's a knee.
There's not. There's not necessarily. It's not
a
necessary to
knee-jerk
say that's a bad
reaction.
thing.
It's a knee-jerk
Yeah.
reaction.
No, it ain't knee jerk. I watched this guy shoot. I'm like, there's something ain't adding up here. That's my knee jerk reaction. Was okay, let's watch him shoot the damn guy. What is it?
It's close to the end.
Further, way further.
Put the knife down! Put it down! We're on Macon Highway now. Please, no, man, no!
So that's like 20 feet.
Less lethal. That's Put lethal. The knife down, please! No!
15 feet.
Dude, 20 feet! Shots fired! Shots fired!
Yeah, if you can't,
Guy falls and rolls.
because of the depth of the camera, look at the
No! What?
He's in the middle of the road right now.
Taser! No!
One lane. Boom.
See, they made the mistake of using tasers after firing shots.
Yep. Well, those shots didn't miss.
But you know how they have those when they're in car chases, they have those things they can throw out underneath their cars to like
Just see
pop
the
the tires and
civilian.
stuff.
Do you see the civilian in the? I don't mean to interrupt you real quick, but did you see the?
No, go ahead. No, I
Did you
didn't.
see
I didn't
the
even.
civilian in the background behind the guy that got shot?
I wasn't even paying attention to that.
Show those last. The civilian walking on the yard behind him. We'll see.
All right, let's go back.
No, let it. Do it after this.
No way he missed.
Wait, let it keep going.
Shots fired! Break it up! Shots fired! Central shots fired! Break it up! Hands behind your back! Hands behind your back! Ah, no! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Oh man, he hit him, but he didn't hit him with lethal shots.
Right.
They have a knife there.
Yeah.
Let it go. Let it go from there.
Yes.
Hands behind your back! Hands behind your back!
Just the knife!
Like 4 steps that he just took right there.
No! Get on the ground, man! Taser! No!
Middle of the road, 1 lane, 2 lanes. 2
Yeah.
seconds of that.
You can
No,
be sure.
I have to take
Look.
elements. It seems a little fake.
See the guy in the background?
Come on.
Yeah, I did. I see him.
You can be sure that this video is going to be used during training exercises. with police.
Activity training.
So how did the guy end up finally on the ground after the tase?
You gotta be kidding me.
What are you saying, fellow man?
Dude, if he got shot, you go down.
No, you don't necessarily.
You watch too many movies.
Yeah, this is what I've been telling fellow man. Like he thinks what happens in movies is like reality.
Dude, see, here you go with your fucking shots, Dom. No, it isn't, dude. You don't.
I'm to blame for that. I'm sorry. I
Yeah, I don't think it's not meant to be a shot. It's just conversation, fellow man.
Fellow man thinks this is a movie. No, Dom.
Fellow man,
No,
there's a
he
video
said
of a cop getting shot in the neck, and he's holding the wound with his hand as he's calling for help. Dude, bullets and bodies.
Yeah, it does happen, but this video here is sketchy as fuck.
Fellow man, I know you've been drinking, but you don't have to yell.
10 feet away.
You don't have to shout.
Break it up! Shots fired! Central shots fired!
Yeah, don't get triggered, fellow man. Just talk about it. I mean,
No, Dom, you have to take your shots about, me in the movies. There's no reason for that.
Fellow man, I'm the one who said.
Fellow man, you don't get
I know
it.
exactly what you're doing, Dom. It's bullshit.
You could get shot by 9mm rounds and still keep going on adrenaline. It happens all the time with police encounters.
Yeah, it happens when people hunt. The animal still runs before it drops.
Yeah, but man, where's the impact?
Fellow man,
Blood.
there's blood on the street. You can see it.
Okay, let's look.
he does have a point with the impact because the guy should have at least.
That's blood. You're telling me
jerked
that's
back
blood right there.
It is blood.
That's not blood, dude. It's something. It came off his pants. It's not blood.
Fellow
Look
man.
at it.
Fellow man.
It's not a blood puddle.
Fellow man,
Oh,
look at the amount of blood that spits onto the cop once the cop makes contact with him.
You're telling me that's blood.
Fellow man, you don't have to believe that it's blood. You don't have to get upset.
No, you had to take your fucking shots about me in the movies, Dom. You do this all the time to justify your cause.
Nope.
I don't know why you do that. You didn't have to fucking say that, Dom.
You've been drinking. Not
See
me.
how fellow man views this stuff? He thinks everything's a Hollywood movie. I heard you say it, dude.
You think
To fucking say, yeah.
you think that if a bullet hits him,
So what?
that he has to go down when it's not the case.
You're telling me that's blood? He shot him 5 times.
fellow man, why don't you believe that it's blood?
Okay, let's watch the shots again. Let's watch them in detail.
You also do realize that his body's blurred, right?
Why is it blurred?
Because they're hiding his identity.
Charge from the gun. You ever shoot a gun?
What did you just say?
Put it up! Shots fired! Visual shots fired! Put it up! Hands on your back! Hands behind your back!
Do you ever shoot a gun?
No, what you said before that.
No! Get on the ground!
Do you know bullets can eject without shooting a shell?
No! Get on the ground!
Say that again? You're talking while the video's playing.
Hold on a minute. Let me pull it back.
On your back! Hands behind your back! Put it up! Hands on your back! Hands behind your back! Visual shots fired! Put it up! Hands up!
No, I was saying that shells can eject without a bullet firing.
So you're saying a case can eject with the projectile still
Yep.
inside the chamber?
Shots fired! Visual shots
Is
fired!
that what you're saying?
Put it up! Get up! Shots fired! Visual shots fired!
You ever shoot blanks?
Shots fired!
Okay, so are you saying they're shooting blanks?
Yes.
And how do you come to this conclusion?
Because I see nothing coming out of that damn gun.
Okay, well let it play until he's got the cop in a headlock. And then tell me if you think you see blood.
Pathetic training exercise.
Let it play till the end, until he gets the cop in a headlock. And then tell me if you think you see blood.
Put the knife down, please!
All right.
No! Get now.
You've skipped it.
Where do you want me to go, Don?
You good?
Philman, let it play so that we see him get the cop in a headlock.
Get on the ground now! Taser! No! Ah! He's got it! Oh, God!
Did you not see blood all over the guy's arms when he grabbed a hold of the cop?
Let me look.
Are you good? You good? You good? Oh, God! No! He's got it! No!
Hold on, let me pause. It's hard to pause it.
Right there.
Yeah.
Do you see blood?
There's something on his hands, yeah.
But it's not blood, right? It must be jelly.
I don't know.
In his elbow and the other arm.
It must be marmalade or something, right?
Just appeared out of nowhere, right? Yeah.
It's cherry syrup. It's marinara sauce.
Quit it.
No!
He's covered in blood.
See, right there, if he had a knife, he could have killed that cop.
But did he still have the knife?
It looked like the knife was on the street. It looked like the knife was on the road earlier.
So I see a lot of blood.
I don't know what that is.
It can't
You know,
possibly.
the
It can't
guys-
possibly be blood, though, right, fellow man?
Oh, I don't know. Could be for the fucking.
Could be, but tell me this: how, if he's already shot and wounded, how is he taking a perfectly healthy cop down? Like, how can that cop not outrun him, not
You ever known
outfight
anybody-
Him? He's already
any war
wounded.
veterans?
Because
Have you ever
that
known
cop-
any war veterans have been shot and heard about it?
Well, we're not. Oh, this is not a war veteran. What, Domingo?
That cop is panicked. That cop is helpless.
He should have tried to run like a motherfucker.
Yeah, but Charlie, you don't always react the way you think you're going to react under these situations.
Well, isn't your first instinct if somebody's coming at you to fucking run?
Sometimes
And he's
your first-
wounded.
Charlie, sometimes your first instinct is to
Why was
freeze.
his gun drawn? Why did he put it back?
I think
Yeah.
he was the guy with the taser, wasn't he?
Yeah, that might have been a taser, but
Yeah,
still.
the cops fucked up.
See that taser gun right there?
They decided to tase
Right.
when they had already fired shots. Once you
Right.
start
He's
firing,
already been hit. He's already been hit.
once you start firing shots, you got to keep shooting until the guy stops. But this guy was on.
Cox.
What'd you say?
Daniel Cox says some of the videos on that police activity channel are suspect. There's other ones.
Well, I'm just saying that if the guy's already shot and wounded and he's coming at you and you're a perfectly healthy cop with training and everything, you should be able to keep your sense about you and not be put in a headlock with a guy by a guy who has no.
Philomen, the reason I bring up Hollywood is because you also bring up Hollywood when it comes to New Zealand, and you say that it doesn't.
Hollywood because it's like a Hollywood film. I'm not saying it's Hollywood. I said it's like one. They tried to make it look real and they didn't do a good job because trying to make something look real is hard to do.
No, but Philomen, this is what you're not getting. If you're trying to make something look like a Hollywood movie, then by default, you're not trying to make it look real.
They weren't trying to make it look like a Hollywood movie, but that's what I'm seeing. They were trying to make it look real and they didn't do a good job. Hey, I don't
think that was fake.
I will look at the other ones.
I don't think that was fake, but I think it was definitely untrained.
Look, these are documented cases. I mean, this is a real person here.
People train and train and train. It doesn't mean they're going to be a robot when something happens.
No, you're right. I get that. But come on, if a guy's running at you and you're panicked to death or whatever,
Charlie,
the guy's.
Charlie, do you know how many videos there are on YouTube of female cops that are pointing their gun at a suspect that is being handcuffed, and the woman
and shoot them?
Cop accidentally pulls the trigger out of nervousness.
Yeah, no, I've seen. Yeah, no, I've seen those. I have.
Yeah, they will accidentally kill people because they forget to take their finger off the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In these situations, man,
I was willing to go into this saying, "Hey, this might be a cop video," and then after I watched it, I'm like, "Oh my goodness, you got to be kidding me!" Because I've seen other videos that were pretty real.
But fellow man, you do see now though that your response is far more emotional than anybody else's.
No, you try to use that against me because I know what you're going at, Domingo.
I'm not
You're
using
trying to
it.
justify yourself from the 9/11 shit that you went through with me, and
I'm not using it against you.
Yes, you did. You
I'm
didn't have to mention the Hollywood bullshit to me.
I'm simply pointing it out.
You didn't have to do it, but you did.
Fellow man.
Oh man, looks at this as a Hollywood video. Do you guys see this? That's exactly what you did, dude. You didn't have to do that.
So you're taking a hit for that, Dom, because I'm the one who said he watched too many Hollywood movies. Well, I didn't say Hollywood, I said movies. But
ooh, you shit stir. Shame on you.
No.
Look,
I apologize for it, but
he brought up Hollywood when we were in the New Zealand debate a long time ago.
I know.
He's the one that made the analogy. He said they're trying to make it look like Hollywood, but they're sucking at it.
When did I say that, Dom?
You said that New Zealand looked like a failed Hollywood
movie. When did I say that, Dom? Did I say that tonight?
You did.
Before you made your insult? I think not.
You said New Zealand, they tried to make it look like a Hollywood movie, but they weren't good at it. And then I retorted with, if you're trying to make something look like Hollywood, that means you're not trying to make it look real.
I mentioned that before you made that insult for me tonight.
fellow man, it doesn't matter when you said
Oh,
it.
see, now you're caught. See what
No,
you...
no.
You didn't
It
have
doesn't-
to bring
it
up...
doesn't,
I mean to
it
bring up...
doesn't matter when you said it. The point is that you believe it.
The point is, you believe bullshit.
There, you see? That's why you're emotional.
Oh, see?
Who's judging who?
Yeah, I'm not judging.
He's judging.
Telling you what you're doing to me. You didn't have to make that fucking insult.
Just don't drink when you live stream.
Oh, come on, Domingo. I had a couple drinks tonight. Whoopie dang. Don't you?
Whoopie
Fellow
dang.
man, if you're getting angry, it's on you. It's not on me.
You had to make the insult, and then you're trying to like, oh, look at fellow man. He's crazy for thinking this.
Fellow man,
You're trying to tell me that's blood on the freaking road? You're freaking crazy.
look, man, you can call me crazy. You can call me a lawyer. I'm not going to react the way you react when I say that you think things look like they do in movies. You're emotional. That's it.
Yeah, I am emotional because I don't deal with fucking bullshit.
Yeah, you have strong beliefs.
Yeah. You want to make insults? I'll insult you back.
How did I insult you?
Dude, look at fellow man. Well, I'm going to scroll back and prove you wrong on all the shit you said tonight.
I think where he took the insult was you said a fellow man thinks everything's a movie. That's where he.
No, he thinks.
Fellow man had to go right into this is some kind of a hoax. It's a Hollywood movie. That's exactly what you said, dude. And I didn't
that's what triggered. That's where he got triggered.
I said nothing fucking to you, Dom.
Charlie, here's
Yes,
the
sir.
truth about this video. Is I shared it with OJM and Fellowman earlier today. So this is the second time he's seeing it.
Shared this with OJ.
Okay.
But the first time that I shared it with him, he already suggested that there's shenanigans in the video.
Let's listen to this fucking liar.
Okay.
Look
So
how
you knew he was going to come back with shenanigans.
Look how hostile he's getting.
No, because you're being a fucking dick.
Yeah.
What's the worst thing that I've done to you tonight, fellow man? What's the worst thing that I've done to you tonight?
Insult me.
How?
You didn't have to say, oh, look how fellow man looks at this. He looks at it like a Hollywood movie. Do you see how fellow man views this? That's exactly what you said, dude. You didn't have to do that.
That was definitely the trigger.
You didn't have to do that.
But
insult you.
Right. Even though.
But why are you so offended by that?
Because I know what you're doing.
What am I doing?
Trying to justify yourself after New Zealand. Because I brought it up tonight. I brought it up.
You brought up New Zealand. You also suggested that JFK was not assassinated in the Zapruder film. You've suggested that JFK was assassinated elsewhere. And then you've gone on to suggest that this video may be doctored.
Yes.
So there's a pattern that I'm identifying, and I'm circling back to the way that you reason.
I'm circling back the way you reason.
You think New Zealand was a failed attempt at making something look like a Hollywood production?
I think New Zealand was a damn psychological operation. It was a staged event.
But you think
exactly freaking happened.
But you think they did a sloppy job at it because it didn't look like a good blockbuster film?
No, that's not what I said.
So then you want to clarify then?
I said they tried to make it look real and they couldn't do it.
Now, when you want to make a shooting look real, how should that shooting look like to you?
It should look real. It should show impact points. It should show blood splattering at the walls with a big white wall behind you. There's many things that was not accurate with that.
And what do you
timestamps that you felt at last time with me?
and when you this scenario that you're creating in your mind about blood exploding and splattering, what's your reference point for that? Is it movies that you've watched, or is it other shooting videos that you've seen?
No, it's real life.
Okay, so you're basing yourself on other documented cases of shootings that have been caught on video. Is that correct?
Real life.
Okay. Can you cite some examples
I've
of
shot-
real life shootings?
Wait, fellow man, you mean to tell me you've seen actual human shootings in real life?
I've shot animals.
Okay. No, I'm not saying that's any different. I just thought you were saying you'd shot people in real life. Okay.
So you've
Go ahead.
shot animals, and when you shot animals, you've seen blood splattering on walls, and
No,
you've seen
not
blood.
one. There's blood that comes out from the backside.
Right, and you used a handgun to shoot the animal?
No.
You used an AR-15?
One time, yeah.
Okay, and do you feel like an animal being shot is going to give you automatically the same results as a human being shot?
Not exactly the same way, but same way a bullet handles flesh.
Okay, now other than you shooting animals, have you seen videos of real people getting shot by real bullets?
They won't show that
Who's they, and why won't they show it?
because they blur everything out, don't they? Why is
So
the guy blurred?
So there are no videos on the internet of real people getting shot by real bullets at all?
I don't know. Have you seen any?
I have. You haven't?
I'm not sure.
So the only
Everything
thing
was
that
blurred out. Everything I watched.
Okay, so then we've just concluded that you have no reference points of real people getting shot by real bullets. All you have to go by is your personal experience of shooting bullets into animals.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of animals have you shot?
Deer,
And what else?
raccoons, groundhogs, rabbits.
Okay. You ever shot anything resembling a human being? In a human setting?
Do you know how thick a deer skin is? Pretty thick.
I don't. I'm guessing it's thicker than a human skin.
Yeah, very thick.
So, fellow man, would you ever endeavor into researching the internet to see if there are actual videos of real people getting shot by real bullets? Is that something you'd ever care to look into?
And I'm willing to see what the impact is like.
Because I can tell you right now, there's plenty of them.
Okay, send them to me. Let's watch them.
Oh, well, I'm not going to send them to you.
Okay.
If you want to go out and find them, you can do that.
Okay.
But they're not all blurred out. So some of them are executions up close with AK-47s.
Oh, on YouTube.
On the internet.
Oh, on the internet. Where on the internet?
Please don't say the deep web.
Well, sometimes you can go to Live Leak. That's going to be the easiest place and most reliable place to go to.
Yeah.
Some of them will be on YouTube until they get taken down, but they are out there. Now, you don't have to believe me if you don't want to.
Oh God.
But these are choices that you have to make, fellow man. No one else is going to make them for you. But if you feel like you're shooting a raccoon or a deer is sufficient enough.
Bullshit and send me these links and then we'll discuss.
No, I'm not doing anything for you.
See, there you go. Your bullshit is invalid.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to do it for you.
Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I believe that you believe that.
I believe, Philemon, that you know there's some out there. Tomorrow, go check it out. Seriously. I don't want to because I don't want to see that.
Yeah, it's just not pleasant to watch.
Right? There's some things you can't unsee,
It's
you
like
know?
New Zealand event showed fucking nothing. Get the hell out of here.
But I don't know about the New Zealand event. I'm talking about like individual people, like not in a mass shooting or anything, but just
I can't imagine how those cops feel.
from New Zealand or from that video
From the video.
or both.
It's gotta be disturbing.
See, Bob, you had to bring up that I had a couple drinks tonight. You know, your little.
I did not.
No, not you.
I did not say that.
Is it you?
Oh, I thought you said Charlie you brought up.
No, I said Dom.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Philemon's rage is purely fixated on me, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is.
That's okay.
That had a couple drinks. The same stuff you do against anybody else that has a couple drinks on here.
You're emotional. You're getting emotional. I mean, I don't know how you could deny it.
All I want to do was go over that video, and you had to make your little insult.
You took it as an insult.
Yes, I did. It was an insult. You didn't have to say
It was a dig, Domingo. It was a dig.
You know it was.
No. Charlie, when we debated New Zealand a long time ago.
See,
he brought
No, I'm talking about tonight when you said
butthurt about New Zealand and
calm down.
11.
Right, calm down.
Can't let it
Charlie,
go.
he's not gonna calm down.
His way of getting.
Yeah, okay,
He's trying to be calm and collective about it. Bullshit.
Yeah.
When we debated New Zealand a long time ago, he brought up the analogies with Hollywood. He did.
Right.
Today, he's shown once again that what he thinks should look real, or what he thinks is real, in my opinion, is heavily influenced by what he's seen in Hollywood films, because he just made it clear that he's never seen a video of a real person getting shot by real bullets, according to him. So what does that leave? All that leaves is his experience shooting animals and him watching Hollywood films.
Yeah, but a high-powered rifle.
You show no proof that you've seen people get fucking killed, Dom. Nothing. You're just talking bullshit.
You can't really compare a high-powered rifle slug going through a deer to a 9mm hitting a human body either. That's not really a good comparison.
That's true. That's true. I was gonna say earlier, like, what kind of animals like getting shot is kind of the same as humans getting shot, but
there's
a difference in the rifles. It's a difference in the gun.
There's
and a
also
high-powered.
another big reason why you can't compare the two, and that is because people wear clothing. Animals don't.
But animals have fur, and people don't. So
They do have fur, yeah, but they don't wear a separate layer of clothing that is free floating between their body and the outside, right? You know what I mean? Like a jacket,
right, yes, right,
shirts,
with gaps between, yeah.
right. I mean, if you watch shooting videos, what you're gonna see is that none of them look the same. You're not gonna find uniformity automatically in all the videos.
Okay.
You see, I mean, I can talk about this and stay calm,
Right.
but for some people, it's a sensitive topic.
Yeah. And I can kind of understand that the situation at hand. I'm not saying it's, 100% justified, but
I mean, Fellman has said two things tonight that to me are shocking. The first is that he believes JFK got killed somewhere else. And the second is that he says he's never seen footage of a real person getting shot by real bullets. I mean, to me, that's flooring. I don't know about you guys, but to me, it's absolutely flooring.
yeah, maybe with all the claims that he makes on videos and stuff like that, but I've never seen a person get shot. I mean, maybe on videos on YouTube or something somewhere, but not that I could see it clearly or anything like that. But I see what you're saying. I see where you're coming
Show
from.
me what videos you've seen of anybody getting killed with real bullets.
No, I'm not going to do it.
All because you're bullshitting. You're bullshitting me.
No, I'm not going to do it because you don't deserve that from me.
Bullshitting me.
I don't owe you that. You don't deserve it from me.
Okay, fuck you.
See?
I will be willing to tomorrow look one
I
up.
hope you listen to yourself tomorrow, fellow man.
I will, Dom, and I know your tactics. I know what you're doing, and everybody will hear it. Yeah, I get aggressive because I know what you're doing.
No, you get aggressive. You get aggressive because you're aggressive.
The same way I do. And you're sitting there saying, I'm astounded what fellow man said tonight. Two things. He never seen people die with real bullets, and he believes JFK didn't die the way they said.
JFK got killed somewhere else, and you've never seen video footage of real people getting shot.
Exactly. And neither of you.
We agree to disagree once again. But one thing is for certain, I didn't resort to ad homs.
No, you did little insults.
Not a single one.
Okay.
If you've never seen footage of real people getting really killed, all you've ever seen is Hollywood films. Fact.
Dude, that's bullshit.
Fact. You do it to yourself, fellow man. You did it to yourself.
You're trying to incriminate me, and it ain't working, dude. It's pathetic. Stop it.
You did it to yourself.
It ain't working. You're caught with your bullshit, dude.
You keep doing it to yourself.
No, you do it to yourself. People see it.
You just said, listen to yourself. You just said you've never seen video footage.
You haven't either, because you can't
getting
provide
really shot.
anything. You can't provide nothing.
Fellow man, it's 2019.
And you can't
I have to provide that to you.
Bullshit.
I have to provide that to you in 2019. The Dom has to provide fellow man with video footage of real people getting really shot. I have to do that, fellow man. How old are you?
See, now
How old are you, fellow man?
Another insult. How old am I? I don't know. How old am I, Dom? How old am I? What's that got to do with what we're talking?
No. Let's drop that, fellow man. Seriously, like, I've been on YouTube for a long time. Have you? And I've seen like different things, like when the police chase goes on down and the guy runs out and they shoot him, and the news station actually accidentally catches the death, but it's like from a helicopter. So I can't see if blood comes out or anything like this. Do you know? I mean, I've never even really tried to look it up, but have you, like, of actual real
See what
raw
Charlie's
footage shootings.
what Charlie's telling you, fellow
Yeah, I
man.
would like to see them. Yeah.
What Charlie's telling you is that she's even seen them, even though she hasn't even gone out of her way to try to find them.
Right, but they're like from
She
a
never
distance. I've never seen something close up.
What are you talking about? You're trying to get her on your side on this. It doesn't work.
Not at all.
Yeah,
Not at all.
And it isn't working. She said she never seen anybody get killed. What are you
Not close up. Yeah. No, he's not trying to get me on his side. He's just, and I'm talking to you, fellow man, not Domingo. I'm saying, have you ever actually looked and seen raw footage of somebody up close, not like from a helicopter, from a police like distance, like Roy Finnegum or like chase shootings where they run out of the car and they shoot them and you see it from a distance? But have you ever seen? Because I haven't. I mean, that I know of.
Me either, Charlie. My point. Thank you.
Yeah, I haven't seen any either. Up close. I'm not saying they're not there, Domingo, in your defense. I'm not saying they're not there. I'm just saying I have not seen them, but I'm sure there are some out there somewhere.
Charlie, you don't need to say anything in my defense.
Oh, okay. Well, no, you're right. But Domingo, do you know there are, like, if we go and look on YouTube specifically for something like that, that there are actually those things on YouTube? Or are they like not really on YouTube, but
on YouTube there's tons of fatal police shooting videos.
Yes, there are.
There's also a
Actually,
video of a
I'm trying to think
disgruntled ex-boyfriend that goes on a killing spree because of his ex cheating on him.
and it shows him people actually getting shot by him and dropping and.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Where's that one at?
He walks up to an old man and says, "Say Joy Lane, say Joy Lane." He shoots a elderly man.
I'm not
right there on the camera.
Kills him dead right on camera.
Saying none of them are real.
You know what? To look that up, what would just Joy Lane like man shoots?
Look,
what would you
I mean,
suggest putting in the search
Charlie, if you want to find video footage of real people getting shot by real bullets, it's not a difficult task. And I'm sure.
Yeah, no, you're probably
I'm sure
exactly right.
I'm sure with the knowledge that you've got, you can set out to do it.
Yeah.
Fellow man thinks that I have to present him the videos. I refuse to.
Yeah, no, fellow man, he doesn't need to do that. He's right. We want to find it. We could find it on YouTube.
Yeah, we'll look.
I've never looked for it, but I'm sure that we could find it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna crash now. I'll bid you all a good night.
Well, I've enjoyed talking to you this evening. I've learned a lot. I guess he's already gone, huh? Well, I enjoyed visiting with him. I know he kind of got you fired up, fellow man,
No,
but
I'm gonna put up with the bullshit. I'm not. He made the insult. You guys heard it. You'll play it back. You'll hear it.
right, but that was, I mean, you kind of got triggered by that and stuff,
I'm
but
not triggered by it, but I know what he's doing. I'm not triggered by it. It's just
yeah,
it's what he does.
but if you know what he's doing, you just rise above it. I mean,
Well, yeah, of course, but like this is serious stuff to talk about, and he's trying to gain credibility back from his New Zealand bullshit in 9/11 on me and OJM. I know what he's doing.
okay, well, that's beyond what I know, but I am a fan of Domingo, and
I'm a fan of no one on here. It's about I'm a fan of the truth. You're gonna find out, Charlie, that
I enjoy his conversations. I enjoy
on
his,
here. It's a lonely,
and I enjoy yours too. I
yeah.
guess,
You're gonna find out that not everybody is gonna see what you see, and that's fine. But
right.
Finding the truth, sometimes you have to have disagreements to not, you don't go along to get along.
Right.
Well, I certainly enjoyed our exploration of all the many truths that we
Yeah,
I did too. I did too.
I do enjoy it, Rook, man.
I thought it was a great evening, and it wasn't an evening of bashing. Like, I know in the beginning it was like raw with Yaxley and Renee and Jolly and
And
that group, but that wasn't what the whole evening was about, and that's what was great about this evening. We actually had conversations, even though there was arguments and there was battles, but it was not battling them. It was just
well,
it
I'm
was
glad I came in
nice.
after all the drama, so
Yeah,
it was all good for me.
yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. It was a good stream, fellow man.
Yeah, it was. I enjoyed it. Like,
Yeah.
Influence understands where I'm coming from with a lot of this stuff, and some of these
Oh
guys
yeah,
that level yet. I'm not saying I know more than anybody, and of course I don't have
right,
a silver tongue like Domingo does, but I see bullshit and I call it out.
right,
Yeah, a lot of other people do too. It ain't just me. So I'm not saying that
right.
he's in the wrong or whatever. I'm just saying that you don't try to insult people when you're having like a disagreement. You don't do that.
Right. Yeah, and I think it was wrong with saying like instantly like, oh yeah, fellow man's gonna assume it's but even when I was watching, I was like,
I
they're
wouldn't
doing
do
this
that.
as a video
I would
game.
say, Charlie, say if you said, fellow man, I think this cop video, there's something wrong. I wouldn't go, well, look,
Right.
see, Charlie thinks that, this is some kind of,
Right, right, right.
would I do that to you? Would I talk like that? Like,
Well, I don't know, you might if we got into it. I mean, we might all. I
no,
mean,
we'd have heated disagreements, but I wouldn't like try to do that past
yeah, I see what you're saying.
like
Yeah,
kind
I
of
see what you're
scare
saying.
you kind of thing. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
right.
You know exactly what I mean.
But I'm gonna have to go back and watch it because right now my settings are set to like
I was willing to
144p.
believe that was a real cop video.
So I don't.
I was willing to believe that, yeah, maybe this was some cop video that was released. And then I watched it, I'm like, what the hell is this? Like, it looks like a training exercise to me.
Yeah, I gotta go back and turn my
Five
I have
shots
everything set on lowest quality, so it was all kind of blurry and stuff for me. So I'll go back and watch it. But
guy with a knife.
I gotta head out, guys. Thanks again for
All right,
inviting me to the stream, and
all good, bud.
thanks for the conversation.
it's
And
good.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was good talking to you, Rick. I really I enjoyed
Yeah.
your conversation.
you too. All right, later, guys. Bye.
Good night. Yeah, fellow man, I guess we're gonna have to call it a night, huh?
Yeah, well, if you want to bullshit, I mean, I don't know. I do
Yeah,
I do get a little upset sometimes. I do.
Yeah, well,
I do let it out of the bag once in a while.
Yeah, well,
I'm not passionate about
we all do it at some point here and there. It's just, it is what it is. But you're not going around every day like trashing people and calling people names and I mean,
most of our stuff is rebuttals with OJ.
right,
It's rebuttals of what we have to deal with on here.
right.
We're getting our videos banned and that stuff. But,
Yeah.
yeah, I was hoping to have a civil discussion with Don, but like then he had to do that. Like
Well, I think most of the night it was pretty civil.
yeah,
I mean, I think there were
I did.
a few issues here and there, but got there and talked through them. Everything was good, and then here in the end it got a little heated, but
yeah, I understand like what Marie is saying. I'm not trying to win. I'm like trying to understand.
yeah.
And it's like, I don't know. I don't want to be insulted. Like, come on, I wouldn't insult you. Like,
Right.
just don't get that. Oh,
Well, I wouldn't take it personal.
About that cop video. Seriously, what's your gut tell you? The guy shot him 5 times. Like,
Yeah, see,
That was.
I just had it set on such a low, like I couldn't. I got to go back and raise my quality so I can see it better. I want to see when the cop is shooting at him. I'm not looking for blood. I'm looking for the initial hit and like the jerk or the jump or
Yeah, it looked like he did
like some sort of movement that
like he went
something hits you.
Yeah, like
you know,
when you get hit, there's a jerk back. You know what I mean? Like
there's definitely some sort of reaction.
Wow.
Yeah, some sort of.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I just have my quality set so low. I have it on 144, so I don't waste any data. So I got to go back and watch it with a higher quality so I can see
the real.
Right. I was just getting like fuzzy
Oh,
things.
that stinks. Yeah, you definitely need HD to watch that.
Yeah.
Definitely
I'll have to go back and do that.
But
I thought the initial point in playing the video was we were having a discussion about guns and cops carrying guns or not carrying guns. And I don't know, because we were talking about, that I had said something like, yeah, he actually says in England that none of the civilians carry guns, but the cops don't carry guns either. But I think even before that, Domingo had said, yeah, the citizens don't have guns, but the cops do, or something like that. And then he's like, just watch this video. And then it just went off into a whole tangent thing that was totally beside what I thought we were going to learn from it. So it doesn't matter.
yeah, I appreciate your honesty. Like, you're not trying to like take a side.
Yeah, I don't like to do that. I mean, I just like to see what I see and just whether I'm right or wrong, or maybe I haven't paid close enough attention, or maybe I've missed something, or
I've
maybe
seen a lot of cop videos that I would consider real. I have over the years.
with cops shooting people.
Yeah, yeah. I would.
Well, why didn't you say that?
No, I mean, I just said I can't be concrete that that's truly real. I believe that it might have been real.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Sure.
Yeah, I got you.
You know what I mean? Like 100%.
Yeah, well, watching anything on the internet is not 100%.
100%. Trust me.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna get off here too. I'm trying to get laundry caught up and get things cleaned up because I got company coming tomorrow for the 4th.
Yeah, I understand. Tomorrow's a big day. Me too. A long night.
Yeah.
And expect this.
Yeah, I enjoyed it though, and I mean, I hate that you and Domingo get into it so heated, but it's definitely interesting having the whole back and forth, and and I just tomorrow I want y'all to wake up and not hate each other and do hit videos or anything like that. I want you to wake up tomorrow and be like, yeah, okay, he had a point. Okay, I had a point. Fuck him. Fuck him.
Sketchy. That video there, I believe, is a training exercise. That's a training exercise, in my opinion. And I didn't be told that I think it's Hollywood and everything else. I didn't need that kind of insult. And nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
But you gotta grow some skin.
I'm a little upset about that,
Yeah, but you gotta grow some skin and like let that just roll off your back and be like
rolls ever on here. I mean, I let them into my inner circle. I trust.
You know better than me.
Yeah, I trust them with certain things, and I thought we can have conversation and like.
And you did.
Yeah.
And it got a little heated and whatever, but it was still conversation. Nobody's out to dox anybody or call anybody's work or call anybody's family. Y'all are good,
Yeah, I do get heated when I feel passionate about something,
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to be insulted. Oh.
Yeah, nobody does. But...
Nobody does. Not with somebody you come to like. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I was liking Dom, and we were having good conversations and all this, and then like,
Well,
wow,
maybe you started liking him because he calls out things that he sees, whether
Yeah.
truths that he feels, and
yeah, and
he's
then
not an echo chamber for you,
I was more hurt than anything out of that he would
No,
do.
you shouldn't. You shouldn't be hurt.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking he was like going to be,
Well,
not like an ally, but someone you could talk to on here a little bit, about certain things.
And you did.
Yeah, we did, but just like I wouldn't insult him.
No, but I mean, people insult in different ways and stuff. But here's the, he wasn't like, you actually Renee or something, calling you every name in the book and this and that. He's
like that, but just I think he knew what would hurt me and did it. Like that's what it was.
He knew what to trigger you, and
Yeah, I wouldn't do that to trigger him. I was asking questions about his feelings about the Holocaust, the difference between that and New Zealand, and was trying to get to understand his logic on it. Because it's something that we haven't talked about in a long time. So,
right.
Yeah. I appreciate everybody coming tonight and everything, and
Yeah, I do too. I think it was a really good stream.
it was. I just wish it didn't end that way.
I think it'll be okay tomorrow.
I hope so.
I think Domingo might still give you shit, but
I'll give him shit too.
Exactly.
Oh God.
And life goes on.
Yeah. Well,
So you're gonna stream tomorrow night too, huh?
Yeah, I plan on it, but I didn't plan on being up this late, so we'll see what happens.
Okay. Well, I've got my notifications turned on, so hopefully. Well, actually, I have. Yeah, I'm gonna try to. If you do stream, I'm gonna try to come on. At least I can listen. Maybe I won't be able to actually get on, but I might be able to listen in one ear with a little earbud or something. But got nieces and nephews coming in.
All right. Well, I hate to let everybody down, but I better shut this down. It's late.
All right. Well, have a happy 4th, and maybe I'll talk to you tomorrow, and maybe I'll just listen to you. But I hope you have a good day tomorrow.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody in the chat.
Yeah, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Mom, you're not acting like an adult right now. You're not acting like an adult right now. Adults don't do this. You're not acting like an adult. Get out of the house now.
Get out.
Okay? You are an adult now. Get out of my house.
Get out.
You're not acting like an adult. You are 40 or 50 years old, and I am 19 years old, and you are acting like a kid. You don't throw stuff at your kid like that. Okay? Today, move all your stuff out. Okay? Or I will move for you. Okay?
Oh my gosh. Can you guys just imagine as a parent seeing your daughter post booty hole naked pictures on OnlyFans? Just imagine how it must make you feel as a parent that you failed. 18 years of parenting has gone to waste because in the name of the cheek slaying collaborations, it states when a girl turns 18 and they start an OnlyFans. Like, bitch, were those your only plans?
Never did that.
Mm-hmm.
I was just messaging him because I wanted money, so I'm like, let me flirt back and forth with him, see if I can get money. And I did, so that was whatever, but it's like,
Go to his OnlyFans.
I don't know exactly which one it says account
Go
because
to it.
it's anonymous.
Go to it.
You know, no, I don't.
Go to
do
it.
you want me to, do you want
Go
to
to
message?
it. Back in Houston.
No, I don't want to lose you.
Get
I
off
don't
of
want to
me.
lose you.
Women, get off of
I
me.
don't want to lose you.
No, because you
I'll send you $10,000.
send it right now.
Player to player, pimp to pimp.
We pimped them hoes.
I don't know what you heard about me, but if this can't get a dollar out of me.
My nigga. My nigga.
Now, the $1 million question here is, how many of you guys are subscribed to a girl's OnlyFans account?
Oh my God. All of them. All of them.
I cast down Bishop Steph. Bishop Steph, you may now have the Father's blessings.
You a simp!
What's the weirdest request you've gotten?
I've gotten very many weird requests.
Yay, go ahead and tell them the secret sauce.
Whatever they do on OnlyFans, because I get my OnlyFans off of Reddit. I bootleg the OnlyFans. I don't.
This is a certified hood classic.
To this day. To this day.
My fellow cheek slaying Spartans, if you see a girl like this on Instagram,
if she got a whole man and she posts bikini pics on Instagram, she belongs to the street. If her kitty smell like fishy,
by the name of the cheek-pounding prophetic fathers, it states, if a girl has an OnlyFans on her link tree, just understand she's flying through dicks like a halo band she. And any girl who opens her legs for the whole world to see does not get a relationship out of me.
What do you mean?
Talk to me about what? Like, I don't know what it is that you want to talk about. Please, go to the house.
Who's wrong with me?
Because you made an OnlyFans account and I told you not to.
Okay, are you gonna pay my bills? What are you talking about?
Get out of here,
Really? You
bro.
gonna push me?
Because promiscuity is easy for women. And anything that is easy does not build character or demonstrate any kind of value. How dare you? Karen, nobody asked you. I'm gonna have to kindly and politely ask you to shut your fucking mouth.
I wanna feel like it's raining on me. Okay?
if she's posting rated R content on her Snapchat story, talking about some mood, she belongs to the streets. If she got some damn Birkenstocks on, she belongs to the streets. If she's wearing a tight crop top, she belongs to the streets. If she's wearing these pants and it says juicy on the booty, she belongs to the streets. Oh no, she is not slick with this one. If she got on some damn boho trousers, Future, where does she belong? She belongs to the street. I think those black guys are gonna try to save us. If she's just naturally flirty, she belongs to the streets. If you see her with 10 different hoodies a week and they don't fit her, she belongs to the streets. If she does not post her boyfriend, she belongs to the streets. If she got a man and she got OnlyFans, she belongs to the streets.
Because in the name of the cheek slang Shakespearean, if she has an OnlyFans, send her back to the streets of oblivion. Because she slept with every single civilian. A dick-sucking Olympian.
I'm about to bust.
Because in the name of the cheek slang collaborations, if she has an OnlyFans, you ain't her only mans. If she twerks around the clock, my brother belongs to the whole block.
Perfect. 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 Perfect.
Because an OnlyFans girl is like a smartphone. Because she gets touched every 15 to 20 minutes. I want you guys to have a look at this video here.
What's the weirdest request you fulfilled?
That's a good question too. I have done the peeing one.
You peed in a bucket?
I do a few different types of peeing, like sometimes I ask them to pee on the floor.
Nasty bitch.
Or sometimes I ask them to pee in the sink.
Like butt naked?
No, I'll have like a bra on sometimes.
Stop it. Get some help. And where's your job?
I work on OnlyFans.
Okay.
And I'm a model.
So, Money Tree from OnlyFans.
Yes, I run a business off OnlyFans.
Okay.
Breathe, calm down, everything's gonna be okay. Who's
That's why I prefer the Anglersteiners I prefer.
Just when I thought society could not get any dumber, where do these girls' brains go? To their ass and their big voluptuous tits? Fuck me. Probably these girls think that 1 + 1 is potatoes. These girls be like, oh my God, let me just take a slutty picture and post it on Instagram. And all of a sudden I will wake up the next morning and become America's next top model. Let me just flash my big voluptuous tits on social media. And I'll become a successful business entrepreneur like Jeff Bezos. I'll become the next Bill Gates. Well, shit. If I play Call of Duty for a day, I'm a top tier special ops Green Beret Navy SEAL operator, max fucking prestige. All this, but in real life. And I'm about to call down a fucking hellstorm missile on these cream gobbler feminists.
And I will rain down on a godly fucking firestorm upon you. You're gonna have to call the fucking United Nations to get a fucking binding resolution to keep me from fucking destroying you.
And we shall rain down a freaking hellstorm upon these simps who are paying for these girls' OnlyFans with ferocious fury. We shall wipe out these simps like a goddamn tsunami. These simps are cowards. They deserve no mercy. They deserve to get their dicks ripped off and jam it into their ass. Let's put an end to the simping civilization. Obi-Wan Kenobi, are you with me?
I am going to end this once and for all.
I will rain down a fucking missile parade.
I will fuck you up!
And fucking massacre them.
Scorched earth, motherfucker!
I'm about to go scorch earth on these cream gobblers. For fuck's sakes. These girls need to get a fucking grip. Because here's the funny thing. These girls that does OnlyFans, they be like, oh, I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need a man. Watch.
If men did not exist,
Ma'am, die alone.
I would go to the store like this.
You probably have the flattest pair of tits.
But men still do exist.
And you should go suck a dick.
But men still do exist. So I'll go like this.
Not all men.
Yes.
You're still a fat, chubby bitch.
I think I threaten men because I'm just very independent and I'm very successful and I don't really need to rely on anybody else or you know, just even bother with your presence because I am so well established on my own. So
excuse my French, but that is a bunch of giraffe shit. She's like, oh, I'm strong and I'm independent. I don't need a man. I don't rely on anybody. The utter audacity, because if I'm not mistaken, the people who created OnlyFans were men, and the majority of her audience on OnlyFans are men. The irony though, and these girls be like, oh, I know my self-worth and my self-value. I'm a queen.
Yes, you're a queen.
But yet, you sell your nudes online for $3.99 a pop. And these girls be like, oh, don't judge me. I'm not an object. And yet, they'll turn right back around and say, oh, you can't afford me. That sums up everything you need to know about the modern woman. And when OnlyFans get canceled, sweetheart, just know that beauty fades, but dumb is forever.
what you mean to tell me is that my looks are not going to last me very long.
Unfortunately, yes, eventually your boobs and your bosoms will eventually sag down to the floor. And when these OnlyFans content creators hit the wall, sweetheart, just know that there is a KFC and a Popeyes that's hiring right down the street from my house. Girl, I just wanna see you straight right now, 'cause it's late. Because in the name of the cheek slaying collaborations, Proverbs 777, it states, if she has ass, tits, but no brain, send her ass back to the streets where she came.
She belongs to the streets.
What you mean to tell me is that my looks are not going to last me very long. But what I mean to tell you is that, yes, they are.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Connor, I know you think it's a guy, the type of guy with a big thunder cough, the type of guy that pissed with his pants down all the way at the urinal, but that is a girl. Which leads me on to the next point. Who in the right mind will subscribe to this girl's OnlyFans? I mean, not to be a dick or anything, but she looks like a handsome Squidward. I would rather jack off to a freaking monkey
I'm about to buck.
than look at that crap. And fellas, enough about me. Let's hear what the modern woman thinks about girls having OnlyFans.
OnlyFans account and standards. I don't know how having an OnlyFans equates to low standards. Right. Like women are devalued once they create an account. Like you log in your information and you are now a prostitute. Right. And I keep making a point. There can be a girl having the same number of partners, having the same amount of sex for free every day, in and out on the streets doing her thing. And the moment that a girl gets online and does it, now she's a criminal, even though might have less partners. Actually, she could just be doing solo videos. She can be sending feet pics. You don't have to have sex on OnlyFans. You can sell anything. So how does that, like, if she's over there doing it for free and she's over there doing it for money, I don't understand how their standards are different. If anything, you should she got an entrepreneur spirit. Like, you should like that. She's getting some money. And
Gentlemen, when you have a group of women who come together and give advice to each other without a man's logic and presence, or when you have a cluster of cream gobblers giving each other advice, it is like the blind and the deaf leading the blind and deaf. Because in the ancient cheek-slaying scrolls of the Ming Dynasty, it states, a girl who does OnlyFans and depend on her looks. Looks does not acquire much learning or skill.
So I just wrapped up the shoot for today. Normally I spend like an hour on a shoot.
Seriously, a nutless monkey could do your job.
But today, obviously, it was probably like, I don't know, like 20 minutes. I did 2 fits.
Because in cheek-slaying Shakespearean, pay attention very closely, it states, anything you do, put in work, earn, and learn. It will never leave, because acquiring a skill is hard to achieve. Remember, folks, beauty fades, wealth wanes, but knowledge remains. A career with a mind will last longer with a career with a body. Can I get an amen?
My looks are not going to last me very long. But what I mean to tell you is that, yes, they are. Money guys is flowing abundantly at this point in my life. So I'm taking advantage of that situation.
Yeah.
And with that, I can invest into myself and different parts of myself. I don't have to work 40 hours a week or give myself up or do anything that I don't want to do because of the liberty that I have. So, if, you could go ahead and put me down, say I don't got money, whatever.
No.
There's people making millions off of OnlyFans.
Of course.
You don't know how much I made at the other day.
No, but do you know why it's temp work? You know what temp means?
But it's not, because
You are stupid.
you could do it for as long as you want.
You really can.
Yeah.
Now, my turn. Let me add these finishing touches before I conclude this video. Let's go out with a bang. See, I would rather much date a broke chick who is not getting smashed and ran through like the yellow light on camera, rather than dating a rich girl who is out charming a whole bunch of cobras, swallowing more kids at the children daycare center. That is just my humble opinion. And these cream goblin feminists, they want my head on a stick when I say that. And do you know what I have to say to them? Fuck them. I don't give a bollocks. Because let me make this very abundantly clear, gentlemen. There's a difference between dating and marriage, and there's a difference between lust and love. And let's be honest, most men, when it comes to sex, they aren't picky. They will fuck a horse for all I know. But when it comes to marriage, that is when men are picky. And allow me to share this final cheek-slaying verse from the divine intervention. It states, if she uses her looks and beauty to pay her bills, she's not the type of girl that has much skill. And you better best believe she's getting passed around like a basketball drill.
The three made. Perfect. 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 Perfect.
And when OnlyFans stops, Subway will be hiring.
Fatality.
Good. Everybody good? Ready to roll? All right. Good morning. So I want to start off saying how proud I am of this organization. The fact that, we have built a culture that if there's something wrong, somebody will come forward with that information, or will stop it, as soon as it's going on, or stopping the progress of it happening. And, in today's world, that's good to have people that are morally and ethically strong. They're not going to blow away in the wind and go with whatever way things are going. They're going to stand firm and have a backbone and say, this is wrong, I'm going to stop it. And that's exactly what happened. So Jennifer Lewis was a member of the Pasco Sheriff's Office from January 2016 to March of 2021. She was a child protective investigator. Her role was to protect children, like all of them. And that's probably one of the toughest roles in our organization, is what those women and men do in there day in and day out protecting those kids. And, major part of our job is to go out there and interview to make sure, you are that decision, to make sure you go to a judge and say, the kid's safe, or to say the kid's not safe and we have to do something about it. That is absolutely critical. Jennifer Lewis failed in those responsibilities. On several occasions, she was out there and she had a trainee with her. And while she was out with the trainee, she was doing what was her role and responsibility. But what she was putting in the report was not accurate to what actually happened. And on 2 occasions, she said she actually met with people when she didn't. And so the trainee, about a month later, in March, started looking at those reports that Jennifer had written. And then while she was reviewing them, she said, we were at this house, but we didn't talk to anybody. And on another occasion, they were at the house, but the CPI investigator, Jennifer Lewis, just put her card there. She didn't speak to anybody. But what she put in those reports reflected that she actually spoke to people, which is a lie. The trainee came forward and said to her supervisors, there's a problem here. This does not match up to what happened. And so that led to an investigation of major crimes. It followed the proper chain of command. That's how things are supposed to work. When something happens, supervisors get information, they forward a potential a crime occurred, they forward to major crimes. The leadership in our CPR, Child Protective Investigation Unit, did the exact thing they were supposed to do. They forward to major crimes. Major crimes started confronting Jennifer Lewis, started just questioning her about these things. She resigned very quickly. She turned in her paperwork, she resigned. But that does not stop what we do as a sheriff's office. There was a potential crime that occurred, so we investigated. Our major crimes looked into it. They did what was right. As they were looking into it, they started working with the state attorney's office, with Bruce Bartlett's office, and making sure that, everything was done properly, everybody's rights were upheld. It came to the conclusion that 2 felony charges for falsifying and altering DCF reports were filed. So now Jennifer Lewis is charged with 2 felony counts. But the story does not stop there for us. You know, we have to go back and we have to make sure that everything is done properly. So our child protective investigators went back and reviewed the current cases that Jennifer Lewis are working. There was 27 of them. They went back and reviewed all 27 cases. They didn't find any discrepancies, anybody being harmed. Well, not say discrepancies, let me go back to take that back. There were some discrepancies that they were still reviewing, but as to people being harmed or anybody in danger, there was nobody being harmed or in danger. There's 27 cases. They then went back and did another step and they reviewed 62 previous cases, and to make sure that nobody was in harm's way, that everybody was safe, and everybody was safe. So a couple of things I want to point out there. You know, we go through training through Georgetown. It's called active bystandership. Active bystandership in law enforcement. That's a training where it encourages people to stand up and say something if there's something wrong. To, you know, come forward and be able to say, hey, look, there's something wrong. I'm morally called upon to say something about it. And, you know, not to say this training is what helped this trainee, but at the same time is those are the things that we do as an organization going forward. The other one is, you know, and it's not because of this case, we were already planning to do certain things, but we're piloting the body-worn cameras with our child protective investigators. You know, the same way, you know, we were the first, I think, in Tampa Bay to have body-worn cameras. You know, it's been almost 6 years now. And it's that open, you know, that partnership with our community that they recognize if we're wrong, we're wrong. If we're right, we're right. But it allows everybody to see what is going on. And so that's the one thing with the CPIs is that we started that body-worn camera because unfortunately, you know, people do make false allegations against our CPIs. And so we want to make sure that they are protected the same way our citizens are protected and the same way we handle this Jennifer Lewis case. You know, we do have a quality assurance team. And it's interesting because one of the questions that could come up is, you know, why didn't quality assurance catch this? And they probably would have. They would have. But they go back every quarter and review the previous quarters to go back to see if there was any discrepancies, any issues. Well, you know, by the time the trainee got it to us so quickly, our quality assurance team wasn't able to go back because we had got it basically firsthand very quickly, that information. So we do have a quality assurance team that is in place. You know, those are the type of things I want to make sure that people are aware of, is that along the way there are, you know, there are catch programs. There's a safety net there. And the thing was, it didn't get in the safety net because the trainee came forward right away. So I go back and I applaud our child protective investigators. I applaud the culture we built in the Pasco Sheriff's Office, is that had the courage, the trainee had the courage to come forward and say, there's a problem here. You know, that is a great thing. Somebody knew. Somebody who probably, you know, just finding their way, finding out where the exit door is, you know, is now, you know, able to stand up and say, there's a problem here. You know, to have that courage, I applaud that that culture is in place. I applaud that trainee for doing what she did. You know, at the same time, I carry everybody in this organization anywhere. If there's any problems, any concerns, you come forward. And then I applaud our leadership because they did what was expected of them. They notified major crimes. Major crimes gets involved when they believe a potential crime was involved. And then from there, major crimes goes to the state attorney's office after their investigation and works with Bruce Bartlett's office. So the process worked. Unfortunately, we have people that are human beings and they fault. But we can't fault when it comes to children. We can't fault when it comes to protecting our community. We can make honest mistakes, but you can't do things purposely that could put people in harm's way. And that's one thing this Pasco Sheriff's Office will not stand for. So is that, are there any questions, any concerns, anything I can answer?
Sheriff, when was she taken into custody, and is she still in custody?
She was taken into custody the other afternoon, I think it was Friday afternoon, but I'll let Detective Harris.
So the culmination of the investigations, as the sheriff referred to, there was 2 warrants that were issued. She was contacted and turned herself in. That was on, I believe, Friday afternoon, and so obviously you know, she's going through the court process now as far as dealing with the warrants.
Any indications of why she did this? Did she give any explanation?
No.
And Sheriff, you indicated that she had been with the Sheriff's Office for more than 5 years. Is there any indication that there was a pattern of behavior? Because this, you know, I mean, this was reported because she was working with someone. Yeah. How many times was she working by herself?
And that's the thing. That's why we went back to previous cases. That's why you go back, you know, not just the 27 she had been working, but you went back to 62 previously. So we were going back following to see if there's any patterns there. And, you know, there was nothing that showed up in those cases. You know, they went back and they interviewed people, said, hey, she said she talked to you. Did she talk to you? So those are those type of things. Now, there was other cases that we're still looking at, and still reviewing to see if there's criminal allegations involved, but we wanted to make sure, the first priority is to make sure that she didn't say that, no, I didn't check on these kids and they're okay, but meanwhile they are in harm's way. There was no situations that we found in such way. So, but what we want to do is make sure that, going back to the previous ones to see if there's any patterns, but there was nothing there that showed anything that, anybody's in harm's way. I go back to there were other cases that we have to keep reviewing to see if the state wants to prosecute on. But the biggest thing was we had to make sure there was no children that were being harmed that we could have saved, but there's no indications there were.
Do you think this sends a strong message to other members that, you're not gonna fuck with this?
I think consistently since May of 2011, we've sent that strong message that, we will not tolerate those, that commit a crime, that we will hold people accountable. We will hold ourselves accountable more than the community. And it doesn't matter how much people come after us. It doesn't matter how many times those individuals will say anything about this organization. The thing is, we document it. We have things that, we held up on. And as, I go back to it, I'm very proud of this organization. We have, said that we will be moral and ethically correct in all that we do. And I say this, we're human beings. None of us walk on water. We make mistakes. But at the same time is, if you do something that harms this community, we're not going to stand up for that. That's not the respect our citizens, deserve. That's not what they get. At the same time, they have to have the trust at 2 o'clock in the morning when we knock on that door, we're there for a righteous reason. They have to understand that we are there to protect and serve them. And I go back to it. For the past several years, we've been through a lot. At the same time, we've held up because we had that backbone. We've done what was right. And no matter what was criticized about us, the courts have shown we are correct in everything that we do.
There have been some high-profile cases where children have fallen through the cracks in other places and bad things happen. Is that kind of the ultimate fear? It may seem simple of what she did, but is that what the real worry is, that a child could fall through the cracks and bad things could happen?
Yeah, it's, every life, means something. Every life has meaning to it. And so that biggest fear is that's why we went back to check those investigations, because God forbid there was one that she said she knocked on the door and that child's being harmed. God forbid something happened to one of those kids because she didn't do what was right. So that's why we wanted to go back, because every life does matter, and especially those kids that, many of us have been blessed to live in great families, have parents, grandparents, guardians that stand over us and protect us. There are some children that are born in horrific situations, and they're surviving on their own at 5 years old. We wanted to make sure that if we ever got caught out those situations, that 5-year-old little kid is going to be safe because the Pasco Sheriff's Office is there. And that's why we went back to review those cases, because those CPIs, child protective investigators, do not get enough credit for what they do. Day in and day out, they protect those kids. There's nobody else to protect them but them, the guardian ad litems, those individuals that will stand up for them. And so that's why we want to make sure that those kids were being protected. And if Jennifer Lewis wasn't going to do it, the rest of the CPI, Child Protective Investigation Unit, was going to go back, follow back to make sure that all those kids are safe.
And you said all CPIs are going to have cameras?
We're testing them right now. We're going through the process. There's 49 out there. We're testing them right now with the Child Protective Investigators. As long as the testing, everything goes through, we'll have body-worn cameras on the street.
Sheriff, I've covered a lot of stories about these CPIs having a really, really big workload and caseload. Is it possible that she was overworked?
People can say they were overworked, but at the same time, as you handle every case, you take one case at a time. And if you are overworked, you can't handle it, you go back to your supervisor and say, hey, I could not get to these cases because I'm handling this one case. It's very intensive. Let me handle this one case. That's in our organization, whether it be in the law enforcement bureau, no matter what bureau you're in, if you're overworked, you say, hey, this is really important. It's taking a lot more time. I can't get to these. Don't just, pencil whip something and say, I went there, or leave a card and say I spoke to somebody, because your workload's so high. That's the last thing I would expect you or any citizen to ever say. If God forbid one of these kids were hurt, we said, oh, well, their workload's too high, so that child got hurt. We're never going to allow that to happen. We don't want that to happen. We hope this sends a message to everybody to realize if you can't get to that case, we'll get somebody else there. But the cases that you're on, handle them correctly, handle them thoroughly, because that child deserves it.
You mentioned leaving the business card rather than speaking to someone. Do you know if she was supposed to speak to a parent that day, the child? I'm just looking for...
I'm not sure if she, at that point if she was supposed to speak to the child or speak to a parent, but when we went back and did interviews and they saw video, she just drops a card off but then writes in a report that she spoke to somebody.
Sheriff, you mentioned these are felony charges. Will her mugshot be available?
No, she's a former member, so... Protected, yeah, it's protected under state statute.
No, you just had a 2019 that you released for mugshot, so I just...
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Okay.
A federal judge in Washington, D.C. said today that he has never seen anything quite like this, and U.S. prosecutors are working around the clock, scrambling to try to figure out exactly what happened. It involved these two guys. You can see here there was an arrest warrant and an indictment, a probable cause statement filed under seal for Aryan Tahazardeh, and then we have Haider Ali. Two guys, you can see their photographs are here, charged with a very interesting crime, impersonating federal agents. And these two apparently got into the Secret Service and may have even breached some of the Biden sort of Secret Service inner circle. And so we've got a lot to get to. Let's take a look at the court docket. You can see a whole flurry of activity came out over the last few days. April 5th, we've got the complaint. We're going to go through this and review the affidavit that was issued in support from the FBI agent, the special agent who did the investigation and sort of led this. Then we're going to see there was a motion to seal the case because they were going to go arrest these guys. They did that. The arrest warrant was issued. They conducted the arrest. We have Aryan Tahazardeh and then we have Haider Ali, both arrested. Then the case was unsealed, and so now we can see what's going on. We also know that today on April 8th, there was a motion for a temporary detention hearing. And so we're going to go through this because the judge is doing everything he can to not let these people go. And the U.S. prosecutors are trying to figure out how can we keep them because they're starting to say that the facts are getting worse minute by minute. You see that there was a notice of filing. We've got attorneys who now have been entered a notice of appearance for the defendant. But let's take a look at what happened with the raid. The FBI went over into a place in Washington, D.C. called Crossings Apartment, Southeast D.C. This is apparently where these two guys were sort of holed up. And apparently there's a lot of law enforcement, Secret Service, Homeland Security, federal agents that live in this building. And so they all kind of, pal around together while they're conducting their schemes or whatever. And here, now you can see the FBI is sort of raiding this place. They go in there on Wednesday. They conduct this raid. Some people taking photographs from the outside. Police are in there. Here's another photograph. U.S. Postal Inspector, police, and so on. And they're just gathering up all of the evidence that exists in this apartment that these two guys were living in. You see here in the hallway, we've got just sort of, boxes and bins and all sorts of stuff. Don't know if that's from within the apartment or if that is something that law enforcement brought, but it looks like a lot of gear is the point of that photo. And so let's go through this. This is the affidavit that was drafted by the FBI agent, submitted to the court to go get the arrest warrant. This is what they showed the judge to say, Judge, look, we got to go get these guys. You can't just go conduct this sort of a warrantless arrest without any probable cause. Here, they have to justify it. They give it to the judge. Judge signs off on it. They conduct the arrest. So that's sort of the audience of this author here. It says, I am a special agent. And this is brought under seal involving both of these two people, Aryan Tahazardeh and then Haider Ali. We've got the complaint with the arrest warrant filed back on April 5th, signed to Judge Harvey. This is out of the D.C. Columbia, the District of Columbia Circuit Court, and he says he's a federal agent, special agent, employed since August 2021. So pretty new. Interesting case to be on. He says, prior to this date, I was a felony prosecutor in Ohio for over 4 years. He says, when I was a prosecutor, I did a bunch of stuff, and as a special agent, I've investigated a lot of other things. Things like public corruption, fraud, and so and so. And so this is kind of an introductory, hi, this is who I am, Judge. You should listen to me. This is why. I'm authorized to execute search warrants, and this affidavit has been submitted to establish that probable cause. Let's get into it. He says, all right, Judge, we've got a serious charge that we need to talk about. It's U.S. Code, 18 U.S. Code 912. You see, it's false impersonation of an officer of the United States. And so he's submitting this, saying that both of these individuals did it, Aryan Tahazardeh and Haider Ali, both of them being charged under this statute. And so let's take a look at what it says. Here we can see it says, whoever falsely assumes or pretends to be an officer or an employee acting under the authority of the U.S. or any agent thereof, or in such pretended character demands or obtains money or anything of value shall be fined in prison not more than 3 years or both. All right, so it's a pretty broad statute. Falsely assumes or pretends to be an officer under the authority of the United States or any agency thereof. All right, well, it sounds like it might be pretty easy to prove if you're a government prosecutor. Let's see if they're able to do that. Here it is the opening paragraph that gives us a nice summary. You see here it says, from the beginning as early as February 2020. Whoa, that's over 2 years of this stuff going on. Through the present, Tazzy and Ali, they've been falsely assuming and pretending to be officers or employees acting under the color of law under the United States government. And not just, you know, like a parking ticket person. Department of Homeland, no offense to anybody who writes parking tickets, Department of Homeland Security and have acted as such, okay? DHS agents, people with a lot of power, too much, and they are capable of doing a lot. Here it says, well, these two people, Tazzy and Ali, actually, they're not employees of the Department of Homeland Security or any U.S. government agency, but they were doing it apparently for over 2 years. Tazzy and Ali have represented themselves to many numerous people, many of whom are, in fact, members of federal law enforcement. They were fraudulent and falsely conducting their business. Everything they obtained, paraphernalia, had insignias of, firearms, handguns, of all these things, were all used by federal law enforcement agencies. So they had the same type of equipment, the same type of gear that the actual law enforcement agents had, and they were trying to pass themselves off as federal agents. And they did it for several years and sort of infiltrated and worked themselves into the tentacles of the intelligence community. Here's a photograph of one of the bins that was opened up. You can see a lot of the police insignia there. Don't tread on me, USSP. We have US Capitol, whatever there that is.
What, you called CPS on them? You've been calling law enforcement on people? Really? So who's abusing the courts? What people are abusing the courts? What people are doing things that are pretty much causing issues for them? It's that group. It's that group that sits on the same side and defends Thomas Schellenberger. I mean, you can really, you know, draw a correlation to this. This is not just being made up. It's happening. And I want to say something. Actually, I feel like I want to, because I know she's probably going to watch this and she's going to like do another live stream about it or whatever. Denise, way to go for doxing where I live at on your live stream. Way to go. And then talk about how I'm on campuses. Nice going. That really bothers me that just came out of your mouth, and I cannot say that that's not an accident. Already I'm getting threats. Already I'm having like all this stuff going on, and then you want to say where I live at. You know, I don't think you guys have any idea what's happened to me in my personal life and how I have been, the situations that I've had to deal with. When you say I can write a book about it, I could write a book about it. And for you to like say what city and state I live on, and then make references because I'm on certain universities. Do you know? Let me just reiterate that. I haven't done it yet, but I'm gonna have to now. I'm gonna have to. The therapist that I was seeing for PTS, for cyberbullying, and exactly what Denise is doing, I'm supposed to make a report to both campuses, their police departments, to protect me. And now that Denise had to open her mouth and say that on Twitter, now it's on YouTube, I'm gonna have to do it. I have no choice. When you are suspect, and then Denise, another thing about Denise is that Denise calls calls Jesse and Pavana a death cult, and you are defending somebody who calls themselves Saint Germain. Somebody who calls himself Saint Germain from an I Am cult that has something to do with the American PSYOP series and Standing Rock and Lisa Klépierre and Occupy. They infiltrated it. And I am astounded how interesting that TS goes all the way back to the forerunner of the 17th letter of the alphabet, which is, okay? How ironic. No, it's not ironic. You know who else has been spouting their mouth in the UFO community about it? David Wilcock. Simon Parks. Let's just get it all out there about what's going on here. Denise, I really hope that one day you're taking off all social media because you put people's lives in danger and you don't care at all. That, my friends, is doxing. That is doxing. That is point. When you guys sit there and you make threats and you say things about people and you like this and that, and then you tell people where they live at, that's doxing. And that's putting that person in danger because you're telling other people where they live at. And who the hell knows who's watching these kind of streams and is not really right in the head. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you guys something. The ones who are out there threatening me and saying that you're going to do this and that to me and blah, 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 blah. I want to play another one of those in just a second because it happened again. Something happens to me at all. That means I'm harassed or gang stalked or I am dead. You don't think me being dead isn't good? People aren't going to notice? You don't think that, Tams can sit all day and go, oh, that was 20 years ago that she was on that show, blah, 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 blah. The show ran for a long time. And I was on the first season. That's like being on MTV's first season of Real World. You think that people aren't going to notice that that's not going to make the news, that that's not going to be written about in papers if I end up dead? And you know what? When they find me dead, and if they find me dead, or something does happen to me where I'm injured or harmed or attacked, they're going to know that I made videos talking about and showing what other people did to me. And you don't think that you're not going to be investigated after you've harmed me? You better think again. You better think. Why do I do this? Why am I sitting here right now doing something? Because to me, this is protection. A camera on me, talking about it, showing proof that it's happening, is protection. I may wait all day for law enforcement to do anything because, nobody knows who Tams is. Tams is just like a voice with no camera in front of her. She doesn't show her identity. She's hiding. There's two things why you don't let people see you. One is you may not feel really good about your appearance. And two, you're hiding your identity. You're hiding your identity. You're hiding your identity. You're not transparent with people. They can't read your energy. They can't look into your eyes. You know, we're humans. Part of our ability to relate to one another is to see how we look, to read somebody's energy by looking at them, by seeing their words come out, by getting a sense of whether or not they're honest or not, because it's in the eyes. Reading body language. But she doesn't let anybody see that. If you want people to think that you're credible, show your face. Show your face. I'm tired of living in fear. And then I'm tired of people telling me, we'll just ignore it. We'll just pretend it's not happening. It is happening. And you better believe my family believes me. And if you even come close to my family, you're going to find out who we are. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to call this person, I'm going to call her police department. Go ahead. You know the reason why you're not calling my police department is because of the fact that that would identify yourself, isn't it? Isn't it? I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't made any physical threats or saying that if I was in California, I would be at their door knocking and I would do this to them. I'm not saying those things. I'm not doxing where people live at. I didn't think I was gonna get like angry and just let it all out like this. I am tired of it. I deserve to have peace of mind and feel safe and go on with my life. So, when I woke up, I did get the idea, well, I did do a video and say they're script writing and they're all hanging out together. And I'm suspicious of Treach. There are things that you can see on the internet and what he says is contradictory. I have been insulted by people on his live stream. And they laugh and they think it's funny. And Tams was hanging out in that mix. And she does have emails with Thomas Schellenberger. And if you look at her channel, everything is about gaslighting and screaming and yelling and making threats. And then she either puts it on private or she takes it down. She criticizes other people of doing that, but she does it herself. So she put this one back up again. Anyway, I thought, all right, just like I, went to Babyfist and I went, you know what, like, why don't I let Babyfist talk? Like, get his side of the story, find out what he's all about. Because, like, honestly, if you're going to talk about somebody, give them an opportunity to come up and say their side of the story. So this is an invitation to you, Tams, because I know you're probably going to watch, right? Why don't you come on my live stream and explain the background of the RDS emails with Thomas Schellenberger, where you were getting donations for him? through his PayPal. Why don't you, and I'll be civil, I'll just ask questions. Maybe somebody hasn't given you the opportunity to explain what that's all about. But right now, and also I'm curious, and I see this on my community page, I might even show it. I also said, I made specific that I'm not going to allow her to talk about. I don't want any mention of Clovis. I don't want any mention of anybody else other than Lee Veltman, because he's part of our connection, right? I don't want anybody else brought into the conversation, and I don't want to do harm to other people. But I want to give you the opportunity, just in case I got it wrong. And just in case, because yes, if you are going to you want to give all sides to the story, I am inviting you to do a live stream with me and talk about those emails and what was going on with it. Is there something that we're not seeing here? Because a lot of people have been aligned or had a past with Tom Berger until you got screwed over. Nothing happened to me. Do you want me? I have emails of threats between Thomas Schellenberger and I can pull them out at any time. There were Twitter feeds going on between Mindy Waits and Marsha Stockton, lying about me, along with Denise McTow, along with Thomas Schellenberger, along with Chris McGinty Jones. You don't think that I have evidence of the truth of what's actually been happening to me? Hell, I have videos recorded and documented for my own documentation purposes of what Pam's has done on her channel, and it's still up. Still up. So when we go to court, if we ever went to court, I'm not saying I want to go to court. I don't like going to court. But guess who's going to have a stockpile of evidence, of proof of what's been happening to me, just me, let alone what's been going on with other people, because I'm not the only one. That would be me. So, I am going to, by the way, that was Epidemic Sound, and the song was Flex Complex. I am going to stop the share here for a second. And, okay, my music was way too loud. Hi, Lisa Lake. So, Lisa, what do I not have right about Tams? Hi, Clovis. Hi. Aiken Drums. Hey, you know what? I got something to ask you, Aiken. Tams, if she still follows Evelyn Paglini and the Satanic Church of Nephilim Rita, LOL. I don't know, but Aiken, I think, weren't you on that live stream with Treach where he said he didn't know me? But you know me too, right? Because you were in my chat the time before, right? But you didn't say anything. Yeah? What's that all about? That was you, right? Aren't you, you got an accent? Wait, huh? I will? Okay, so you've got confidence in me. Yeah, Clovis. You know, I went through a few more things, and you know, I my earpiece out. Okay. I went through two more things, and I woke up and I thought, well, you know what? Why don't I just like ask Tams about the RDS emails if she wants to come on and talk about them? You know, like maybe she was aligned with them and got freaked out or whatever. Like I want to give her an open to say something on her behalf, because I think, you know, when you're just going off on somebody and doing whatever, it's like show it where they come from and see if she'll even do it. And I also said, I'm not, and you can look at my community posts. I said, there is no discussion about Clovis. I'm not going to talk about Clovis. I'm not going to talk about anybody that she has an issue with. And I don't want to cause any harm for anybody. See, I don't think she's going to do it. I don't think she's going to be straight. That's my feeling about it. But I thought at least I would give her the invitation. Because what I really want to know about is Thomas Schellenberger. That's what I really want to know about. I want to know about his participation with Lisa Kleypier in movements like Standing Rock. I don't know if he wasn't involved with Standing Rock, but definitely Lisa Kleypier, where it was, and there's a connection to that. And the participation in Occupy. I was at Occupy Los Angeles. I probably crossed paths with her. I want to know what that's all about. That's the nugget for me. And why are these people, like, when there's a paper trail of you giving money to him, Lisa Kleypier giving money to him, other people giving money to him, money makes people connected with one another. When somebody gives you a donation, sometimes they think they have something over you, like they can control you, like it's a bond. It's not just a gift, many times. It's also a way to manipulate people. You know, I find it interesting that Tanya Biss had given all these donations out, you know, money to Defango, money to Titus Frost, this and that, blah, 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 blah. Who's aligned with what's going on where? Right? So let's just get straight. Give me the facts about the RDS emails. Are you still with them? Why is he a patsy to you? Why do you call him a patsy? Patsy for what? Because I actually think it's like the movie, the Dark Web Cicada 3301. The one guy who comes out, he acts like he's the big kahuna of the whole organization. The main dude behind Cicada 3301, which isn't that like what Thomas is like telling people, like he's the main dude, right? He is Cicada. It's mine, even though he game jacked it. But what's behind Thomas Schellenberger? Because I don't think it's just him. If you want to call him a patsy because of that, that's fine. But he put his own face on it. He's calling himself Saint Germain, or he's referring to Saint Germain, or there's a Saint Germain connection. And Denise wants to run around and say other people are involved in cults. Oh, I'm just not that bright. I'm not able to see the truth. You know what? It took me, 6 weeks to figure you out, Denise and Thomas? What is this? We don't put those silly RDS emails to one side and read something more like TS deposition in the Aaron Rich versus Butowski case, or the other depositions perhaps. Okay, I get what you're saying, the Butowski stuff and blah 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 blah. But here, let's talk about that for a minute, because God, I don't know how many people over the last, I had 3 or 4 people send me the maybe not 3 or 4, but this shadow box clip of Treach going off about how he's afraid of Thomas Schoenberger, and I'm gonna be, if I don't do this, I'm gonna be on his payroll again, all this kind of stuff. I think that different versions of that video like the last 3 or 4 days. And then one of them is like, Shadowbox is, a company that is terrorizing people. No, I don't think so. You wanna know why? Because, and I've seen it and I've shared it with people. There's documents proving that Shadowbox never even became an LLC until October 2017. And DeFango and Thomas Schoenberger were hired by Ed Butowski for 1 month to see how something went with reputation management before Shadowbox was even developed. And on top of that, Beth did not want to be part of it. She didn't even know she was part of Shadowbox until February the next year. She was put on that board of directors without her knowledge, and there's also proof of her asking to be removed, that she didn't want to be part of it. And yet, people like Denise and everybody else want to blame everything on Beth Bogarts. They all want to say it's her fault. She's the one behind it. She's CIA. Everybody's CIA. Blah, 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 blah. Script writing. Right? Blah, 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 blah. No, people are not getting trolled through Shadowbox. That's not what I think. But people are getting trolled. People do have targets on their back. Something is happening to them. I can prove it. I can prove what's happening to me. But I don't think everybody can. I don't, where, if people take legal action against somebody because what they do really is questionable, it really is a threat. It really isn't normal. That's not stalking. That's self-protection. That's going through the right, because when people say, well, if this is happening to you, did you call the police? Well, if you don't call the police, then hey, who's to believe that you really, it's real or not? You have to go through the right protocol if it's really happening to you. Lisa, I don't know, I don't know why you're saying diagnosis is not a license. Are you referring to my therapist when I was telling her what was going on and she said, you better do this? I don't know, you're laughing, right? What's funny about what I'm saying? Yep, that's right. There you go. Hi. I heard about Vox Veritas because he developed Vox Veritas about the same time as right after Shadowbox was an LLC. Why are you laughing, Lisa? Is this funny to you? I saw some of your videos recently again, and I'm realizing, like, you really make light about suicide trolling. Like, you do videos where people are like you're laughing and whatever. You think breaking somebody down psychologically is funny to you? I'm just curious. Is that funny to you? Is that funny? You're not going to talk anymore? Hi, Jesse. Okay, so something I want to play just really quick. I just find this to be kind of, hopefully it doesn't go on private in the middle of the live stream here. Give me just a second. Okay, so this video went up. I've got my banner going on here. This video went up. She did a live stream at Tams, and then it went on private, and then I criticized the fact that it was on private. And I'm just gonna play it. Let's make sure I got my volume up.
What she did. I'm gonna tell you the story again. I came into contact with another hit case. I did a leave out me video. He demanded an apology. She left a comment. I didn't listen to my intuition. I didn't like the feel of her energy. I stayed away. And what had happened?
It went back a little farther than I wanted it to.
Some of my enemies became hers. And she was unable to recruit me. She wanted me to go after everyone she didn't like, including Angela. If I have a grievance with Angela, I'll go to Angela.
Okay, let me talk about that for a second. I had the altercation with an Angela a few days before, and Angela called me a bitch as a moderator, threatened to time me out. I'm gonna turn this down because I keep hearing my own voice back at me. Threatened to time me out, and then went back up on Jesse's show and, talked about how awful I was in the chat, and they called me bitch, 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 bitch. And then I did a video about that. And I confided in her about what had happened, not really knowing where Tams was coming from. And then she goes, oh, I think that, Babyfist and Angela are really nice. Well, actually, Babyfist does seem nice, right? But then, after that video happened, I saw more stuff with Treach, and they were talking about me and, saying whatever, And so I thought it was weird that Tams and Treach would have been in my chat on the September 17th show, which they were. And I proved that. go to my chat, you can see towards the end they show up, thinking that they were like friends of mine, which there's not friends here, I mean, normally, right? And then there he is talking about me or allowing people to talk about me in an unfavorable way on his channel. So that when you look at something like that, you go, oh, well, these people aren't your friends. And so when you say, well, if they're not my friends and they're in my chat, then they're not in your chat because they are supporting you or they really care about your content. I can only assume that they're kind of perping on you, gathering information, trying to find out whatever, so that you go ahead and talk about you, right? Like it's like a little bit of an illusion. It's not that they're there because they side or they think like you or anything like that. And I can't say that Treach and Tams came together, but they came at the same time. They showed up at the same time. So I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit more here because there is a thread that happens, and that's the part that I really want to get to, and that's the part that makes me the most uncomfortable. Because basically what she says is that if law enforcement shows up at her house, she's going to do something.
That's what this is about. Why do you think she's doing this to Terry? I mean, to Tretch. Why do you think Terry's doing this to Tretch? What did she say in his comment section? You're aligning yourself with Tams. She's another one who has control issues. If they're unable to control you, this is what they do. Don't ever let them find you. I'm not even going to tell you what I would do if she would have sent a police officer to our house. That's private. Another reason why I took the video down, I don't think she's part of anything. I think she's putting her nose where it don't belong, and she's messing with people that are CIA. But then again, she could be part of it because no one ever took her out to lunch. Not yet. But she provokes people and she doesn't stop. This is another one that will never stop. And she loves what I'm doing right now. I'm telling you, she's going to record it, mirror it.
It's what she wants.
Now I'm going to move on to the next one, Stockos.
All right, go a little farther.
6 years. Excuse me. I'm they're too good to be true, especially in the goof community. They're fake. So I went along with it because I've been on these dox hunts before. I told you the story. When I finally found the person, I decided to let him go. What had happened was I just had to play the game. And I was getting tired because there was a lot of time being wasted, which is why I no longer talk to anyone off of here. If I do, it's very brief, and they know not to tell me about any of them, what's going on, or they'll go on block. So I told my sister, I said, I'm just getting very tired. There's a lot of time wasted. And she would know conversations that we were going to have even before I would know. She would send me scripts to study. Thank
Bricks to study. That's interesting.
God I listened. And I said, you know what, this is too much time being wasted. I believe 2 years passed. I don't know if it was a year or 2 years, but it was a long time. My sister said, give him a fake name. She said, I'm going to tell you something. I don't think this is a man that you're talking to. I believe that it's a woman. And that this person has ties to Canada. She said, I don't know if they're from Canada, but there's a connection here, a Canadian connection. And as soon as I gave this fake name, this individual then went with my enemies. Never heard from this person again. But I let the person know exactly what my sister said, and I'm far from stupid. Fast forward to Stakos. She goes, I know who that was. You know, she is. Wendigo, remember that? She goes, I know who she is. Well, guess what? So do I. Stakos, I'll always be 10 steps ahead of you, all of you. And you'll never fool me.
Mm.
But I fooled you.
Mm.
Because I have a plant. And this person never left my side. My energy's starting to lower. I will leave this up, but like I said, I'm not sure. It might take a day or two. Before it becomes available to the public. This is going to be a very strong year for me.
Here we go.
And the worst for my enemies.
Mm.
Especially 3.
Mm.
You just should have left me alone.
Yep.
You see, I'm going to tell you again, I know how energy works. I know how easily it can be manipulated. It can be manipulated just as easily as you idiots. This is why I don't mess with YouTubers.
Mm.
And this is why I'm always kind to my fellow man.
Mm.
Always. Except when I'm defending myself against you head cases who wrongfully accused me of eating children and babies, being part of an SRA cult.
What?
Cyber molesting children, murder, bribery, extortion, gang stalking.
Yeah.
The list goes on and on.
You are.
But I can assure you that after when I shut this stream down, you'll never do it to another YouTuber.
Mm.
Because that's how energy works.
Right.
Harry knows that she's provoking me. She knows that I didn't do anything to her.
Oh, no. Not at all.
How many times I have to tell you I'm like those two dudes who attack, I respond. I'm not with anyone. She was unable to recruit me. That's what this is about. She's knocking around people that never did a damn thing to her.
Oh, okay.
And she's saying, not my rabbit hole. She's digging her own hole, that's what she's doing. She's not going to make her, you know, that little rabbit hole. She ain't going to drag me down there. No,
You're already in it.
She's not as smart as she thinks, and she does think she's smart because she's going to school. You know how she has to teach people a new word.
Oh.
It's true that pride comes before the fall.
Okay.
Stick around and watch.
Watch what?
Oh, going back to Stockos.
Oh, I went way too far.
She said that she got in too deep. I was really
It'll
raging.
happen.
I'm going to tell you what I felt. She was saying,
It'll happen. The threat's gonna come. It's still gonna come up.
that she wants all of you to believe that she is part of this psyop when she's not. She inserted herself. She would force herself on these people. Again, 3301 comes into play, same with Terry. Terry wants to make it to 1,000 subscribers.
Oh, this is great. Here you go.
So she's dick riding 3301.
I'm dick riding it.
So Stockos. Her motif is profit intensive.
Nothing like a good dick ride. Okay.
It's not going to work. Stockos was never with any of these people. She wanted to. She was just another useful idiot. She didn't get in too deep in nothing. She's too sloppy. Good name for a taco. She's sloppy like a taco. It's a good name for a mud pig. The CIA would never be dumb enough to recruit sloppy Stockos.
Oh, Stockos.
They never would.
I don't know why it's funny
In fact, I think it's because of Stockos and a few others. They botched it. And it's possible their lives could be in danger.
Yeah,
I'm
from
making
you.
a sign of the cross, praying to my God that I'm right. And I don't have to because I am. She went and what she did to Tretch and his wife. just because she ruined.
Is it Tretch or treat?
But her marriage and her family, she wants to ruin everyone else's marriage and their families.
There goes the swinging porch.
She brought something up. A mistake that Tretch made years ago when he stepped out of his marriage without even thinking about his wife. And look what she did to her husband. There's two of us that know about the man that she wanted to go and live with her in Oklahoma.
Always good when people say the state someone lives in. No, I'm joking.
So she has no room to talk about anyone's marriage. No one wants her. Like I said, she can't even get a YouTube husband.
What? What is a YouTube husband?
The biggest mistake she ever made is turning on Tretch and Macon. And she gaslighted them both. And I tried to warn Tretch. He didn't listen to me. In fact, he came at me for it.
But here's the point. Here's her alignment with Tretch. Right? Okay.
That was him. So this mistake he made has to be kept being thrown in his face. You know how hard that is for his wife to forgive him? But she did. Because she's in love with him. When you have children, it changes everything.
You notice the tone of like righteousness, like I'm telling you, children changes everything. I have the word. I'm the righteous person. It's in her inflection.
It's unconditional love. And Stockos, I'm going to tell you something.
Oh, please tell us.
You know what? Talk is cheap. I'm not even going to say it. Here's what I'm wondering.
I'm gonna tell you something. Talk is cheap. I'm not even gonna say it. Here's what I was wondering. That is such a great line. I might have to write that down and use it later.
As far as Carrie.
Terry. Oh, Carrie.
Was Stockos having a casual conversation with her? Because what these head cases love to do is
You know what's freaks me up too about everybody talking to people? It's like always hamburger, Stockos. Nobody has real names. And then like when you're going off on somebody, you look stupid, you know.
take you a moment and record.
Tooth Fairy.
Is it possible that Carrie was having some drinks? Stockos was a ranch owner. There's a lot of people that, you know, hang out with Tretch that would also hang out in Carrie's. Of course, I'm not accusing him of any impropriety, but he's too trusting, and you can't be that way.
Why does she care? Why does she care about his affair? I mean, like, why is this even a topic?
I can't tell Tretch and his wife what to do, but I'll tell you what, if I was the wife, I would reach out to Karen and see what the hell's going on. Why are you doing this? Maybe it's possible that Stocko's got her alone and said, hey, I really like him. And maybe she said, you know, about our affair, right? Some pictures were shown to her. And she held on to it for this. I'm just saying, no one ever took the time to reach out to Carrie and ask. Hold on a minute.
Okay, so she's on the phone. It's gonna get to that part. I thought I had it queued up, so but we're getting a little bit more of the dialogue here. It's just like I don't know the details, but it's like she rambles off on all these different things. And
all right,
here we go.
What's our plans for tomorrow? Thank God I'm not Tretch's wife. I'd be on death row, man. I'd be probably, I don't know though, because what's the name of that? Crime of passion or something? I'd probably do about 20, if that. That bitch would be taking a dirt nap. No lie. No lie.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, you know, I know how Stocko's is. A lot of us do. And they'll never stop. I'm wasting my time doing this.
Yep. Unless you're getting paid.
So, you know, Scary Terry, she's gonna continue to make me her content. She ain't got nothing else. Thank God I didn't vote for her. That fab over 40, when she's 90, her glasses were all crooked. She had lipstick on her teeth. Get out of here. Nut. Just crazy.
I'm not 90.
So what happened to her in the last 20 years? Go take a look. Go take a look. See, I don't mess with YouTubers, and like I said, there's people, you know, as far as Thomas, that's no one's business. I ain't gonna talk about him.
Okay. One more time, Tans. We would like you to talk about him. I have exposed the RDS emails, and probably other people have too. It's like not a secret, but that's a big deal. You do have an association of Thomas Schoenberger, and you are attacking a lot of people who talk about Thomas Schoenberger and expose Thomas Schoenberger. So yeah, we want to know what your relation to him is. Why were you getting PayPal donations for him? And it's an investigation, really. I think we deserve to know. Now, if you want to decline and say, I'm hearing myself on my own sound there. If you want to decline and say, well, you know, I'm refusing to comment, that's fine, but you've been given the invitation to comment. You're being given the invitation to say your side of the story. Otherwise, after that, if you decide that you're not wanting to do that and you're going to want to like keep talking about people and creating drama, then we can only assume that what our original assumption is about what you're doing on the internet is what we think it is. that maybe you are aligned to Thomas Schellenberger. You're still aligned to Thomas Schellenberger. You are script writing and using things, like I said in my last video, all the things she says about me. I'm a failed comedian, I'm a failed journalist. My hair's not real. By the way, I didn't even flat iron it today, so it's kind of crinkled. So, we do have these questions about what your authenticity is. See, but you're getting an invitation. I will be civil to you. I will let you speak your side because I want to know what's going on with Thomas Schellenberger. I really don't care about your problem with tacos or, Tretch's wife or any of those other type of situations, because that's just a diversion. That's just something. So we're going to get distracted. Who cares about that? Why are you obsessing about Tretch's relationship with his wife? Shouldn't that be a private conversation between them and not be exposed all over the internet? Okay, so we're almost there.
I got his contact information. He knows how I feel about certain things, so does A858. There's a lot of people.
Or maybe it was before where I thought it was. But I'm going to find it.
Who I don't like up on here, and I just shut my mouth. Too bad the rest of you can't be like me. See, it's called respect. Speaking of respect, this was funny. I was hanging out in Chisel's Truth Hurts, Mr. Jones, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure it was Syl that started talking about actresses that she likes. And Elizabeth Taylor being one of them, and this and that. And I told a story about Mickey Rooney and my uncle.
Oh, darn it. It's before this. Hold on. I really messed up here. I took you guys on a run. Okay, here, let's go towards the beginning. Let's go with the beginning. Takes her a while to get started.
Wait a minute. Knock me around. I don't know what that's about. Old crazy white bitches.
Here we go.
Have to go. Have my coffee here real quick. I don't stream this early, but I have to get up early in the morning. Sunday, celebrating Easter. You'll also notice around the holidays, especially Easter, Christmas, these head cases love to come at me. I don't think I have to tell you why that is. Let's not forget the Christmas Day attacks. That was hilarious. If only they knew the truth.
Having a cigarette now.
Speaking of truth, I only have one regret. I should have stayed in California and studied longer.
Mm-hmm. Studied what?
What had happened? I went on to mention, and Terry mentioned me. It should be the last stalker standing. Okay, now I wrote this down here. Let's see. Now don't forget.
Why did she write it down? Is it a script?
She's a stalker.
Mm-hmm.
She's recording this.
Yeah, I am now.
She's going to mirror it in wine for hours on a string.
Porch.
Because they can never do it alone. Because they're afraid. That's why they got to group up.
Well, you know, we're afraid when you talk about how you have family here. You make reference to California. You do videos about coming up and showing up and knocking on my door. You write things about how many times have I been knocked out. Yeah. You know, that does cause a bit of fear in people.
And I told you before that dogpiling is the weakest form of combat.
So you mean like dogpiling with treats and other people? Like, is that because you're associating to people that hearing myself is bothering me. You're associating to people that's bothering me too, right? So you're with them.
Clovis apologized to her. She's going to get her loan. She's going to say, listen how I want you to hear how she's having loss and my children. Listen. Send her all these videos that she has stalking me. In hopes that Terry will mirror that. Clovis needs to be careful because you see, I don't like to bust up families. I don't get into terrorizing families, especially children. I could very easily involve CPS, send the FBI to her home.
Another veiled threat, really, in a sense. I could do this. She says, that's her MO. I could do this if I was there, blah, 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 blah. If I wanted to. Like, she has all this power to do something to somebody.
involve the Social Security Administration and then some. But I'm not as evil as they are. I never will be.
Oh, really?
But I'm tempted
See?
because it's not stopping.
Oh.
So here, Terry, scary Terry, I'm on her, mentions. Flashback Thursday, People Magazine, July 14th, 2003. Are you kidding me? That's 20 years ago. So what happened from then to now? How did she turn into a cyber stalker? Actually, a cyber terrorist. Because when you do this to YouTubers in these hard times, that's what you are. You're a terrorist. Now I know who to contact. And this is when I'm going to involve family here. She thinks she's cute calling law enforcement on my channel. I respect law enforcement officers. Right now, as I'm speaking, there's an officer, a fallen officer. Right now. Do you think that she cares? No. They need to lock her up. So she's using him, and I'm going to tell you something. I just took the video down because I believe I know what name she used.
I didn't use any name.
I'm not going to say why.
I don't know who you...
I thought about contacting her police department, but I'm not as ignorant as she is. What she did, I'm going to tell you the story again.
Okay. It's somewhere. I'm going to find... I thought maybe I lost it.
I came in
I didn't mean to go through the whole
contact
thing.
with another head case.
Where is it?
Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure it was Syl that started talking about
It's here. It is there.
Lights. And Elizabeth Taylor being one of them, and this and that. And I told a story about Mickey Rooney and my uncle.
Oh, it's their uncle.
And then something came up about Prince Charles, who's now a king. But it was so funny. Shizzle said, "Who's Prince Charles?" I don't know if he said who's Prince Charles or who. Is he some? And I typed in the chat, I said, "Shiz, you got to give me what you're smoking." He was, we were dying. That was funny as hell. But yeah, he's going through something with the YouTuber that I always thought. I don't know what's going on, but I can tell you this, that, Shiz he's not doing anything. He's got a different way of thinking. I mean, we all do. And he thinks outside of the box. I mean, way outside the box, but he's cool. I like people like that. I like people that question things. I don't want someone like myself. Even, my husband, my twin flame. We're different religions. We're different in a lot of things. But I respect the freedom of my fellow man. Some don't. So I'm not going to hate on someone just because they want to believe that the earth is flat or whatever it is. I'm not that way. But no, he doesn't harass YouTubers. If anything, you know, he'll invite them up on their panel. Not his business. That's between Dacone, his wife, his children. You know how many have called law enforcement?
Here we go. I think.
I told you it's a network. Denise was right about that. I was told this from the very beginning. And yes, people have gone missing. People have been murdered. You think I don't know why Terry's doing this? I know a lot of things. Why do you think a lot of people are trying to shut me up? If you want me to shut up, just back off. It's that simple. You're damn lucky I ain't putting out my evidence.
Put it out.
You don't want me to do that.
Oh, please do it. What's your evidence?
So yeah, you're going to continue to see Clovis go up on Jesse's and Wine. You're probably going to see Terry and Headcase Clovis join forces. That's going to be hysterical because they're going to turn on each other.
She's so sure about what's going to happen.
If Terry knows what's best for her, she'll stay away from Clovis. Now, let's not forget what she did to Terry. She wrongfully accused Terry of doxing her children. She didn't.
That's not exactly correct at all.
If Clovis doesn't like you, she'll always weaponize her children. I have never seen this children being abused, like this psychological abuse that involves gaslighting in my life. In my life, I've never seen anything like it.
Meanwhile, she does
She has it out for fathers. She lied on my father. She lied on the biological mother's father.
Oh, I can't find it.
She refers to my father as daddy. My father never did a damn thing to her. She says I'm jealous of her. No. She plagiarized. And I'm going to ask again. No one, I don't want anyone telling me what this one saying or that one saying. I just allow spirit to guide me. If I'm supposed to hear it, I will be guided.
God, I had it.
It just never ends, just when everything it was planned this way. Terry's been, and I'm right.
I didn't even know her. Didn't know her.
And it is a death cult. Look what happened to Glass, what happened to Ron. Lee, Jolly, and Stockos, they stressed them out to death.
Oh, you know what?
His heart went out.
I've skipped around. I can't seem to find the right part where she if you listen to the video, she says, I don't know, I've been missing it. I guess I should go a little bit farther, but I might have skipped past it. I'm gonna see if I can find the transcript. Hold on. Oh wait, it's right here. Let me look at the transcript because I'm trying to really, if I say something, I thought I had it queued up. You know, like you were listening to something and then all of a sudden it like, hold on. Let me see. Okay. I'm gonna find it. Children, so yeah, what happened to Trash? You know, Terry's, I was chatting, he's coming. Thomas, no. And he thinks Prince Charles. If I'm wrong. Scary Terry's gonna continue. Okay, Fat Power Friday, her glasses were crooked. Go take a look. I said there were people who knows first time. I got contact. He knows how I feel. Mr. Jones, Elizabeth Taylor. Somewhere I've passed it. Earth, abuse, a lot of hate, broke loose. I don't allow anyone. I'm not with Thomas, anyone. I'm not with Thomas or anyone. Well, you know, I know a lot of things. Why do you think a lot of people shut up? You know, in Jesse's panel. If Terry knows, she'll stay away from Clovis. Children being abused, gaslighting, seeing anything. She refers to my father. She plagiarizes. There's a lucky number. Okay, I don't want to make this very long because I said I have Easter coming. A lot of guide, everything, another nutter. And I'm right. Lee Jolly and Stockos. I gotta shut this down. So when you learn magic. Where did it go? Her heart. Reason. I laughed. So I better shut down head case. Law enforcement knows what they're going to look at my channel. You think I can set them on private and destroy your marriages? So yeah, he did piss me off because when I was in Terry's, he came and I don't know, I think Thomas, Christmas Day. Where am I at in this? 42. Could tell. Well, maybe I'll just go a little bit farther.
Of course, it was, I don't want to say anything more, but it didn't help matters. And that's what they're trying to do to me. And it's not going to work because the tables have turned. So I got to shut this down and let my God take full command, and he will. You know, my God tells me, there's a verse in his Bible, you don't.
Squad, how do you know, bloggity shmoo? How do you know what she's capable of? Where did you come from? Here it is again. Is there anyone home, Terry? This is Tam. Switch it off and move along, Terry. Oh, is that, what is that? Bloggity shmoo. Hold on. Bloggity shmoo. I wonder how long your account's been around. You just created? See, that's classic trolling. Somebody who has a fake account that is being creepy and then acting like they're Tams. Is it Tams? Oh, wait. Hold on. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on here. Mickey Rourke or Mickey? Happy Easter. LOL. Tams is hat on. Okay, so that must not. When did this person come in? Okay, Tams has the hots for Treach. Treach is just being Treach. Her kitty Pickles. Okay. She got your number, Tams. And I don't like it, Tams. Hell, Lisa, Terry, you really don't know times too well, class. She's been doing this for years and nothing ever comes of it. But something does come of it. Something does come of it. You know, I'm going to go through here. I don't know. I'm kind of sick of hearing about her. It's there anyway. I'm just kind of interested in looking at your guys' interaction. So, hi, Clovis. Clovis has been here. Ask Tams if she will follow Evelyn Pagnini and the Satanic Church of Nephilim. Okay, what's interesting, and I should probably just play the very last part of it because she mentions that she has family members that were with Anton LaVey at the end of the video. So, you know, I mean, the reason why I called, like I said, the reason why I called law enforcement mainly was because of the fact that I was told I had to do it. Right? When I described what happened, to the therapist that I go to for the PTSD from being trolled, right? Because I'm trying to be healthy, and read what she wrote, I was told to do it. Otherwise, she would have to do it. So I really didn't have a choice in the matter. So, like, boogity boo or whatever, like, you can say she's not going to do anything, but you really don't know that. You really don't, like, we don't even know who she is. We don't even know her face. We don't know her name. Her name's gotten mistaken. This person is hiding and then threatening people. I'm not the only woman that she's threatened. I've had other people come to me and tell me what she's done to them. So it's not, like, how long does it take? Like, you listen to her, you listen to the way she talks. If I were her, I would have went to jail. I would have done this. I would have done that. I would have not. She sounds like somebody, like, if she was just on the brink, the way she talks, she could be doing something. Like, to think that none of this could act, and even if it won't ever happen in real life, right? Even if, like, it's not going to happen, it's causing somebody to be afraid that when somebody does knock on your door, or somebody is at your door, like, oh, what is that? Because you're afraid it might happen to you because somebody said it. So even it being said is not okay. Like, I'm not saying I'm going to show up where she is, She got the alert, right? Okay, Lee Veltman has been kind of quiet since that time, right? Okay, I got it. Okay, thanks. Okay. Aiken, see you about 3 times and don't know. You got another internet personality streaming publicly to me. Is that wrong? Who's that in response to? Me? Why don't you put your silly RDS emails to one side and read something more real, like TS deposition and the Aaron Rich? Okay, yeah. Maybe I should, but the reason why I'm bringing up the RDS emails is because Tams got triggered by it and made a bunch of threats. Just look at the RDS emails and ask yourself why the threads seem to be a tiny part of a conversation. Well, hey, Aiken, that's why I am asking Tams to come out and explain it. Because if it is just a small part of a conversation, then maybe she knows more to it. That's why I'm opening up the conversation, because that's what I want to know, right? Turkey is behind TS and other foreign interests. Aiken, why don't you look for the Beijing Khan or Assange references in those emails and learn who Trevor Fitzgibbon is? Well, I'd like to know who exactly. You know what? I've had conversations with Trevor Fitzgibbons, okay? And the reason why that's happened is because when I was talking to Thomas at that time, I asked him about Shadowbox, and he sent Trevor Fitzgibbons to me, who proceeded to tell me who he was and what happened and show me these emails and blah, 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 blah. And he said originally that Shadowbox was about him. But then I learned later on that it wasn't. So yeah, I am familiar with Trevor Fitzgibbons. I am to some extent. And Aiken, like, you're telling me, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Why don't you do this? Why should I trust you to tell me what to do, really? Because you were in my channel, the last live stream that I did, the last one when I was making mac and cheese, taco mac and cheese. And then you're up with Treach and he's talking about me and talking about Clovis and doing whatever. And you're siding with him basically. And then he's sitting there saying how he doesn't know me. And you got this big, you got 2 pictures of Isaac Cappy behind you eating pizza. So who are you really? Like, why should I listen to what you have to? I mean, yeah, I should research it. But what's the difference? I'm asking Tams. I'm taking one thing at a time. Why don't you come on the live stream? Say your side. Not about Clovis, not about the other drama, not about Stockos or Tacos. Not about, I don't care about Treach's wife and their relationship. I want to know what your relationship to Thomas Schoenberger was. Why do you think he's a patsy? Why are you defending him? Because in the end, whether or not any of her threats are real or any, because it's all about trauma, right? It's all about head trauma. Even if it never really happens to me, even if I walk around, I stay safe and my life just goes on and I'm really happy and whatever. Bottom line is I'm giving her an opportunity to actually come clean and talk about what her association to Thomas Schellenberger is. Because what I'm interested in is the people that seem to be a network, the people that seem to be gang stalking, the people that seem to, that are bullying me, see? And with the video that I did was about them actually working together with a script, that it was scripted. I get repetitive words from all the different people, going back to like people that were involved in the UFO community that spread this narrative. Same people say the same things, the same insults all together in unison. And I cannot think that that's an accident, that that's a coincidence, that it's not happening. And then Tams, was telegraphing Clovis and I coming together against her a month ago. A month when there was nothing wrong, there was nothing happening, and she's sitting there telling people, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. Oh, because what? Because she's a medium? Because she comes from a psychic family? Because she goes to a retreat in New York, like all the time, so that she can, because she's part of a medium group, so she knows all the information. She's all accurate. She's all special. Because here's another thing about being able to see things or being able to talk about things or to know things that are in the paranormal or have spirit guides or you're a light warrior. Light warrior smacks of New Ageism. It smacks of did you see her? She said her twin flame. That's all New Age. That's all the people that are associated with this particular movement, and it could be traced to even say the I Am cult, which is what Thomas is about. Is that the underlying thing here? We're talking about Easter. She at the very end of this, she's happy Easter. Happy, Scary Terry, I'm doing this again. She's taunting me with this video. It is this Easter. We know what Easter means. We know it's been meshed with a pagan holiday. Oh, everything, all religions are having something happening right now. It's the equinox, it's everything, it's spring, it's the rabbits, right? She says, I'm going to be praying over my rosary so that, I can be forgiven because I have an angel that's not happy with me. So I need to take care of my negativity towards Terry so that God will punish them. Oh yeah, that's real normal talk, right? That's normal. If you were to sit here and profile her behavior and analyze what she does online, right? She projects, She has a sense of narcissism. She doesn't do anything wrong. She's self-righteous. She makes physical threats. She's made threats of doing things to other people, like putting guns in her car and coming out and finding them. And you guys don't think that she's not going to act on this? You're just going to go ahead and dismiss it? Oh, why don't you look at that? Hey, Aiken, you tell me why I should. That's not your real name, right? Do you ever put your real name out there? You're Aiken Drum. What the fuck is that? Somebody in my chat's gonna tell me like what you think I should be doing? Because you know, when you're not being authentic, when you're hiding behind these profiles, shizzle nizzle, blah 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 blah. Oh, don't dox me. No, because you're LARPing. Why do you guys camping in your graphic behind your you're talking to Treach. You're talking to Tretch. You're talking to Tretch, going off on other people. And then you're sitting there while he's saying he doesn't know me. And then you know he knows me probably, and you know me. You know me. You came here today. Why? I mentioned the RDS emails. Why does the RDS emails concern you? Why is that interesting to you? It's your behavior that matters. It's how you congregate that matters. It's what your surrounding, your sourcing is. It's what you do together. It's how you act. It's how you contradict yourself. It's how you lie that matters. No, I do want to know about the RDS emails. I want to know what Shadowbox is. Who the fuck is Trevor Fitzgibbon? Oh, I know a lot more than any of you guys think I do. See, the big problem you have about me is that you underestimate me. Or maybe not, because maybe that's why you're trolling me, because you want to like distract me. You want to make me fuck up. You want me to be afraid. Right? Spin me around so I can't pin the tail on the donkey. Well, I still can. Shadowbox came from Trevor Fitzgibbon. I saw this one. Vox Veritas. See, that's where shit happened. And he's laughing. You're laughing serious. Okay. Oh, okay. So Bloggerty Schmoo, that just smells so much like Lee Belvin. You should team up with the Charles guy again. He was funny. K-Ran. Live talk. I have Lisa blocked. She likes to smack at me over Tams. I'm starting to block people who stay in Stupidville. Lisa, yes I do, yes I do. Okay. Actually, it's kind of through Lisa Lake that I first heard about Clovis because of the videos that she was doing. Hey, I just popped on. I don't know if just me's still here. I did expose Lee Beltman. No, Clovis, you're not the only head case anymore. My energy's dwindling. I'm gonna have to get, I need to get, my computer's running out of power. Hold on. Okay, second. Okay, there we go. All right, so I want to watch this for. I want to get this for a second. Okay, so you're gonna say none of this is consistent with PTSD. All right, you know what, Lisa? I'm gonna go ahead and block you now because you like what? Are you a fucking therapist or something? You therapist? Well, because I was interested in somebody else. I haven't blocked you yet. Yeah. Are you talking about me not being consistent with PTSD? Yeah, because I'm talking about PTSD. So now you're going to discredit me. Because I guess Lisa Lake thinks that she's a therapist. That she knows what PTSD looks like, right? I'm going to wait for you to respond for a minute, Lisa. Just make sure that I'm not misreading what you're saying there. Treat isn't my enemy. Really? Is it you? Treat isn't my enemy. Yeah, but he's accusing me of stalking him when he's in my chat and following me and talking stuff about me. So he's not my enemy. How would you know, Lisa Lake? How would you know? She said it. She said it, Lisa. Okay, you're done. You're done. I want you out of my chat. And do not use any of my footage. I do not give you permission. I did not give you any permission to use my likeness either. Do you understand? Yeah, that's, at first when I saw Lisa Lake's channel, I thought, for some reason I thought she was exposing like Lee Veltman and stuff, but in reality, she's minimizing the damage that they've done to other people. When somebody brings up the word suicide trolling, she sits back with her little characters and little puppets and they laugh. That's some sick shit right there. Yeah, Lisa makes fun of people. Yeah, she does. Yeah, she does. Anyway, you know what? My chat disappeared and I can't access it. you. Bullshit. What are you doing in my chat? Oh, really, Treach? Okay, let's talk about how you know me. Let's talk about how you know me, just for fun. Let us go to my own stuff here. Let's see how you know me. Right? Let's talk about how you know me, Treach. You don't know me. And you're in my chat. You come to my chat to tell me that you don't know me. Wow, all of you show your faces. You can't hold yourself back, can you? All right, let's see how you know me. All right, it's my own video because I already sourced it in this video. Apparently, Treach, you don't wait till the end, right? Let's talk about how you know me, Treach. Huh? Oh, there it is. Let me expand this larger. Hold on. Get to the part. Let's get to the, oh, here it is. All right, this is footage from that show, and I mirrored it on the other channel. So I'm going to share it here so everybody can see. Let me get my glasses there. Now I could probably go through because I think I put some of your stuff on my stuff, but what's this right here? Treat Shifkin, right? What kind of wine are you sipping there? Because I was sipping on the box wine. Can you guys see that? Over to the right. Should I take a picture of it? How about I do a screenshot of that and just blow it up a little bit larger? Huh? This was my March 17th show on St. Patrick's Day. Just a fun show. All right. So let's go to here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and sometimes I have a hard time doing it. I'm going to show you how you know me, Treach. Let me rename this. How Treach knows me. Okay. Put this here. And let me take this over to here. Now, do not show up in my chat and keep denying what you're saying, that you don't know me. Because I'm going to prove you wrong right now. So I'm going to blow it up. Okay. It's easier for me to share it this way. All right. Still working for Thomas Schellenberger? Treats? Still on his payroll? Inquiring minds want to know. You know what's really interesting since you're here? There was like these videos, like what did you say on one of your live streams? You said something about, oh, like I'm realizing that Thomas Schellenberger is a bad guy, but then there's videos like 4 years ago where you're freaking out. And then there's another video out there, like you said, well, this is what you said. You were making videos, right? And for somebody, and then you realized it was Thomas Schellenberger and it freaked you out and you called him Satan and all this kind of stuff. But then there's another video where you have Thomas Schellenberger on the show and you admit to doing videos with him, and you're basically brown nosing him. So that doesn't add up either, does it? Does it, Treach? Okay. So you say inconsistent things, you lie about knowing me, and then you, okay, so here we go. And I want to make it larger so you can see it. Winter Moon Shadow was there. Here you are, Treach. Treach Shift Skin. What kind of wine are you sipping there? Moon Shadow. She's doing the entire box of wine. You know what? I had a little box and it's what for an individual use. Treach Shift Skin. Quantum physics is proving that we are actually be a computer program. Winter Moon Shadow, take the blue pill and go to sleep and forget it. Treat Shifkin. Hey, Tams. Hey, Tams. Tam showed up too, right around the same time you did. Treat, I will not participate in either wing of the same bird. All right? Treach, you know me. You know me, Treach. That was March St. Patrick's Day. Oh, look, Bob Newhart showed up. You got something to say about that? Where are you, Treach? Huh? Where are you? Got something to say about that? Oh, you're going to take a nap now. Well, you're going to take a nap? You're going to take a nap when I identify that you were in my chat. You know me, motherfucker. Do not come into my chat and lie to me. Who's harassing who? If you're being harassed by me, what are you doing in my chat? what, Aiken? You're my favorite comedic therapist. You're a perp too. You're a big perp hanging out with Treach. You're done. Get out of my fucking chat. With your Isaac Cappy graphic on Treach's show. You're an #1 old perp. I'm getting agitated now and I'm swearing. Okay, I'm done. I need to go. It's 3:30. How odd. You like to see people lose it, don't you? That's the name of the game. Treach, you don't have any credibility at all. None. Aiken Drum, good riddance. Lisa Lake, bye-bye, sweetheart. Cams, I will report you to the police for what you said. And you guys have done it to other women. And if something does happen to me, I don't know, I get maimed, harmed, something mysterious, I end up dead, then anybody who's watched my videos, I want you to know who these people are. Because it's obvious that they show up here. It's obvious that they harass. It's obvious that they do stuff on your channel, making fun of you and doing this and doing that and blah, 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 blah. And it's all about things that have affected the United States and our politics. You are associated to that. And anybody who talks about it or looks into it or shines a light on what you're doing, you make threats, you have sock puppet accounts, you do videos about them to humiliate them, and you are engaging in gang stalking and cyber harassment on the internet. And somebody, and I do apologize for swearing, somebody needs to point it out. And I'm going to do it. And I've been doing it. Because, you know, it might be interesting to write an article or do a paper or do a documentary about the clowns that surround some serious stuff that happened in the media, in our politics, at the state capitol building on January 6th. I don't care who had an affair with who, or Lisa Lake making her videos and thinking she's bothering people. You're going to be blocked on Twitter too, Lisa Lake. But what I do care about is why it's happening. Right? Why does Treach have to show up in my chat and then say that he doesn't know me after I can prove that he does? Right, Treach? Oh, go take a nap. You're taking a nap because you can't face the fact that you're exposed. What are you going to do now? What are you going to do? Do some more videos about me, have Angela G be on the chat and Tams and everybody else and blah, 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 blah. What are you going to do? Deny, deny, deny? Is that it? I don't give a flying crap what Aiken Drum is known for. I'll tell you right now, I'm not impressed. Exposing other YouTubes. Oh, he's known for that? Is that his big claim to fame? Good on him. He doesn't have a real name, does he? Why, he's got Isaac Cappy and is behind him. Is he a big P-Gate person? Anyway, I gotta go. You know, Bob Newhart, I don't even know you. Who are you? How do you know Aiken Drum? Bob Newhart, the political kitty. I don't know you guys. Never seen you before. I know Jeff, I know Jesse, I know Clovis. I know Nick Giles. Anyways, I gotta go. I've been up here too long. Bye.
Problems with someone I've had. Hey guys, I'm not going to be long because I got to go somewhere this evening. We're going to go to Joplin's Spook Light, see if we can see that light. I've been there 3 times, ain't seen the light yet. Anyway, I went and clicked on, I got an alert. I didn't get there right on the beginning, but this YouTuber called Terry Joyce, not my rabbit hole. And evidently she's having problems with someone that I've had problems with. Now, let me explain something to you, Tams. And I'm not going to address you again. And anybody that has anything to do with this piece of freak, let me explain something to you. No, you know what? Just anyone that is dealing with this woman as a friend or a YouTube consultant, or not a consultant, but a YouTube, whatever, continue doing it, because I don't give a damn. But I will say this much. She keeps sinking herself more and more. She's going to come from behind that screen. She keeps piling it up. Now, let me explain something to you, Tams. And no one's, I don't come as a group. I don't come as a team with nobody, okay? I come to take care of my own business. And my business being this right here. You, right here. Blow this up. You do it like this. And open it so I can make it bigger. Okay. Now the reason why I'm doing this is because she made a statement. She sure did. She made a statement right here. No, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to do it this way. Okay, we're gonna take it down some. Anyway, you know what the hell is this? Where's her channel? Let me go to her fucking channel. I need that for a court anyway. Well, let's go to her channel. You're gonna come in court, James. You sure are. Okay, I typed you in. Now let me explain something to you, okay? My screen share, let me see. Oh, no, oh, fuck, oh, shit, I forgot. Okay, hold on. I thought I clicked on it and it clicked you off. Hold on, just give me a minute. I get you back up there. Okay, all right. Now, you go to the transcripts. Because I don't like hearing your voice. As you see, I got it turned down. I get this forward to the transcripts. And you're threatening to call CPS on my family. For what reason? For what danger are they in? So you're gonna make a false call, a false report. And then once you make that call, whose phone you're gonna use to keep from it being yours and keep from being traced? So you like to sit up there behind your screen and make all these threats. Then you tell us to shut up. As you said some disgusting stuff in the past and said some really stupid shit in the past. And then we're supposed to shut the hell up and let you just keep spewing your ugly. As long as we keep our mouths shut, your threats you will not carry out. Call it. Do the call, Tamara. Right here. Let me get it here. Used to be able to, let's see here, let's go down this way. And I didn't know about this until I was over at Terry Joyce's Down the Rabbit Hole. And that's how I found out about it, because she was playing this video, and sure enough, this woman spewed the fact she's going to call CPS. And here it is, right here. I could very easily involve CPS, send the FBI to her home. Do it. Please do it. Don't say something you're not going to do, because then that makes your credibility really suck, don't it? So why don't you do the FBI and do the CPS? Do it. And the Social Security. Do it. And this is what all you people want to sit and chat with, this piece of shit right here. Yeah, well, that's why I'm blocking a lot of people, and you will not hear from me again. We're done. I'm walking the hell away from a whole shitload of you. This right here is a threat to me to shut my mouth, do not stand up for myself, forget my 1A, and let her spew. Or these are the threats she's going to carry out. Isn't that something? You don't want to be found, so why would you even use your phone? Are you going to use your neighbor's phone? Or your sister's phone? Or your freaking cat's phone? Whose phone you going to use to make these calls? Do them. Please do them. I didn't even know about this video. See, I don't come to your stupid channel and listen to you spew. And you wouldn't hear me say a damn word about you if you'd shut the fuck up. So go ahead and make the call. Because see, this here is proof to CPS and the FBI and every law enforcement, you dumb piece of shit, you, that you are intentionally going to do this shit because you don't like to be told to shut up and leave people alone. Leave me alone. That's all you got to do. And you can't stop that. I don't get on Jesse's and whine. I get on there to be support because him and his wife went through shit. Oh, but you guys wouldn't care about that part, would you? And one good thing about being at Terry's today, I got to block some people because I'm told to walk away and I'm doing it. Not going to spew their names and do shows about them. I'm just not going to have anything to do with them. No offense, but it's best. But you, Tamara, making these threats like this, Do it. Quit spewing your ugly little pie hole and do it. Because you don't intimidate me no more. I want you bad. Bad enough in court. So do it. Put the FBI on me for what? What reason? This is a small community. Our sheriff's department, police department, the state attorney general's office knows me in and out. They know all about my past. They know all about my present. And they surely hell probably know about my future. So what the hell are you going to do? We're law-abiding citizens. Our children are doing wonderful in school. So, you know, and they have more than a child needs. That's a fact. They're spoiled rotten. So how are you going to intimidate me any more than you already tried? And you people sit out there and you're friends with this piece of trash. It's going to bring more pressure and problems for our child. Oh, but that's okay, right? Because it's just you two. That's why I blocked a lot of your asses and never want to speak to you again. It's like you want to alienate me from everybody, Tamara. Why? Why would you do something like that? I'm tired of your slanderous bullshit. No, I'm not afraid of you. The protective orders were for my children against you, not me. Now it's just a civil suit, and you want it to go federal, we can take it federal. I don't care. You're not going to hold my family hostage and intimidate me and hold things over my head if I don't shut the fuck up. Did you ever go to listen to your own damn words, Tamara? Where people will let you come and spew your ugly pie hole, and that's what they do. They allow you to come in their chats, and they team up with you because they got an itty-bitty problem with me at the time. You people are pathetic. You're pieces of pathetic puke. See, that's why I don't fit in with all you people, because I call the fucking shit out, and I don't care. But this right here, seriously, do you know the shit you would be in for making false reports? Do you know, I don't think you really understand how close you are from becoming from behind that screen. I don't think you quite understand how many people can come together and sign a petition to Google to get your ass from behind that screen. You really don't understand. You think you're going to keep spewing till the heavens fall to the ground. I don't know. I'm still standing, Tamara. I'm not going nowhere, Tamara. And shut the flippin' fuck up, or do it. If you're going to spew it out of your mouth, then put your backbone into it and do it. Because I'm really literally tired of putting up with your ass. See, I didn't even know about this right here. This is hers. Right here. She's going to call get CPS and the FBI at my home. I dare you to call the FBI. I dare you to turn this stuff in. I really do. Well, you know what, Tamara? Go get you a Go phone that you can throw away. Make your calls. You're not intimidating me no more. No more. So you do what you gotta do. And you go ahead and make your damn lies. Let me up on the panel. She'll be in a straitjacket. No, I wouldn't. Because, see, that panel was no love loss. So I don't know where I would be in a straitjacket. You going up on that panel. I was told about the video, the show. I was asleep. The person that gave me a call will witness and testify I was asleep. I said, let them do it. Let them do what they got to do. Don't stop them. Just let them spew. I'm going back to sleep. Hung up the phone, went right back to sleep. Next morning, got my children off to school, made my coffee and sat down and decided to go check it out. And lo and behold, my eyes were, I have seen the glory. I'm so glad I seen who all was in there. They will never have to deal with me ever again. That is a promise. But you, on the other hand, just climb your ass up like a little squirmy little weasel that you are, and you say and spew your shit. Then someone says, well, Clovis is a pretty funny woman. She's got some good traits about her. And all of a sudden you said, yeah, she's funny as hell. So you'll just say and do whatever anyone else says and do because you're a follower. You're not a leader. You're a fucking follower. You know what, Tams? You can't make this shit up. But you know what? I'm going to tell you something. I want you to make your calls because I'm not going to shut up when you're jumping me and doing your stupid shit. Not happening. Not happening at all. So you go ahead and do what you got to do. And do me a favor. When you make them calls, don't make no lies because it'd be worse on you when you do that because you're going to be making false calls. Because I can guarantee you every video that I have in my possession of you spewing your nasty, ugly mouth and your threats and your screaming and your vulgarness about my family. You didn't just cyber molest my children, you did it to my family. And I can guarantee you, there ain't a courtroom in the world gonna take your side on anything. Because I'll walk them from point A to point B. Do you get me?
Holy
and am I trying to be a badass? No, I'm not a badass. I'm a woman protecting her family. So you do what you gotta do. Got me? Get me?
From bad guys
I'm
on the
done.
internet. All these bad people on the internet she's protecting herself from. It's horrible. All these years, still no arrests. And then the Heisenberg account comes out. Gotta break it up. The Heisenberg account's gotta break it up. Switch directions of the conversation from the chat room. Hurry, Heisenberg account. Hurry, cow's it. Hurry. Change the narrative to Cox. Hurry, use a sock account. He's making Clovinator look bad. Oh no! Hurry! Cox has got to look horrible. It's not working. Try a different account. Use a different account. Hurry. Hurry. Oh my gosh, what's she doing here? Oh my gosh, she's gonna get me blocked. Holy crap, she's got sound issues like Eric, 100%. She's 100% over the target like Eric right here. Listen to that. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, she needs a production manager. Where's Nick Cook when you need him for quality control? Hurry, we need a new sock account in the chat room. Trying to blast Cox. We're losing traction on this narrative. Hurry. Oh my gosh, all that action. All that action for Resurrection Weekend. Happy Easter, everybody. It's horrible on the internet. Hurry, get another sock account. It's imperative that we gain this traction back from Cox. He's streaming for 24 hours straight on a broadcasting platform. Hurry. More sock accounts. We need an army of them. We're losing traction. Hurry, hurry. Oh, no. These guys. Ooh. Yeah. Dang. Something happened in Melbourne. Here, let's check that out. 8 minutes ago in Melbourne.
Unhinged verbal abuse. And in the aftermath, we saw politicians from both sides attack Conservative female MP Maura Deeming, who has been suspended by the Liberal.
Oh, we gotta get that.
But first to the war against women. We've seen it right here in Australia when women needed police protection to attend a women's rights rally in Melbourne and then in Auckland.
Holy crap.
The police protection wasn't enough and women were physically attacked as well as copying all sorts of unhinged verbal abuse. And in the aftermath, we saw politicians from both sides attack Conservative female MP Maura.
Just to let you know, Clovinator, that's the real shit right there. Getting a reality check, that's women really getting attacked. What are you going to do about it? Hurry, Clovinator, hurry. Hurry, Fellowmon and Cowzit. You got to do some damage control. There's bigger victims out there than you. Oh, you got to be the bigger victim. Oh, no.
Who has been suspended by the Liberal Party for 9 months. And right now, another woman, a leftist feminist, is under attack in Melbourne with trans activists threatening and intimidating her and trying to destroy her livelihood.
Your narrative is more important,
University Professor Holly Lawford-Smith has committed the great sin of believing in women's rights and biological reality. For that, the tolerant trans activists and their allies are trying to have her sacked. And they're intimidating not just her, but her students. They've got stickers like this on campus. Let's have a look at it. It says, got the trans flag with the words, "Only a fascist takes feminism." Yes, that's the left for you in 2023. And in Victoria, that includes the Quislings in the Liberal Party who support self-ID laws and all the other radical trans legislation Andrews has passed. Indeed, they went to the last election promising not to change one aspect of these insane laws. But back to Melbourne University, where Holly Lawford-Smith is being threatened and defamed. Look at this poster calling her a fascist and telling Melbourne Uni students not to take her class. They're trying every avenue to silence her and have her removed from the university. It remains to be seen whether Melbourne University stands up to these bullies or whether it gives into them. You'd think any university that respects academic freedom and wants to be truly inclusive would not be flying the very political, very divisive trans flag at a time when a female academic is being monstered by trans activists. But that's the state of play right now. The most intolerant, radical bullies are allowed to play the victim while being supported and promoted by every public institution, just about every corporate, and the bulk of the media. That's also the case in the US, but at least there is a real fight back occurring. Their conservative politicians in multiple states are putting a stop to the worst excesses of the trans movement, including medically transitioning children with irreversible treatments and surgeries, including double mastectomies. But in Democrat heartland like California, the far left hold all the power. And when swimmer Riley Gaines tried to speak to students at San Francisco State University a couple of days ago, this happened.
Damn. Oh, there was Clovis.
Did you hear that? Did you hear the activists taunt her for crying after they had punched her and chased her out of the event? Let's have a look at that from another angle, and I'll tell you afterwards precisely what happened. So they beat her, chased her, and then they kept her hostage for hours, and yet there have been no charges, despite the abundant video footage of the mayhem. Now, let me tell you why they did that to Riley Gaines, who is a 12-time All-American swimming champion. It's because she was one of the very few athletes who had the courage to call out the insanity of Leah Thomas being allowed to compete in the women's competition. You remember Thomas, the mediocre male swimmer who
Thomas
identified
Muffin?
as female and then was breaking records in the women's competition. Not only that, but Thomas, who has a functioning penis, would sometimes expose himself to the women in the change room, and when the women complained, they were told they were the problem. That's why Riley Gaines spoke out, and eventually authorities did ban Thomas from the women's competition. But for defying the trans agenda, Riley Gaines is now a marked woman. She was repeatedly punched at that event in San Francisco State University, taunted and threatened with further violence, while she and security and police officers barricaded themselves in a room for 3 hours.
Holy crap. Hey, Lisa, don't go anywhere. In a few minutes, I got something for you, okay?
The threat of further violence was so great, police could not get her to safety through the mob. It was only after hours of being held hostage that police officers announced through loudspeakers that the gathering was an unlawful congregation and those refusing to leave would be arrested, that they finally managed to get her to safety. Even then, a huge police contingent was needed to get her out. Now, do you understand why women don't speak out against this? You can have a look at some of the demented abuse and threats I see daily for just covering this issue. But the hate crimes committed by the trans activists in the name of diversity and inclusion are not condemned by the media and increasingly not condemned by law enforcement. If any other group behaved like that, it would be called, I don't know, domestic terrorism. But the bullies here are portrayed as the victims. And women and men are too terrified to speak out, but those with courage will not be silenced. And that includes Riley Gaines. She's more determined than ever, as she told Tucker Carlson.
3 hours. Why didn't someone with a gun come and bring you to safety?
Because they were terrified. They were scared to put their hands on these people because they know what these people are capable of. These people yelled obscene, violent, vulgar things to both myself and the officers I could tell, didn't feel comfortable putting them in a position that would mean they do their job, which is a really scary, chilling thought. But what this means for me, this does not deter me. This assures me that I am doing the right thing. This will not silence me when they want me to be silenced. It just means I need to speak louder.
It's been 2 days now since that attack, and thus far, there have been no arrests. I'll leave the final word to Riley Gaines, who earlier this morning posted this. Imagine if the roles were reversed and a group of white conservatives ambushed someone within the LGBTQ community, physically assaulted them and held them for ransom for 3 hours. There would be arrests and repercussions for the perpetrators and administration who allowed this.
Holy crap. Okay. All right. Okay, check it out. Here we go. So, just a few thoughts on the Terry Joyce footage, okay? And I gave a few of them in the chat earlier. Here's the thing. Here's just what I've seen, okay? Is that you've got somebody that's got some notoriety. No matter what you can disagree. She's just a Hollywood whatever, right? But that's what the Muffin Crew depends upon. They need somebody that's got something in their past that they can use to verify or validify their LARP. The Muffin Crew's LARP, where they can use this person's platform, like what they did to Glastronaut. Okay? Then once you figure it out, What's true? Then when you figure it out, you become a target. Okay, now I'm not saying that's what happened to Terry, but I'm thinking, more than likely, not 100%, more than likely, that's what happened to her, because this is what I gathered. My opinion is that she, Terry Joyce, said herself that she's documenting these assholes in case something happens to her, her friends, family, loved ones, and people that watch her channel will know where to start and who might be responsible. That's it. The rest, okay, so let's say we know you're loved. What's Truth? Very, very popular guy. Good artistic videography skills and comedian shit like that. It's great. Same with Lisa Lake, right? But that's what other people do. They're documenting what some of these assholes are doing to them. That way, if something happens, loved ones know where to start. Your channel becomes evidence, not just something fun. So that's why we document the shit out of it here. You know what I'm saying? But that's it. If you have anything to swing back on that in the chat, go for it. That's my opinion. Well, and that's it. I didn't say that she's a failed actress. I think they needed somebody to use their platform like Glastronaut that had skills, because they're looking for artists and musicians to help, right? When their help is like, dude, you better go along with our fucking program or we'll break some necks and teeth and snap some necks, and you know what I'm saying? Troll the shit out of you, you lose your business, right? Dox your wife. That's what they do. So that's why I can see that, okay, they may have used this woman, right? Because, I mean, the way they sell it and bring people in, I think that's what it is. Like that Heisenberg account. Debatable, right? Kaliminatos, I'm in for a good debate on that, right? But she's saying, oh, bullshit, Aaron, and your suicidal crap. And your suicide troll crap. Okay. We know that with the Aquino cult, they used suicide trolling in other sectors or pockets. All right, that's the Aquino way. Double reverse attack, become the victim to help set some court case precedent, right? And it's some crazy shit. But even with the suicide trolling, yeah, it happened. I just, all I know for sure, okay, is Patrick Sneed, SNS Productions. That MFer was suicide trolled for him to dox his DD-214. Now, whether or not it's established and organized, it's still in the playbook. Either the JTRIG, GCHQ. Right. Yeah, I know you're documenting all of us so we can get freaking put on a list to get a streaming license, Lisa. I know it's okay. You can do what you need to do and document it the way you see it. I haven't ever, even when I was falling for Malibu's crap a little bit, and Lisa actually helped me see through it a little bit more, because, well, I mean, I had a feeling I was getting used. I just had no idea it was really going on in the background with Malibu when she's trying to use me and her lover's LARP with Dinkus, okay? But Lisa Lake helped me see through it with some of her videos, right? And that's a good thing. And at first, you get, just like Terry, may have been brought in the muffin crew and shown, look, these are the bad people. Same thing happened with Glastronaut. He was sucked in, then all of a sudden he sees through it. Why in the heck isn't this freaking Bluetooth charging? Oh man, we're shut down on production, everybody. We're done. But they take people that have skills and try to use their platform to sell tooth fairy blankets with cockroach shit mixed in with the fibers. Destroyed. Take me to court and prove it. No, Lisa, I don't know if you're talking to me. I don't need to take you to court, Lisa. I mean, if we're gonna do anything together, let's go have a beach date and fly some kites. Right? That's the way I am. I'd much rather just go fishing than go to court, all right? Because that's what they want. Right? Oh man, I need to grab some water here. You are off the mark. I don't get what you're trying to say, off the mark. What I'm just doing is documenting and giving my opinion on what I've seen and based off the Trevor Aronson research and the Rutherford Institute, mixing the two pieces of research together. This is my equation, okay? And I do think it has to do with Operation Vigilant Eagle. If you go back to the court case record, especially what we showed yesterday in the Death by 1,000 Cuts videos, where, the trolling is evil. Okay, that's your suicide trolling. It is evil, and that's what they've resorted to. It's just my opinion. Now, who's been suicide trolled by the actual Aquino cult, right? Not Malibu double reverse LARPing with them and being trolled by Dacone and Yaks and Sock accounts to make her a better victim, and it's one big damn LARP. That's different. That's them once again hijacking Q and Cicada, right? But I'm telling you, the Glastronaut, hey, Lisa, if you want anything in court, the Glastronaut case and what happened to him around the time of his death, I think is sufficient pattern, sufficient evidence, and even Lee Pleatherman scrubbing his Twitter around the time, a few days before and about a week and a half after, right? Scrubbing his Twitter around the time of Glastronaut's death because Glastronaut saw through it. These assholes, Lisa, these assholes need somebody like you to make videos. I'm not saying it is you, I'm just saying. Because they can't. The Lee Pleathermans and the Jelly Jollies and the fellow tards, okay, they can all make some stupid slap videos and talk all day on their stupid streams, right? But they're not going to be able to get the point across like Glastronaut was able to, even though he was like a gentle giant being used. And sometimes you don't know it at first, just like when Malibu did her Dinkus love LARP and inserted me in that I was the one she was in love with, and I had no idea, so all these assholes start coming at me, okay? You don't know it until it's too late. And as an artist, you want to focus on your work instead of dealing with fucking assholes all day on the internet that are trying to degrade your work. So there's a part of me that sees, agrees with what Terry's been through because of her, her background, her qualifications, right? That she said, People magazine, so forth, but everything else in between is her battle, right? And we know how tomorrow works with all that shit. But at the end, when she says she's documenting this, so if something happens to her, but that's where sometimes journalism starts, is someone's personal story and account in case something happens to them. That's why I absolutely agree with our rights, even though I look past it all as our God-given right to flap your yap. That's why God gave us lips and thumbs, okay? We would have zippers on our mouths if we weren't supposed to use our flapper. All right? See what you're saying. Bring the case. No such thing as a suicide troll. Prove it. Well, you see, that's the thing. You can't prove anything about Glastro, so you shouldn't be accusing. Wait a minute, Lisa. How do you know I can't prove anything about Glastro? How do you know, or why are you assuming that I wasn't having personal communications with Glastro? Two artists here trying to put our work out on a platform and extend out. I saw what was happening to them, and trust me, I have plenty of fucking evidence on what they were trying to do to Glastro. So see, when you disagree with me, I mean, disagree, but don't make it into a personal attack because you disagree, Lisa. Well, yes, I get what you're saying there, Lisa, as far as you having sufficient evidence, and I agree with that because they needed to try to control the narrative of who the bad guys were. I get that. So, once again, Lisa, did you have personal communications with Glastro once it started popping off for him? No, I didn't. I've got the emails. I've got the timeline. I was the one there when it was just him and I on his streams because there was no drama left because he saw through what Lee and Jolly were doing to him. He cuts them off and they go away and they start going to work on him in the background like suicide trolls. I'm just saying, it's in the playbook. So, I mean, you can call it suicide trolling, you can call it gang stalking, but it's in the playbook. You can't argue with the playbook that they go through, the training manual. I found it because these fuckers wouldn't stop on me just because I'm trying to do a music broadcast. Right? Yes, possums, you're right. You're right. It's rituals, man. It's all rituals around these specific days because that's the way the gematria works out. Anyone who buys suicide trolling is captured by the government narrative. You're all being cataloged. No, I get what you're saying. It is a government narrative. So therefore it exists and you're going to have shills doing it. Lisa, that's what my point is. But I think if anything, they were the most fucked up to, now if you want to call that suicide trolling, being really fucked up, right? But you could see the decline, and I've played in the past. I did a video, or maybe on a stream, where for SNS Productions, Patrick Sneed. Okay, look what happened to Ghost. Does anybody give a shit what happened to Ghost in the prison? Is he okay since Fellowmon needed his DD-214 and OJM needed his DD-214 and know who he is? Well, now are you going to be accountable for him? Like watching his back as a veteran? No, they use that shit to dox the shit out of him and hold it over his head. That's fucked up. You don't do that to artists, veterans, okay? Now, somebody like Malibu that's LARPing it up, that wants people, and she's egging it on like a Tamara, egging it on, saying, you attacked me first, right? When I'm just trying to fucking do a music stream over here and do some wood carving. Glastro is just trying to expand out and using a stream to see if he can make more cells, because he's in fucking Alaska and the salmon run wasn't that good, and he needed to make more money because he didn't have enough salmon in the freezer because of a low salmon run. Just saying, that's how it works in the real fucking world sometimes. You don't have a good garden season, you might need to get a hobby and try to push it somehow, especially through the internet these days, and make some extra cells. So just for trying to do that as an artist, look what happened to Glastro. I've got the whole timeline, Lisa. I even talked to his wife. Lisa, do you care about that? She didn't even know. She didn't even know what they were trying to do to him on the internet. Call it suicide trolling, call it whatever. He died of a heart attack, but I was worried that he may have committed suicide when I first heard about it. That's why I tried to contact his wife. But it was a heart attack. Why is it so important to suck in freaking artists and then fuck them over just because they don't believe your Q and cicada bullshit? Then destroy their lives. They bank on it. Yeah, well, Lisa, it's still, I mean, without actually talking to you and getting, like, your actual, like, I mean, I've heard your actual side, and she just typed it. It's a government narrative, but anybody that subscribes to it's a dumbass. Right? Well, but see, the thing is, Lisa, like, okay, you can say it's not suicide trolling, but they're still trying to get people to kill themselves. They're still trying to get people to have heart attacks. Can you say I'm wrong on that? Yeah, no, I get that. I get that, but still, having a mental illness is not illegal, nor is it. And are you trying to say that artists are mentally ill to say whatever they want? A lot. I mean, that's how the government narrative started, especially with the Stasi shit in Germany. Labeling people mentally ill that were artists, musicians, and shit like that. No, I get that, but you just said yourself, Lisa, it's a government narrative, and anybody that subscribes to it's a dumbass. Well, cataloged. Yes, but you don't realize you weren't there, you really weren't watching, you didn't email back and forth with them, and you don't have the evidence that I've already played a couple of times of the way Lee and Jolly were being fucked up to him. But it was more important that he buy their bullshit narrative against Mr. Cox. That's really what it boiled down to. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna disagree on stuff, and that's good. I'm glad that people disagree because it's chewing the fat off the steak and getting down to it. Yeah, and I get that, but the thing is to say that the suicide trolling doesn't exist except from the government side because they're doing it, and anybody that subscribes to it, subscribing to the government narrative, and I get that. It's a psychological operation. Still doesn't mean that they're shills or people that they have, just like at the beginning of this broadcast. Look at the beginning of this broadcast. Go back. Right? The lady that works for the government that's on panel. Things are happening, they're doing it, and yeah, people are gonna jump on it not realizing it, just like Q. I saw through it. I saw through that shit real quick. And when Taco says, hey, Cox sent Melania Trump a code. He sent in the FBI code. No, I didn't. And no, I didn't. I sent Melania Trump a nice message through a personal line that I found. Okay, because I can do that shit. And say, hey, you had a really nice Jackie Kennedy-esque dress on the inauguration. Oh my God, is that illegal? That's seriously, that's all I wrote. Didn't send, well, I might have sent a my own medical billing code to the FBI saying they're full of shit. Because I sent it to Q. I sent it through the Patriot soapbox, right? And I should have recorded that clip when they read that out. They're like, oh, well, I think we're gonna end our show for today. I think that's actually what happened. So you didn't get it right. Oh yeah, Tacos, I didn't get attacked by an antenna, okay? Just saying, an antenna didn't fall and hit me on the head. But see, they're gonna peddle it around. People are gonna subscribe to that, like, who does that? Mr. Jones, Dr. Mengele, I believe there's been some others. Cox got hit in the head with the freaking antenna. So that just because that's a government narrative and they're doing it, it doesn't exist? Lisa? Right? And the reason why I can say government narrative is because Tacos is putting out the APB. If anybody has any information, please contact the FBI. And she's in contact with Gary Hunt and using him as a puppet to come at me on James D's stream. Okay, little more going on there. Oh, I should bring up the Dr. Rashid from yesterday. Possums, if you didn't catch it, Dr. Rashid put Pete Santilli on blast yesterday, and it was hilarious. Maybe we can end out with that. I'll try to find it. Oh, it was good. Oh my gosh, wait till you guys see something like this. Well, not hilarious, pretty serious situation, right? And, oh man, good stuff. I'll try to find it. It should be in my history unless I got... Okay, wait a minute. Well, what was interesting, 1010, is the only reason why I did say something is I looked at both inauguration pictures, inaugural pictures of Jackie Kennedy in a blue dress, and Melania followed suit in the same type of blue dress. That's the only thing. Okay, I'm reading Lisa Lake's comments. I post them, but I think it'll crash my phone. I've been streaming too long. All right, or else I would post comments. All right, so I'm looking at comments. It is an op, like it or not. Yeah, we know it's an op, and I'll tell you, I mean, Lisa Lake helped me see through some of that, but it's still personally whatever you feel, right? Even though you've got somebody like Malibu helping her to get up and going, for other people to go, oh yeah, I feel like I was suicide trolled too. Now you got a whole wave. I see where you're going. I see what you're saying. Prove it, Aaron. Show the records. I don't know what you're talking about. LOL, I'm on your side, Aaron, but I have everything you've said. That's fine. I mean, I know I'm being recorded by, more than just Lisa Lake. right? But no, I know we agree. It's just without actually talking to each other and hearing the emotion in your voice to see where you're coming from. I mean, I don't see exactly where you're coming from. All right. But you're talking about things almost that you think might that should be illegal but aren't. But isn't. And will become because you've had assholes out there to perpetuate the agenda to help with the precedent. Now, I'm trying to figure out what you're wanting as far as show the court records. Man, I mean, Lisa, I've been showing the shit out of court records. What are you? Yeah, well, Possum, she knows that too. But it's easy for the government narrative to be put out there for people to jump on, like Q, to then turn around on them when the Phoenix FBI field office puts out that it's illegal. I mean, that was pretty much it. It's illegal now. Then they got all these people entrapped up in there that now get suicide trolled. I mean, I'm just saying. They're getting trolled any which way but loose, just like Glassrow to shut up. Now, I think Glassrow, it was a little more serious case there because are you trying to say that, Lisa, are you trying to say that evil shit isn't going on there even though it might not be? Because Possum says not all of the evil crap going on is gov ops. And I agree with that. But it's a lot of people jumping on to that side and they don't even really know it. They're being drug in my opinion, the Luciferian agenda. What, Lisa, what? Well, I hope that you guys don't. I hope no one goes to court. But who initiated court proceedings first? Right? Malibu. Yaks. Right? I'm not initiating it. I'm not the one like Malibu saying that she's going to have me arrested and have a news crew there. Well, is the news crew the arresting force? All of a sudden they're going to break out in freaking FBI uniforms? I don't know. Yeah, no, FQ. No, I know. I didn't fall for it. At first I was like, okay, this is really weird. Doesn't seem right. I'm going to follow it, see what's going on. And then when Q propped up Jeff Sessions, I was like, oh man, they're fucking done. Right? They're fucking done. And then Babyfish defending that. Well, that's sometimes just how it works to weed them out. Right. Why do we need to be lied to first, then have some weeding out, right? When the damage is done, now let's do something about it or apologize. That's what they're doing. When they get busted, oh, okay, I'm sorry, leave me alone now. Victim, 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 victim. But Lisa, I'm still waiting to see what court case record you're talking about. What you're like, prove it, you need court case record. I don't know what you're talking about there. But we've shown the court case record where it was Shadowbox, right? Saying that they use evil trolling, which would equate to some suicide trolling shit. That's what I have shown. Yeah, I wouldn't use that in court case record, but it's already in court case record with the Tommy Slowburger's Shadowbox shit to where they admitted they were doing evil trolling. I played that in the stream yesterday. So, I mean, I would present that in court. I wouldn't necessarily label it suicide trolling, but people have, because of their evil trolling, have committed suicide. Or thought that they were, I wouldn't even want to argue it, you know, that they thought they were being suicide trolled. No, they were being trolled by evil bastards where people all of a sudden commit suicide or something. I hope Ghost in the prison didn't commit suicide. I hope he's okay, saw through it all, and just left the internet. Lisa. Get him, Lisa. Get him. Yes, Possums, you're right. You're absolutely right on that. That's why I just go to Ephesians 6, chapter 10, chapter 6, 10 through 18. Okay? You go through that and things make a little bit more sense, but then you got somebody like Mr. Jones right there in the chat to go, LARPing. He's got an Ephesians 6 LARP going. No, dude, we're supposed to fight principalities in higher places. That way we don't subscribe to their evil bullshit and fight each other. That's what I don't like, right? I don't like fighting with Thelomon and his crew, right? I much rather they just enjoy the show, commentate, and uplift their spirits a little bit. That's what I'm trying to do, even though I might slap you around a little bit. But at the end of boot camp, right, is when you get built up. You go from larva to poop to a machine. Okay? All right? Seriously, give me a court case on convicted suicide troll. You don't have it. I agree. I totally agree. But I guarantee you that's what they don't want in a court case record, Lisa. Do you think, now, if anybody, okay, even though I don't think she's going to be using it, but if anybody's going to be using in-court case record or an affidavit about suicide trolling, it'd be Clovis. Would be trying to use that to maybe set some precedent with it. I don't know. Just saying, my opinion, if anybody, it'd be her. Her in Malibu, trying to set precedent that the suicide trolling exists. I get it when you look at it that way. You've got people there to try to set the precedent, try to bring it up in court. I wouldn't argue it in court because you know why? I'm just going fishing. Fuck all y'all. I don't want to go to court for what I've been saying. And I've been told, you're not doing anything wrong, Mr. Cox. You can keep going. That's been by professionals. I wouldn't have started this endeavor if I didn't know about copyright law. A little bit. Probably know a little bit more than I should. Let's see. I would present those thinking they are suicide trolled, their participation in evil, disgusting trolling, and use their diagnosis as cover. I agree. That's the way it is working out, Lisa Lake. Bring it. Lisa. Yeah, no, I get it. That's exactly what they're using. Right, Lisa, she's ready. Right, but, you know, that's what it's been boiled down to in our country, though, is they want us suing each other instead of looking into what they're fucking doing. And I think that's been the Aquino goal. Get people fighting in the flesh, try to gaslight a damn uprising, revolution, takeover, J6, whatever, right? See, there was that girl that trolled her boyfriend into committing suicide, carbon monoxide in his car. Her texts prove it, and she got convicted, went to prison. Yes, you're right, Possums. Well, and that's the witchcraft, Lisa. The evil, the witchcraft, the witches. If you were to bring a case into the court, you can't just say, that's a witch. She's satanic. She was suicide trolling me. Right? Because she's going, well, wait a minute. You know, or you know, the Malibu saying, she was spell casting me, right? Yeah, you can't prove that because their defense is going to be, well, we pray just like the Christians. And if they've got their right to pray, we've got ours. Well, the intent is a lot different between the Christian prayers and spell casting and want to do harm to someone. You can't argue that in court. Why? Because it'll ruin everything. It would ruin their whole agenda, right? It would. I mean, you can disagree with me on that. And you're right. Hey, Truth Hurts, right on, man. Tetro in the house. You're right, but also Possums is right about, well, Lisa, hold on. You might not know about the case that 1010 is cited. And I actually wish we did have more on that. That's an interesting correlation since Lisa's saying there's no court case record. That is a case right there. You can also, it doesn't have to do with suicide trolling, but I mean, we've gone over the case of the officer that committed suicide after he gave his confession of them, you know, doing horrible things to children. But that's a whole side, you know, something else. But yeah, the case that Possums is talking about, that's some real shit. And I think there's even more. When I was reading Possum's comment here, I think there's one more case out there that was similar, that a girl proved witchcraft in court. You can't. Exactly. They're banking on that. That's why when I drop the manual, the script, even back when was it, What's Truth, like 2012 or 2010, when that GCHQ freaking manual came out on the way to subvert a movement. Yeah, well, you know, Possums, you know, the way surrounding Aquino's death or perceived death or the way it was put out there that he was dead or died, I think is bullshit. Just like going through the Jamie Walsh case the other day, looking at the articles, it didn't look right. It didn't sit right. That's my opinion. But yeah, that's the crux of my argument, and what I've been in arguments with people before is they think that you're going to try to present witchcraft in court when you can't because of the intent. You can't prove the intent. But it's messed up. That's why we've got it's Easter. Suggestion for anybody out there, Possums. Okay, you might like this. Look up Tina Plackinger. What is it? Treading on Serpents, I believe, is the name of the book. You can get on the Bezos site. Might want to look into that book, Possums. You might like it. Tina Plackinger was a professional bodybuilding trainer. I think she may have been in some movies in Hollywood, but she was training, you know, celebrities, bodybuilding shit like that. But I'm going to use the term, she started talking about Jesus. She was finding Jesus and started talking about it. They suicide trolled her. I think that Zeph Daniel was suicide trolled because they knew his daughter committed suicide. So they were fucking with him in that aspect with suicide. And that's fucked up. Just saying. Going back over to the chat. These freaks admit to their mental health and still participate. So I get that, and that's why, like, I made Malibu the news there for a little while, is so hopefully she sees through it and cease and desist her own bullshit. Right? And she did involve me in some bullshit first, where I have good intent. When I meet somebody like Doc Renee, right? Like Dr. Renee, like the not so crazy lady, my intent was to be helpful, was to have somebody there on the line if you felt threatened or you felt like somebody was coming for you, because even though as much fake bullshit is going on, they still were able to portray that they were being there was a threat of harm. Just like Tiff Tiff, you know, I admit it, she admits it. We spent some time on the phone because she felt threatened. That's what was portrayed to me. Whether I was being data mined or not, I don't know. Probably more than likely, huh, Tiff Tiff? The way she had to run back to Yaxley and then all of a sudden probably spill shit to him about me. But yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. They still participate. So it's like, where's the cutoff point? And it's like DHS and the FBI have their operatives out there to bring the suicide awareness. If you feel suicide trolled, get a hold of the national hotline. I get that. That does need to be done, but they don't need to hide as content creators. They can go, just like the girl at the beginning of this broadcast, hey, I'm with the government. I'm bringing awareness about this certain subject. Perfect, right? Here's another goal that I have that I think is important, is that in our appellate courts, like the Ninth Circuit, and I think the Seventh Circuit or something like that, they go live on YouTube. They go live. But the problem is they don't have a chat room with a state representative in that chat room being helpful. You see what I'm saying? If you're going to waste the resource or use the resource, you might as well be helpful, not just give the live stream. You see what I'm saying? It needs to be a little more coordinated there, let's say. All right? And, oh man, I was going to find that video before we run out of time. We got to play the Dr. Rashid. It was hilarious. What do you mean take the day off tomorrow? I might be doing a Spirit Wars episode tomorrow. Come on. I'm a broadcaster. Okay? I like to have my own radio station to listen to. And you guys are more than welcome. You have all my clips? That's good. That's good, Lisa. I'm glad you're backing up my channel for me. That just like Tacos, she's got all my hot tub videos. Right? I'm glad you guys are backing up my content for me. That way, if something happens to me and let's say my main channel is down with a lot of evidence, Lisa Lake has it, and that's helpful. Okay? Just saying. Yes, no, I get it, Lisa. Even her therapist told her to get off the internet. Why are you saying you have all my clips? Really, like, are you trying to be helpful or are you trying to be a dick, Lisa Lake? I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyways. Oh my gosh, I gotta find that Dr. Rashid before we run out of time. Forget. He's blasted. Possums, wait till you see this, man. He was blasted freaking Pizza and Tilly yesterday. It was hilarious. Let's see here. Looking for some music here. Here, let's just go over to this guy here. All right, I'm gonna look for this video, and I'll get back to you guys here in a minute. We're gonna read a couple comments. As for proving intent, all one would have to do in court is to ask them why they would say something obviously abusive, and they wouldn't be able to give a credible answer equals intent. Yeah, Possums. The reason why Possums gets blasted by Clovis and Eric Spitfires, because she's got the goods on them, man. I mean, she's the one that provided the footage that I lost in a hard drive. I had a hard drive that went down a while back. Lost 250 gigs of some really good stuff, like, you know, a lot of recorded vinyl, and gone, right? And I think that clip was in there, and thanks to Possum, she had the clip of Eric Spitfire's suicide LARP. Okay, they don't like that shit with Mr. Connors. Anyways, I'm gonna see if I can find this video I was watching yesterday. There's a lot of videos to go through to try to find that. So I'm gonna bring up the music for a few minutes, couple minutes here. Thanks for joining in. We're ending out probably about a half an hour, not even that. Another long one. We got book burned an hour worth of footage this morning. At least we had a couple of witnesses on that. Thank you. So I'm not like going here, wait a minute, what's going on, right? But that's why I'm on top of it. I like to look at timestamps when I end out, see what might be cut. It's book burning, dude. Don't do that shit. Don't do that. It's not nice. All right, I think we're getting down to it. We're getting close. There it is. We got it. Oh, no. The indisputable with Dr. Rashad. Oh, dude. Blasting Pete said, Tilly, you're going to love this posse. It's a hilarious shit, man. All right, before we get into it, gonna look at the chat one more time. I could definitely give a credible answer. Yes, I can. It's as funny as the clip I have of him denying his name when being served court papers or Vinny Eastwood roast. Oh, that's interesting, 1010. I didn't know you had that. Got the goods on them, but not on me. Yeah, Lisa Lake is well, Lisa, I hope you panel up one day. Just let me, Lisa, come on. Let me ask you a few questions. You know? What is this? This is almost too good to be true. Possums, you're gonna triple. I mean, I'm telling you, this is some good shit here. Look at that guy. He's got an ugly mug, dude. Look at that look. Got the sourpuss look. Oh, man. Lisa Lake, why do you got the clips on me? Why? What's so important? What's so important about Mr. Cox, huh? I'm just yanking your chain. Here, let's check this out.
This freaking black communist. Okay?
Oh.
They got the black communists like Barack Obama, Susan Rice, Valerie Jarrett, Eric Holder. You got these black communists that they want reparations in the billions of dollars. They want to run their freaking communist Hugo Chavez, Fidel Castro-styled communism. You know, with Jay-Z, Mr. Do What Thou Wilt. These black satanic communists have taken over the bureaucracy. And they're getting back at the man, aren't they?
The white man.
And the white man, taking down the white man.
Sir, you're so racist that when you merely say the word black, we actually know what you mean. Okay. Let me correct you for the record, Mr. Racist Man. Jay-Z is a capitalist, not a communist, evidenced by his recent contract with the NFL. Also, President Barack Obama opposes reparations for black people. Not in support of it. The other one's not really on record, except for Eric Holder to a lesser degree. So you're just incorrect. But see, you can do that and still have a show because the people that listen to you and watch you, they don't give a damn about the truth. And you know that. You're like a mini-me, Tucker Carlson. You will spew lies contrary to proof and facts, knowing that your people are gullible enough to eat it up. So here we go. All black people are bad, according to him. And then there's this other conservative commentator who compares Trump to Jesus himself. Here it is.
Something that really kind of inspired me before I did this show was hearing what Ryan said in the episode that he did today. Right before this, he said, I would take a bullet for President Trump. And when he said that, at first I was a little taken aback. I was like, all right, Ryan, that's a little much. But then I thought about it for a split second, and then I realized, no, it's not. You know why? Because President Trump would take a bullet for me. President Trump is taking a bullet for me. President Trump is prepared to take a bullet for all of us. What he's doing is actually Christ-like, and I never thought that before until today. I actually used to make fun of people who would say that because I thought, okay, that's not made fun of them, but I would be like, all right, that's a little extreme, but he's literally going to prison for us.
That'd be awesome, actually. Anna Perez is her name. I actually do hope Trump is going to prison for you or whoever else. The first person was Peter Santilli. So now you have this contrast. So white conservatives typically are saying, former President Obama was the devil, and Trump, Jesus. Wow. All right. Thoughts here, Mr. Mayor.
Are we watching TV? I mean, where are we? These people have followers. That means there's a swath of American population that believes this ridiculousness. Yeah. There's a definition for communism. There's a definition for capitalism. There's a definition for satanic.
Yeah.
And what he's really saying is black equals all of that.
That's right.
Black equals all of that. Because if you believe that Trump is going to jail for you or going to take a bullet for you, you have not seen any of reality for the past 40 plus years.
That's
Trump
right.
ain't taking a bullet for nobody.
Right. The man won't take a bullet for his own children. So let's be very clear about who he is. All right.
Dang.
One more clip from the.
Well, everybody, I'm going to play a couple tracks and end out. Thanks for joining in this long broadcast. Ooh, buddies. Oh, yeah, a couple good songs right here. Thanks for joining in, everybody. Been a good one. Couple of good tracks. I'm out of here. Let me see if I can get anything out of the chat before we take off. Yeah, 1010, I'm sure I got the original video stashed somewhere, and it's stashed. It's like, I got things stashed so deep that sometimes you just got to go back to the original instead of trying to dig. Well, hopefully my 12-hour stream here didn't offend anyone for being too long. Oh my gosh. Thanks for joining in, everybody. Been a good day, and I got a lot done. Hope you did too. And everybody has a great Easter weekend. Maybe I'll be back tomorrow with the Spirit Wars episode or something. I'll dig something out of the archive. Maybe just do an upload instead of going live or something like that. We'll figure it out. But we don't want to offend anybody by going live. I think that's what it is people are most offended, like the Heisenberg account, that Mr. Cox has been live for too long. Too long. He's live for too long, even though I'm just listening and gardening. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Make sure Cox doesn't have any airtime. People watching. Make sure it's 5, huh, Edwardettes? Make sure only 5 are watching that panel. Okay. Yeah, 10-10, that's totally right, because he did an El Flipper-Rooney in Malheur, which, you know, some people saw through, but what it was is his time, what it was for me that got me, because I was like, okay, wait a minute, there's something going on. Just like Q, you're like, okay, I'm watching, there's something going on here, right? And he does a couple of things that, oh, that looks pretty good. Then a few things like, ooh, that doesn't look good, right? And then all of a sudden, there was talk of him being in a Motel 6. He called Pahrump Federal Prison, right, Motel 6, which gave me this vision of him sitting in a freaking, you know, mini suite, you know, like a freaking Motel 6 with the refrigerator, satellite, TV, you know, internet to keep doing his thing that he needed to do, even though he was in protective custody or something. And I was like, holy crap, that's some serious stuff. That's serious, right? But yeah, him firing Eric Spitfire from the Pahrump, Nevada jail. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. But I think Eric will hold it down to the day he dies. I never worked for Pete. I didn't make any money. Oh, okay. You just tried to take over his studio so you can broadcast out of his studio or something. Right, right. Weirdos, man. And then we played yesterday the Revolution Radio, the way they were freaking protecting sickos. Played that, I think, in the stream yesterday. Just an FYI, since it's been like the subject today, all right? In a sense, a little bit. Anything happens to me, I think all of a sudden you're going to see my whole channel go to public. That's my switch, okay? Something happens to me, every video that's on private goes to public. And there's a lot there that hasn't been to public yet. Just an FYI. All my personal stuff goes to public. You'll know. All right, thanks for joining in, everybody. You guys have been awesome. You never know. You might not see me again, but the switch won't happen. See what I'm saying? Something happens to me, the switch happens. Right? The reason why we got here before we go into this song, I think for those that are listening in earlier that caught the last hour of that first stream I did earlier, I think the reason why it got shut down is because I was actually calling out the FBI. You guys want to come talk to me, but you got to bring the biological resource files, okay? The BRC, the Biological Resource Center, okay? Bring those files. We'll go through those first. We'll film everything. And then, you know, you guys can ask me a couple questions. I mean, even though I don't want to answer questions, I'd much rather you guys just do your job. And you should have, gotten a hold of me about the Biological Resource Center files instead of book burning a whole hour of a stream. So I had to make a point. Okay. And it's messed up. What happened there? All right. And once again, instead of being helpful, let's waste some fucking resources, right? No. Stop it. Stop.
gon' bring my partner to Hammer. We gon' bring my partner to Hammer. We gon' give us both a hammer to Hammer. And we going in the bottom to Hammer. We gon' bring my partner to Hammer. We gon' bring my partner to Hammer. We gon' give us both a hammer to Hammer. And we going in the bottom to Hammer. We gon' bring my partner to Hammer. We gon' bring my partner to Hammer. We gon' give us both a hammer to Hammer. And we God is the word to Hammer. Who has been in this bottom to Hammer. I did God to know to Hammer. Without a rainbow sign to Hammer. Will there be no more God to Hammer? Will there be no more God to Hammer? I did all your next time to Hammer. Will be born next time to Hammer. God is the word to Hammer. Who has been my partner to Hammer. We gon' bring my partner to Hammer. We gon' give us both a hammer to Hammer. And we going in the bottom to Hammer. We gon' bring my partner to Hammer. We gon' bring my partner to Hammer. We gon' give us both a hammer to Hammer. And we banging this bottom to Hammer. I didn't go to no rock to Hammer. Without a rainbow sign to Hammer. Will there be no more God to Hammer? Will there be no more God to Hammer? I did all your next time to Hammer. Will be born next time to Hammer. God is the one to Hammer. That is God is the word to Hammer. Going in the bottom. We gon' win in this bottom to Hammer. I didn't go to no rock to Hammer. Without a rainbow sign to Hammer. Will there be no more God to Hammer? Will there be no more God to Hammer? I did all your next time to Hammer. Will be born next time to Hammer. God is the word to Hammer. I didn't go to no rock to Hammer. Without a rainbow sign to Hammer. Will there be no more God to Hammer? Will there be no more God to Hammer? I did all your next time to Hammer. Will be born next time to Hammer. God is the one to Hammer. That is God is the word to Hammer. Both a hammer to Hammer, and we going in the bottom to Hammer. We gon' walk through. You're looking at a backwards man. Don't you be just good melon hanging well up in your tree. Don't you be just hanging well them on your yellow peacho. If I know they're sweet. Every time I decide to climb your tree, baby, I wonder what made you smile. Every time I climb your tree, baby, I wonder make you smile.